So, Councillor Vicente, we are live streaming now, so we do have quorum present. You can proceed with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning and welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We will begin the meeting with the City Clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Chair Vicente is present. Councillor Santos?
I'm here.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
I'm here.
Councillor Bowman?
Present.
Councillor Medeiros?
Here.
Councillor Williams?
I'm here.
Councillor Fortini?
Here.
Councillor Singh?
I'm here.
Councillor Dillon?
Here.
Thank you. And Mayor Brown is present in the chambers. All members are accounted for, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move on next to approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Mr. Clerk, I'd like to begin by requesting that we move item 11.1.2 to the COVID-19 update section. That's a report on outdoor winter recreational amenities. As it deals with COVID, it would be appropriate for us to have that at that time. And looking at my list, Councillor Fortini.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair.
I'm up there first. Oh, no, sorry, I sent that privately. Sorry, Councillor Fortini, go ahead.
You want to go
private messages,
first,
Councillor.
That's okay. I just wanted to add the discussion about Airbnb.
Please.
I still don't see you on my list, Councillor Paleshi, but I'll recognize you next. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you.
My window keeps popping up over top of where my chat function is. I'd like to add a discussion item on the salary administration policy, and in particular, the 2018 semi-annual review.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, I don't see on my chat, I don't see any other individuals on the list. Can you confirm?
Do you wish to add something, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, I now see Councillor Fortini again. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask the clerk here to discussion on the way our spreadsheets are and our financials for the councillors. Do I bring that member service or I add it here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be an item that would be more appropriate for the Governance and Council Operations
Yeah.
Committee, which is scheduled for the 21st of September.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Councillor. Seeing no other persons on the list, I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the agenda as amended. Instead of seeking a recorded vote for this item and other items, we will be asking if there is anyone opposed to this motion. Otherwise, your vote will be counting in the affirmative. Seeing no objections, the motion carries. For members of the public, in-person attendance at this meeting continues to be restricted. Members of committee and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting. The public, however, can still access and participate in the meeting via online. If you have any questions during the meeting, you may submit your questions about any agenda business and recommendations made by committee today by emailing the City Clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca with your question, which may be read into the public record during the public question period on today's agenda. Next, we move on to declarations of conflict of interest. Does any member have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, I ask that the clerk so note for the meeting minutes. Next, we're moving on to item 4, the consent motion. Items listed with a caret on the agenda are considered to be routine and non-controversial. The consent motion is to adopt these matters on today's agenda without the need for a separate discussion on the items. Does any member wish to add or remove an item from the consent motion today? If so, please use the chat function. I'm seeing none. So I have a motion from Councillor Paleshi to approve the consent motion? Any opposed? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, that carries. We have no announcements on today's agenda, so we'll move on to government relations matter. We have our government relations updates, and we have a staff report, item 6.1, which is for government relation matters. Gurdeep Kaur is here with a presentation for committee on government relation matters. Welcome, Gurdeep.
I'm here on behalf of Gurdeep this morning. So good morning, Mayor Brown and members of council. I appreciate the opportunity this morning to provide an update on government relations issues and on behalf of the public affairs team. So there's a considerable amount of activity at the federal, provincial, and at the regional levels of government. So I'll do my best to provide an overview of the presentation materials and highlight some key issues of interest to the City of Brampton. All right, so if we move forward to the first slides, we'll start with the federal update. All right, so from the federal perspective, on August 18th, the Prime Minister made some changes to his cabinet, specifically the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. So these portfolios changed. In addition, the Prime Minister received approval from the Governor General for prorogation of Parliament. So the ending of the parliamentary session it was granted, and the session will reconvene on September 23rd. So on September 23rd, there will be a throne speech that will lay out the new agenda for the parliamentary session, primarily focused on COVID-19 and the economic recovery recommended by the government. There will be up to 6 sessions of discussion on that throne speech, and then after that there will be a parliamentary vote of confidence to secure whether there's agreement to the new parliamentary session and the agenda. So if there isn't consensus on that issue, there is a potential for a federal election. In addition to the changes to the cabinet and the changes to the parliamentary agenda, there was also some regulatory changes or proposed changes to unemployment insurance in order to allow individuals to have greater access or to be to those benefits. So there was a reduction in the eligibility requirements around examples of number of weeks that you've actually been at work. In addition, there is a 30-day extension to the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, with the addition of the Canadian Recovery Sickness Benefit, which provides up to 2 weeks of coverage in the event that you are isolated at home as a result of symptoms of COVID-19, and the Canada Recovery Caregiver Benefit, which allows for some income protection for folks that are looking after loved ones. The government also extended the deadline for the Canadian Emergency Business Account to October 31st, which provides up to $40,000 of non-deferrable, loans, interest-free loans up to $40,000 for expenses incurred during the COVID-19 shutdown. So so the other piece is the Business Credit Availability Program was extended to June 2021, which supports operational cash flow of businesses with financial institutions assisting through the government with loans for anywhere from $1 million to $12.5 million. Also on the federal landscape, the province of Ontario was provided $763 million in order to support the safe return to school. So if we move on to slide number 4, I'll move right into the provincial updates. So from the provincial perspective, the key is the emergency orders for COVID-19 were extended to September 22nd, 2020, and the provincial legislature resumes on September 14th. So going back over August into the early part of September, there was changes to the indoor capacity for meeting and event spaces, and the guidelines for management of back to school were issued from the province. And there are also some new guidelines for long-term care facilities around residents being allowed to attend medical appointments, visit family, etc. Right, so we'll move on now. We'll just touch on the regional issues. So we'll move on to slides 5. All right, so going forward, one of the issues we wanted to highlight for the regional agenda for September 10th is the launch of My Second Home Renovation Assistance Program, which is scheduled for October 2020. Basically what it does is it provides loans to individuals who want to renovate a basement apartment to make sure it meets the standards of the building code, make sure it meets the occupancy requirements, etc. And if it's also, the purpose is to increase the social housing stock. So one component of the loan is if you set it up for an apartment and rent it out privately. The second piece is if you, there's a greater threshold of the loan if you pull the folks for those apartments from the centralized wait list held by the region. So the one piece with the City of Brampton and the focus area on that program is we have seen that there is very limited requirement for folks that move into those locations to record the locations with, with the municipal law enforcement agencies with the city to ensure that we have a database knowing that there's a secondary unit. Alrighty, okay, right, so I apologize. Alrighty, so the second update I wanted to provide was there was changes from Municipal Affairs and Housing around the proposed amendments to a place to grow growth plan for the greater Golden Horseshoe, which was, the decision was approved on August 28th. What that does is it extends the planning horizon from 2041 to 2051, and between the region and the city, they're working together to find out, to determine how the new demographic numbers, the increase in the population projection and the increase in the employment projections will impact both municipalities. Basically, we're moving into a point where we're working on our official plan for, so it was good timing for us. We're basically moving into the preparation stage. So the big change for us is the horizon went from 2041 to 2051, and some of the population projections have increased. All right, so the last issue that I wanted to talk about on the regional agenda is the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act, which was referred to as Bill 197, specifically related to changes to the Planning Act and the Development Charges Act. So what the legislation has done, it's removed some of the, previously it had removed some of the soft service like long-term care, housing, public health, issues like that from being applicable to the development charges. So what the legislation has done now, it's returned those issues to, those soft services to developmental charges. So how that impacts the City of Brampton is now we are allowed to use development charges for issues like recreation, parks, and libraries. So the benefit to the city is, like with building a new community center, previously if it's based on growth, we can fund it through the development charges. And also previously 10% of that funding had to come from alternate sources, being taxation. That has also been removed. So now 100% of the funding can be secured through the development charges. So moving on now to, in the agenda, we'll go for it. Sorry, next slide, please. We'll move into just a quick update from AMO 2020. So, the City of Brampton and members of council had successful delegations with the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Infrastructure, the Minister of Colleges and Universities. We also met with the Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. We also had delegations with the NDP, Liberal and Green Party caucus. And we also participated in joint delegations with neighboring municipalities, with the Ministry of Transportation, and a meeting with the Associate Minister of Small Business and Red Tape Reduction. So on the council meeting on September 16th, we're planning on doing a full presentation on the outcome of the AMO delegations. The last piece on the agenda I wanted to chat about this morning was just to remind everyone about the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. The annual general conference will be virtual. It's scheduled for October 15th of this year, but there also is board elections that are currently being held for table officer positions, being the president, the vice president, and director positions. There's currently 16 director positions in the province of Ontario, and any member of Federation of Canadian Municipalities that is a elected official may seek a board position and is eligible to vote. So we previously sent out some communication to members of council with the information on how to access the website, how to enroll to be able to vote. And then the other discussion is that if there is any members of council that are seeking a board position, the FCM requires a resolution of council. So we have provided a sample resolution in the event that there's any discussion around folks that are interested in participating in that election process. So that is the summary of the government relations issues for this period. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to take them now.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I have some questions on my list. First, we'll go to Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Chair Vicente. Through you, I have some questions about the regions on our list. It's 11.2, My Home Second Unit Renovation Program. The city, it says here the city had staff working closely with the region, and I'm just wondering who from staff was working with the region, and was it our second unit task force that was working with the region on this?
All right, through Mayor Brown to the councillor. That is an excellent question, sir. I had a conversation with a colleague from municipal bylaw enforcement just prior to the beginning of council, so I understand the importance of this issue for the city. I will confirm what discussions were had and whether we also engaged our task force in those discussions with the region, and I'll provide that update to members of council.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, the program will assist eligible homeowners with $30,000 as a forgivable loan. What does that forgivable mean in terms of interest, in terms of length of payment, in terms of any repayment?
So from what I understand, sir, if the loan is paid within a certain period of time, I believe it's just, then up to 25% of it is forgivable. Let me just go through my notes.
If I may, Councillor Bowman, to your first question, while we're waiting for them to review notes, I can confirm that we ensured at the region that any of the policies within this new initiative at the Region Appeal would conform with any of our regulations that are related to second units. And so staff at that time undertook to make sure that they were consulting closely with the City of Brampton and our building department to make sure that they were both aligned. So with that, I'll move back to Mr. Lucas.
Yes, thank you, sir. Through the mayor to the councillor, basically the way the program works is the money is forecast over a period of 10 years, which is based on annual verification that there's still compliance and the apartment is still being used for the intended purpose. So basically it's broken down over the 10-year period, and and basically, so there's no reference to the interest rate or anything like that over the terms. It just speaks to it is forgivable, or a percentage is forgivable on over that 10-year period. I will
So-
confirm, sir, the confirmation of the payment process over that 10-year period and provide confirmation to members of council.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, and I hope I am, anybody that has an illegal unit now, we're giving them, or the region will be giving them, up to $30,000 to make it legal, and then they don't have to pay back 25% of that money that we're giving them. This sounds too good to be true, if I can ask that. I think, we're rewarding those individuals who for years have been earning income off illegal units. And not only that, if they upgrade, use the $30,000 to upgrade that unit and then put the unit up for sale with a brand new second unit in it, they've increased the value of their home and the property, and they're benefiting again from the increase in the value of the property. I don't know where this is coming from or why they're doing this. My final point is the homeowner must agree to rent their renovated second unit at or below 80% of the market rent. And who is going to ensure that that is happening, and how will they ensure? If I have an apartment and I agree to rent it at 80% of the market value, and I bring in 4 people, for example, and I rent it to each one of them at below market value, what they would be paying for a single, am I still renting at 80% of the market value times 4? Who is going to check, and what safeguards do we have in place for this? I don't understand this at all. And I don't know why this is being brought to us now. I would have liked to have heard about this prior to this meeting so that we could have some input on it, but this just doesn't seem logical to me. So, but I will leave that up to the regional representatives to take my viewpoint to the region if they don't mind. And hopefully we can get this type of thing straightened out, because I just don't want to encourage more illicit activity when we already have enough of it here in the city. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I don't think that at the region we're presuming that members of the public will immediately take advantage of a program for illicit reasons. There are a lot of good people who can take advantage of this to improve their property and also to contribute to our city's housing stock. And I think overall it's a positive program, and at the same time helps bring units that, as you pointed out, may not be in compliance into compliance. So for our next question I have,
Sorry, Councillor Vicente, can I just make one comment on that?
Of course.
If we are targeting this, or if the region is targeting this at existing units, we're not increasing any housing stock. We're already taking care of the stock that people are living in now. So there's no increase to it. So I just want to make sure that we're doing this for the right reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Thanks, Councillor Bowman. That was my first question, but I'll build off of that. And I had some of the same concerns. This just coming to council, and in particular city councillors, as it affects the municipality, and not all councillors are at the regional table. So I agree, Councillor Vicente, you had said this is it's a good program, but obviously it impacts our municipality, and we have councillors that need to be brought up to speed on what's happening at the region that affects them as well. So maybe what we look at is opportunities for more information to come back to the municipality staff, city councillors, before we move forward with that. But I leave it up to other regional councillors. The question that I had that relates to item 13.1 on the regional agenda tomorrow is the minister's zoning order for Mayfield West Phase 2, Stage 2. the request to reconsider and the report before regional tomorrow lays out going forward with Mayfield West Phase 2, Stage 2. And I just wanted to remind everybody that this area really affects Councillor Willens and I, our area in the north end of Ward 2 and then into the northeast corner of Ward 6, where we currently have incomplete communities waiting for roads to be connected, trail systems to be connected. We would like for the region to stop having to go out at these dead end roads and pick up the amount of garbage. And additionally, our transit system really relies on this plan being built and going forward so that we can drive our transit system north of Mayfield to have better access for the residents in the north end of Brampton, and potentially opportunities for us to go into Caledon as well to build the network. We also have a old age home that currently has no transit in front of them in Snellgrove, and they have to walk some maybe 300 meters. I'm spitballing. I think it's around 300 meters down to the old age home, down to Mayfield Road along a narrow sidewalk. We've done some improvements there to accommodate, but it's still a narrow section of Highway 10 south down to Mayfield. So I'd like all members that are at Region tomorrow just to keep that under advisement. I don't know if staff have any comments on Mayfield West Stage 2.
Through
Doesn't
Mayor
sound
Brown
like
to
they
the
do.
councillor, I can secure that information and forward it to you by the end of business.
Okay, no problem. The other comment that I had was relating to, there's 18.2, there is a petition being brought forward to Regional Council tomorrow. I think Newman Court is in Councillor Santos, Councillor Vincente's area. The petition is asking for the replacement of a fence on Newman Court and Bovaird Drive in the city of Brampton. That could be, actually, it could be, I don't think it's Ward 7. I thought it was closer to the 410, but I might be wrong. It could be Councillor Fortini and Councillor Williams area. But the petition and what the residents are asking for of the region, is that not a city-owned fence? On Newman Court and Bovaird Drive. I know Bovaird's a regional road, but I thought if the fence was on, it depends on where that fence is, and I thought it was on Newman Court.
So, excuse me, through Mayor Brown to the councillor. So the question is,
So maybe just in the future, what we can do then is have more comments along the regional agendas and how that affects Brampton in particular. I'm not asking for stuff that's being brought forward in Mississauga and Caledon, but what I'm looking for and why this government relations item was added to the agenda last term was for regional business. And we added provincial and federal business on this as well because we want to know. But the main thing is to bring information from the region to our city councilors, to our municipalities, so that we can have staff comment on how that affects us at the municipality for information. So I'll leave it at that. Actually, there was one other question that I probably won't get an answer to, is there's a notice of motion being brought forward to waive the service connection fee for an indoor bocce court in Caledon. So I would not be okay with that. Is if I'm sure we've asked in the past for service connection fees to be waived. I would not be okay with that if this is just kind of something that's the start of something. If staff happen to know or can check to see if the city has ever reached out to the region to ask for a service connection fee waiver, they can please let us know as before we head into regional council tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Plushy. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. I see part of this report included the opportunity at FCM. I know Councillor Willens had expressed an interest before. I'm not sure if any other members of council had expressed an interest. Maybe you could speak, Blaine, to how someone would apply and if Councillor Willens is still interested.
So with FCM, what it requires, if there is a member of council that's interested in going through that process for election to the board, it requires a resolution of municipal council. So if anyone is interested in coming forward for one of those positions, it would be subject to discussion through the clerk and then consideration of the draft resolution that was attached to the report. So the big piece is we have all members of council have to by the 4th register to vote, and then from there, if you're interested in any of the board positions and running for those positions, it requires a council resolution.
So, and when does that have to be done by?
So the alrighty, so if you can register either by online or by phone. So the table officer elections are September 28th to the 30th. The director elections are October 5th to the 7th. And the registration process online is from October 24th to September 11th.
And so when does the resolution need to be done by?
The resolution would, we would have to discuss the resolution today and consider that being forwarded along.
Sorry, through you, Chair Vicente, just to advise, if this is similar to the AMO Board of Directors elections, if the deadline for submission of a supporting resolution is the 14th, City Council is not scheduled to meet until the 16th. This is Committee of Council, so a recommendation from this committee may not suffice. I'm not familiar in detail with the FCM election rules, but in terms of AMO, it would not suffice. You need a resolution.
I apologize, Mayor Brown, and to the City Clerk. We have until September 24th.
Okay, well, that means we need to pass it today, so it's ratified at the council meeting.
On the 16th.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it could be passed either today or it could be brought forward and dealt with next week at council.
Okay,
So
is
those
there any,
options.
I know Councillor Willens is interested. Is there anyone else interested? If there is none, then I'm happy to put forward a motion nominating Councillor Willens. Can we do a motion as part of this update?
Through you, Mr. Chair Vicente, yes, we can, as part of this update. And Charlotte, it's on page 28 of 411 is the sample resolution from
Okay,
FCM.
And just to be clear, can you have more than one person run from a municipality?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and so if it happened to be another councillor that wanted to put their name forward too, but there's multiple different positions on the board, that they could do so as well next week. But given the fact that Councillor Willens is the one person who's expressed an interest to me, I'd be happy to put forward that motion if it's consistent with the discussion item.
And Mayor Brown, just to be clear, the resolution would have to be attached to The resolution would need to be attached to the registration form, and which is due by September 24th.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I see no further questions here. We have a motion before us to have Councillor Willens be our representative at FCM. Do I have any speakers to the motion? And Mayor Brown, are you moving that motion?
I'm happy to move that motion, and if Councillor Santos is also interested, you could add her name to that resolution. I see she put that in the chat box with the gentle nudge that just make sure you don't run for the same position. The more Brampton input on federal policy, the better. So I'm sure you two can coordinate who's running for what position on the board.
Very good. So we'll procedurally, Mr. Clerk, will allow for discussion on this motion. Do any members of committee have any questions with regards to the motion?
I'll second it.
Do we need a seconder?
Councillor Bowman offered to second it.
Through you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair, if committee wishes, but a seconder is not required for committee of council.
Okay. Do any members have questions?
Sorry, I have a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Plesser.
Just really quick. This is a motion that's going to FCM?
It is an endorsement of council's support for these two candidates, and the motion is required as part of their application to become candidates at FCM, as I understand.
Okay, so I think that rather than this just being captured in the minutes when we ratify it next week, which then will need a seconder, that we, I'd like to open it up to maybe all of council seconding this motion and having that stated on there now.
I'll refer that to the clerk.
If that's the will of committee, certainly.
Very good. So we have a motion moved by Mayor Brown and seconded by all members of council. There are no questions. Any opposed? That carries. I see no further questions with regards to government relations, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to receive the report. Any opposed? That carries. Moving on to item 6.2, updates on COVID-19 emergency. Mayor Brown provides regular updates to council and committee at our meetings, and I would like to now invite the mayor to provide an update to committee today. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. So a few updates for committee today. As you've seen, we had a pretty good summer where numbers were relatively low in Brampton. More recently, we've seen some of these numbers creep up, and it is a sign to us that we need to be extra diligent. I can tell you from my latest briefings, there was 32 cases in the last week from travel. So international travel continues to contribute to our case counts. I'm told we have a number of travel that comes from India and Pakistan, and we have returning international students. And I'm told that there are tests that are being done, but there are obviously exposure and risks that falls through the cracks. So we have to be mindful that the federal system for entry into Canada is not perfect, and there may be an expectation to quarantine for 14 days, but the enforcement of that is not where I like it to be, and so I want there to be awareness that continues to be an issue. We had an outbreak in a plant in Mississauga. It's the largest outbreak we've had since the pandemic began, with 64 positive cases as of yesterday. And a number of those positive cases, although this plant is in Mississauga, are Brampton residents, so it shows in our COVID numbers. I know we get lots of questions about what contributes to this. I'm told the number one reason is household spread, so that continues to be the biggest cause. There's been some mention about social gatherings. Paul Morris and his team can talk about this, but this weekend, they got calls for social gatherings. They went and visited, and none of them were outside of the provincial limit. Right now, the provincial limit for stage 3 is high. It's 100, and so people might be aghast and saying this person's having a backyard event. Well, we can't find them if it's not outside the provincial limit, and all the events, all the social gatherings this weekend were under the provincial limit. The largest number that bylaw investigated was 89, and that's still under the limit that the province has set of 100. And so if people are upset about social gatherings, that's something we can pass on to our MPPs, that maybe the limit needs to be smaller, maybe needs to be curtailed. Personally, even 89 people, it gives my head a shake. Why would you want to have 89 people over in the midst of a pandemic? So it's something that we should all be mindful of. I'm told, I see in the chat box, that some people can't hear me. Anything we can do to address that? Can you hear me?
Turn that mic on.
Okay. So hopefully people can hear me now.
It was bad, but it's a lot better now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vicente and Pelesci, for raising that. The next thing I wanted to talk about and give you an update on is, I've had a push now for a while for wanting to have an additional assessment center. At the start of this pandemic, Brampton was designated with one assessment center, and frankly, it was the city that made it happen. We offered up any city facility to the province to do an assessment center, and we've had great support and partnership from Osler Health, but ultimately, they require provincial approvals. And as you know, South Fletcher's is a city facility we offered up, and they've obviously had a high level of traffic. They've gone through huge numbers of testing at South Fletcher's, huge numbers, to the point that we now have sometimes 2-3 hour waits. And the point I've made to the province is, if Mississauga can have 3 testing centers when they're a comparable size, why can't Brampton have multiple assessment centers? And I had a very frank conversation with the Premier about this. He promised me his support. And today, along with Dr. Naveed Mohammed, the President and CEO of Osler Health, we announced a second testing center that's going to be at Peel Memorial. But just to highlight, Brampton, despite the fact that we were facing considerable pressures with COVID-19, didn't have the same resources and support as other municipalities of comparable size. And so I flagged that, and it's starting to be addressed. The second thing that I want to flag is, right now when someone gets tested, they're told to isolate until they get results. But let's not be naive about it. A lot of people who get tested are not isolating in their homes while they wait for results. I think it's fair to say that probably a majority of the people who get tested, because they may have limited symptoms or no symptoms, they're not isolating. And one reason that's caused an additional burden in Brampton is because if you're in Mississauga, they're allowed to process 2,000 tests a day locally, and they can get those answers back and those results back quickly. In Brampton, unfortunately, the way it was set up is that we have to ship our tests to Toronto. This means the wait time could be 75%, 80% longer to get your test results. And I had this conversation with the Premier that it's not acceptable. Osler Health, for quite some time, has been asking to process tests locally. So Mississauga, Trillium, can process 2,000 tests a day locally. If Brampton Civic had that same ability, we could get test results back in 6 to 8 hours. 6 to 8 hours. It means people aren't going to be out there at a risk to the community. It means they're not going to be walking around. And as much as you hope they're going to be self-isolating, you have to work on the assumption that there's exposure when you make people wait 3, 4, 5 days. And so I have pressed this case with the Premier. I'm hoping that he promised me we'd have his support to do the tests locally. And so we got the first piece of good news today on the opening of the second assessment center, and I hope in the days ahead we're going to get good news on being able to process our tests locally. That will be a critical tool as we combat escalating numbers of positive COVID-19 cases. And so that's a quick summary of what's new on the COVID-19 front. On my end, I am on a regular call with the mayors in Peel Region and Peel Public Health. I'm on a weekly call with the other mayors in the GTHA, and we continue to share best practices on how we deal with this challenge, this COVID-19 challenge. So thank you for the opportunity to give you a quick update, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you, Mayor Brown, for that update at the press conference today. It was interesting to hear from Dr. Mohammed as well as Dr. Howe in response to some of those media questions, and you've clearly articulated them at the briefing as well. I also wanted to point out that despite some of the challenges with COVID-19, our city, and particularly ECDEV, have been very good at supporting the artists in our community. And I just wanted to give a special shout out to the World of Jazz Festival that is happening this weekend, and encourage our council colleagues and members of the public to tune in virtually, and if they have time, to stop into some of those community performances over the weekend in a very physically distanced and safe way. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Seeing no further questions, I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive this update. But before we do that, Mr. Clerk, we do have item 11 point. Can you just refresh our memory on the item that we added?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's item 11.1.2, a presentation from Acting Commissioner Boyce. So we can take the vote on receiving the mayor's verbal update, and then we can proceed to that item.
Okay, so any opposed to receiving the update from Mayor Brown? Seeing none, that carries. And now we'll move to item 11.1.2, an update from on outdoor winter recreational amenities.
And if I could preface, Councillor Vicente, the reason I asked for this report, with your blessing.
Yes.
The reason I asked for this report is I was on a call with Catherine McKenna and other big city mayors. It was an FCM call, and Catherine McKenna had a great idea that I found made a lot of sense, and I want us to jump over it, jump on top of it, however you describe it. She said that with the possibility that indoor recreational amenities will be shut down again this winter, the city should look at what outdoor recreational amenities we can offer our citizens. And she's putting together a fund where the federal government will contribute up to, I think it's $250,000. Is that correct, Blaine? Up to $250,000 for creating some outdoor amenities. And we had a call with the Brampton Sports Alliance for different ideas, and everything from more outdoor skating trails to outdoor skating rinks to snowshoeing to cross country. We had the Brampton Lacrosse even suggest we could have some lacrosse on ice games. We had the Track and Field Club that we should look at making sure that the tracks are winterized so that you could still use the tracks in the winter using new technology. Listen, there was a plethora of suggestions, and staff is doing some feedback on that, but I wanted council to be aware of this federal opportunity. And I think it's important. Like, one of the reasons I really was excited by this is if we don't have a vaccine for 6 months and people are cooped up in their homes all winter, one, it's not great for health and wellness and not to have opportunities for physical activity. I think in the summer, it made it a little bit easier for the community because we were able to be outdoors. When those opportunities are limited, there's going to be a toll to that, not just a health and wellness toll. There's going to be a mental health toll as well. And so we've got some great sporting organizations in Brampton that are ready to partner with us to help us create opportunities for Bramptonians to get outside, to get some fresh air. We had Dr. Monica Howe on the call with the Brampton Sports Alliance. She's filling in for Dr. Lawrence Lowe while he's on a well-deserved vacation. And public health stressed that the outdoor risk is minimal and that this would be something that they recommend as well. And so we had, there's some positive synergies. It makes sense from a public health perspective, it makes sense for a mental health perspective, and it makes sense from a wellness perspective. And so that's why I asked for this presentation to be put forward to start the conversation of what we could offer our residents this winter, given that it's going to be a different winter.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Sounds great. We're a northern country, and they say there's no bad weather, just not enough clothing. So, Acting Commissioner Boyce, if you're there, the Mayor has laid it all out for you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente, and through you, Mayor and members of councillors, thank you for the opportunity to present on some of our winter recreational amenities in response to COVID-19. Before I begin, I just want to say that and express the thanks to Mayor and member of council, as well as our CAO, for your support to both recreation and parks throughout this COVID emergency. We have been on the front lines, and the approach that council has supported us in taking a slow and cautious approach to return to activities, I think has contributed to some of the good news we've had over the summer with the COVID cases, and we're going to continue that approach as we move forward. And I really do want to express my thanks to Mayor and members of council, as well as our CAO, for allowing us to take this approach and Brampton being seen as a leader in terms of COVID responses. So what we did, as Mayor Brown queued it up, is really took a look over the past week or so. And I'm going to start with just outlining what our current outdoor amenities are. And really, if we are in a situation where indoor activities are not able to continue due to a second wave or an uptick in cases, we're well positioned in Brampton with our current amenities. But as Mayor Brown said, there are some things that we can do to enhance and increase and accentuate some of that. And so we're looking forward to doing that. So next slide, please, Charlotte. So I'm going to just briefly refresh so that everybody's on the same page in terms of what we do have already, and then the next slides will also take you through what we're proposing to enhance or accentuate some of those amenities, and then talk about the funding and some of the estimates. And I do want to put a caveat. Recreation and Parks team has worked diligently on this over the last week or so, but the numbers are still estimates, and so we'll be returning with more detailed information. Next slide, please, Charlotte. If we can go to the next slide, please. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So CHINGUACOUSY Park, as you all well know, we've got a outdoor skating trail where the fountain is used in the summer that provides for free public skate drop-in. We also have what we refer to as Mount CHINGUACOUSY, which has tubing, skiing, snowboarding, and we also offer a variety of lessons. So again, weather dependent, and I would put that caveat in terms of all of this information. It's a lot of winter activities are weather dependent, but weather dependent, CHINGUACOUSY Park offers a lot of activities and winter activities currently for residents to utilize. Next slide, please. We also have some other outdoor skating amenities and rinks and trails. So Gage Park, as you're all familiar with, right across from City Hall. Again, public skate and drop-in, as we also offer skate rentals there through a third-party vendor. Mount Pleasant, the area right in front of the school and library, also has a skating rink that's, again, free and free for the public to drop in and do skating as well. And then Gore Meadows, we've got the outdoor covered skating rink. And what we're proposing this year, and I think we did this last year as well, is to make that free for public skates and drop-ins as well. And so giving residents an opportunity to come and skate with their family in a covered arena. And so that's available as well. Next slide, please. The other two things we have that are non-skating related is, one is we've got the dome at the Sandra Hames Center, the tennis bubble, which offers 6 indoor hard courts, and we've got the ability for league play, drop-in play, there's memberships, and that allows us to offer a socially distanced and physically distanced activity in the winter months, with tennis being one of the first ones being allowed in stage 1 of COVID. And so if we are in a situation where we do have to revert, we have the ability to dome that as we always do and allow that play to continue. The other thing we're very excited about is, although it's been delayed due to COVID, we are expecting to have the dome at the soccer center up by January, if things stay according to plan and the most recent update I received. And so that dome will be able to cover an artificial turf field, which can be divided into 4 quadrants. It also has a track. So as Mayor Brown talked about with our track and field club, one of the things we did when planning this a couple of years ago was make sure that we have a it says 100-meter track, but it's actually, I think, a 60-meter track in the facility that allows them to do training at that facility as well. And so we're well positioned to allow some physically distant sports to continue at that dome and also at the tennis dome. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing here is we took a look at the city and the geographic distribution, and we're suggesting that we would add 3 additional outdoor skating rinks with artificial, with ice refrigeration and artificial ice refrigeration and laying pipes down so that we can allow residents to access skating rinks. And so the 3 locations are one, Flower City, and it just became a natural location because there is an outdoor box that's already has boards, and so that would be an easy location to add ice to. Alan Kerbal Park is also geographically located in the area where we would present additional access to residents for skating, and so that is our second. And then Earnscliffe is in a very highly dense area, and again, geographically distributed so that residents would be able to access skating throughout the winter. So these would be 3 artificial ice rinks that we would lay pipes and power and have those up and running for the winter. There are some estimates on the slide before you, about 1.3 million. That would include the power necessary to do that. It would include also an ice resurfacer machine that would have to travel from location to location to make sure that these are the ice is safe and we can maintain the ice. And again, and if we needed to put boards in, we could, but we could get away without boards at the other 2 locations and just have ice rinks. Next slide, please. We also put our heads together and thought that if those that are outdoor enthusiasts, if they wanted to, we could develop a cross-country skiing trail at Ching Park. It just made the more sense with the land availability and the existing trail that are already in place, trails that are already in place there. And so, and it's centrally located throughout the city. And so for a minor investment there, we think that we can implement a cross-country skiing trail, but also if people want to use it for snowshoeing, there would be nothing stopping them from doing that as well. Next slide, please. And the other thing that I'm really proud of the team as they put their head together was really to do some what we call outdoor winter pop-up programming. So this would be absolutely weather dependent, but you could think of it in the terms of if we got a snowfall and if it was packing snow, and we would have staff that would show up to predetermined locations and engage residents in snowmen or fort building, maybe scavenger hunts, maybe snowshoeing, maybe developing some snow culture. So we would put together, it's similar to the free program we offer in the summer called Play in the Parks, where we have selected locations and staff out there facilitating programming for residents at a free cost. And so this would be the same thing. And due to some of the, we think we can absorb that this year in our existing budget, because it would be part-time labor that would be helping to navigate this. So this would help supplement some of the activities in the winter, and it would give people a chance to get out, and we would have to communicate it through social media, and it would be on a sort of last minute basis because we couldn't plan it too far in advance, which is all weather dependent. But we're very excited about this because we can do this safely, socially distanced, physically distanced, and people can come and bring their kids and engage in some outdoor winter activities with your snowsuits on and your mitts and gloves. So excited about this as well. Next slide, please. So when we look at the map, just to kind of help you visually understand where we are in the city. So these are the existing rinks that I spoke of: Gore Meadows, Gage Park, and Mount Pleasant. The new rinks would include, and then Ching Park is also on one of our existing skating trails. The new, next slide, please. The new rinks would supplement those, so the Alan Kerbal, Flower City, and Earnscliffe, so that would again geographically fill in some more some spots. Next slide, please. And then we would supplement all of this with pop-up programming. So the pop-up programming would include, as I just spoke about, these weather-dependent, city-facilitated outdoor events where we would gather people together to do some fun outdoor activities. So as you can see by this slide here, the combination of the rinks, the new snowshoeing and trail, and the additional pop-up programming, and I think these would allow us to continue with to present some good outdoor alternatives should we be in a case where indoor activities are not able to be allowed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please. Oh, and I spoke too soon. There's that new ski snowshoeing at Ching Park as well. Next slide, please. So as previously spoken, we would get this out to the public through websites, social media. Again, there would be a lot of, we work in coordination with our partners in strategic communications to make sure that we have some good campaigns to let people know about sort of the new investments that we potentially could make pending council approval, but also some of these last minute pop-up programming type events. Next slide, please. Just a couple of considerations, the sort of fine print that's always included in every presentation. You know, as I said, the operations and programming are all weather dependent. We do sometimes get a milder winter, which doesn't allow us to have great operations over at Mount CHINGUACOUSY, and the same would happen for the pop-up programming. The ice can usually survive pretty good, especially the artificial refrigeration. So that's why we've gone that way in order to allow that to be able to withstand some of the elements. We also would have to take a look if we could, if there are providers that safely can provide equipment for these types of activities, such as snowshoeing, cross-country skiing. We think we can facilitate through some of our existing rentals at Ching Park, but we will be taking a closer look to see if we can facilitate equipment rentals. And then there will be some additional temporary staff necessary to maintain these new locations and make sure that they're inspected and they remain safe for resident enjoyment throughout the winter months. Next slide, please. So as we took a look at the cost, the estimated proposal for adding the 3 new rinks and the cross-country trail is about $1.4 million right now. Those are high-level estimates. As we explore them further, we hopefully can refine that number a little bit more, but wanted to give council some sense of the investment that would be correspond to the amenities that are outlined in the accompanying presentation. So, and then, as I said, the pop-up programming is something that we feel we can absorb through our existing budget for this year. The last slide, please. So as Mayor Brown said, so I wouldn't spend too much time on this one. There may be the potential to access some federal or provincial dollars if the funding streams come through, or a reallocation of money through the Investing in Canada COVID Resilience stream. So we work with in combination with our partners in government relations through Gerdeep's group and understand what elements are available, and if successful, be able to access dollars to help mitigate some of these costs. But as I said, this was just an overview of what we currently have, what we think we would like to provide pending council approval and budget approval for additional amenities. And we will come back with some more detail should it be once we have that and once we have more information. But this was intended, as Mayor Brown said, to provide that overview so that Brampton residents aren't stuck inside all winter. And we are very well positioned already with our existing assets, and these recommendations will help supplement the amazing investment that council has made in our infrastructure to allow residents in Brampton to hopefully make it through the winter and get through on the other side of this pandemic. So that is it for the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any potential questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a list of questions. First, we have Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this exciting announcement. I guess I'll start with a little bit of a downer, and I don't mean to do this, but I recall hearing early on in this COVID pandemic, before it actually became a pandemic, and it was actually before it was even in Canada, we were thinking that we would be safe. There were comments around, well, it'll be here for the summer, and then once the winter comes, that would kill it. So then we had started hearing that this virus actually would spread more and faster in the winter months. Can we have we looked at, or can we just do a double check in terms of this virus and how it relates to the cold weather, and what that means for us with some of these outdoor amenities, driving people to come together and to be closer, and if it does just kind of set the groundwork now and make sure that everybody is safe once we implement these in the cold weather?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Paletti. You're absolutely right. So any of these amenities would come with what we're currently doing. I don't know if you had a chance to visit Ching Park during this summer, but with the outdoor wading pool, we actually kept it fenced and had staff with counters, and we limited the amount of people utilizing it at one time. So we would think that this would be the same for any of these amenities. There will be limits because the public health does encourage outdoor uses because you're not breathing in recirculated air and you have the ability to physically distance, but we will still have to implement, you're absolutely right, limits in terms of how many people can access any of these activities at once, and it will be reduced from what we would normally allow during the winter.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, and I think I wouldn't be a very good counselor if I didn't highlight that wards 2 and 6 is not very well represented in these new outdoor amenities. But that being said, it's okay. But I do ask that we potentially look at the possibility of having a cross-country skiing trail adjacent to the Etobicoke Creek Trail. I know there are some inhibitors there that the growth comes fairly close to the pathway. But if we could have the pathway when we clear that for cyclists in the winter, and then next to the pathway have maybe on both sides. I know in Ward 2 it may be easier. I would look to Councillor Santos or Councillor Vincente in the south of Boulevard to be able to say if it's a possibility. Over the bridges, I think the bridges are wide enough that they could allow for maybe half of the path to be cleared of snow and leave the other half as the cross country. But I think for sure through Loafers Lake and even up into north of Conservation, I think that there would be enough room for us to have some kind of a trail system that would accommodate both the cyclists and cross country. So if we could look into the possibility of that there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We'll take a look into that, Councillor Paletti.
Okay, and then the other two things that there used to be, there still is one, but there used to be on the southwest corner of Sandalwood and Conestoga ice rink that the city used to manage out of Jim Archdeacon. It was always known as the Green Boards, and it was stopped some time ago. And it was just it was an outdoor facility. I think we got somebody local. I think Doug Rainier from Primrose used to go over and help out with it as well. But if there's a potential for us to accommodate the support of trying to get another ice rink back up and running there, especially with the new subdivision well into construction on the northwest corner, if there's a possibility. And then overall throughout Brampton, if there are many spots that residents are managing and maintaining ice rinks that are on city property, and we allow them to do that. And I think we lend some kind of support. I'm not sure what kind, but if we can look at hopefully trying to support them maybe even a little bit more Also, I've built many ice rink in my lifetime, and I've never had access to a Zamboni. I've always been able to make my own Zamboni. So for these new amenities, if it is a great distance that the Zamboni is having to drive, can we look at? We have the trucks with the watering tanks on the back, and if we could look at the possibility of having them not converted, but filled with water, brought out in a simple, piping solution with to make that into a Zamboni. I think that would be a little bit more cost effective. Can we look into that as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So absolutely, we can look into that, Councilor Pleshy. We are looking at what the cost benefit of having one resurfacer that just kind of travels on the back of a truck that we could lease. That may be more cost effective, but we'll look into that. And with respect to your earlier comment on the sort of flooding of sites, which is that some community members do, I know our parks team is looking at that program as well to see what we can do to support that. So your comments are well positioned, and we're on them.
Thank you so much, Derek. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Next, I have Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Following up on Councillor Pleshy's fantastic suggestions, I had a couple just like his, because Councillor Medeiros and I do have in our wards several of the community skating rinks, Peel Village Park, Treleaven Park, places like that. And if we could get them some assistance somehow in setting up the boards a little earlier. I know we don't like to put plastic down, but I mean, that's a way to keep the rink there a little longer, if it's possible. I'd also like to talk about his suggestion, Councillor Pleshy's suggestion for the skiing and cross-country skiing and snowshoeing for those people who have their own equipment. And I would like to see that extended through Centennial Park area as well, because you can get right from downtown all the way up to Steeles. If that could be looked at as well for people who have their own equipment, who just want to go out. Derek, what are the hours currently for public skating at Gage Park, for example?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're on the spot right now, Councillor Bowman, but I want to say that it's opened at about 10 or 11 in the morning, and it runs through till I think 8 or 9. That's off the top of my head, but I do know it's later in the morning, but definitely into the evening.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. So I'm just wondering if we can extend those hours. There might be a lot of schools locally who may want to get the kids out in some form of skating as well, and they may want to do that at 9 o'clock in the morning, for example. We did have lots of people asking last year that the skating rinks stay open on weekends longer than 9 o'clock at night, maybe till 10 or 11, since they're well lit. So if we can look at that, that would be great. Do we have any sort of policy on toboggan hills, Derek?
I have to look into that. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd have to look into that. It does come up from time to time. Let me look into that, because I don't know what our policy is. I do know that people do use some of our hills for tobogganing. We don't facilitate it at some of the hills from a safety standpoint, in terms of some of them with the runoff or the slope and the steepness, but I'm not sure. So I'll have to get back to you to see if there's a formal policy on that I can send a note to council on that once we get some information.
Okay, beautiful. This may sound like a silly sort of thing, but have we looked at anywhere where we could use indoor horseshoe pits like we had for the Canadian Horseshoe Championships at the Powerade Center? Would that be in the realm of possibilities with some of our covered facilities?
I'm not familiar with that. That probably predates my time, through you, Mr. Chair, so I could take a look. The only thing, are you talking about for horseshoeing, Councillor Bowman?
Yeah, for throwing horseshoes.
Yes.
We had the championships here, I guess it was last year, at the Powerade Center or CIA Center, and they were just removable horseshoe pits.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so I can take a look into that. I think one of the things we were trying to do with this presentation was keep it to outdoor activities that could allow for a great deal of physical distancing and a great number of people. But we can look at that offline to see if there's any facilities we have that could facilitate that.
Okay, thank you. And my last question was, you put up some of those things, Derek, that we could do like on an ad hoc basis. And I'm just wondering, I myself have played in a snowball tournament before, which is baseball in the snow with yellow baseballs, and a Nerf volleyball game with a Nerf ball in the snow. Could we look at some things like that as well, where we've got the facilities already there? It would just be a matter of maybe a very light grooming to allow things like that to happen.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. Those were just intended as examples. I'm sure if we put our heads together with the team, that we can take a look at other opportunities that may exist. The issue again is just that a lot of these are weather dependent. So you're the pre-planning into those activities, you don't want to put a lot of time, and then the weather can curtail those. But absolutely, we can look into a variety of activities.
Wonderful, and I'm happy that everybody's thinking outside the box on this. This is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Next, we go to Councillor Fortini.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. That was great points what Councillor Palashi did about the cross-country skiing. Just a couple of questions. We got Victoria Park Arena. Is anything going to be happening with that arena in Howden? Recreation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, are you talking about the facility development projects?
Well, we got the Victoria Park that was supposed to be torn down, and we were supposed to start. I remember me and Patrick Brown, the mayor, we went there. And now it's been over a year and something now. We heard nothing about it there, and Howden Recreation Center.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So those construction projects are being led by our building design and construction group, and I know COVID has put halt on some of the those projects, but we are still proceeding with design. Both of those projects that you mentioned haven't gone out to tender yet, but are in pre-design right now with building design and construction. But what we can do is I can ask the BDC team to provide you and Councillor Williams with an update on those projects, but they are proceeding forward. It's just they're not going to be, those are substantial redevelopment and renovation projects.
Yeah, thank you. But I thought Howden, the design was already done, completed 8 months ago. And they were supposed to tear it down already 2 months ago. It was supposed to be torn down.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I can provide, we are actually coming to council with an update on Howden. There, as you recall, there are some land issues there. So I don't want to go into detail in session, but some of that land is working with the Peel District School Board, the Dufferin Peel Catholic School Board in terms of making sure we configure it appropriately. So I can maybe take that, have a conversation with you offline in terms of just refreshing your memory on that one. But we are proceeding with those projects, but they're not, that Howden in particular is not just a straightforward. And the concepts that you saw were just concepts. Those were not detailed design drawings.
Okay. And Victoria Park is still going through, right?
Yeah. So so the Vic Park tender is out, and it closes on September 24th. So that project is moving.
Okay, great, thank you. And I mean, yeah, I know about some problems with the land, with the church, and I thought we settled with the school board, but I'll leave it up to you, and you're doing great, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Williams.
Hi, yes, thank you, Commissioner Boyce, through the chair. Thank you, Commissioner Boyce, for bringing this forward. It's really exciting. Winter is a fun time to play, even though it's so cold, but it's good to get everybody out. So just have a question about, similarly to Professor's Lake, to access the beach, there was a reservation program and system that they were using. If we're finding that some of the the numbers are getting really high and such, is there a way to use that funding to implement some type of reservation system for some of these events and facilities that are going to have the outdoor activities?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, that's what I would, in my response to Councilor Paletti, that's what I was alluding to, is that we would, this is all high level, like, and kudos to the staff in Recreation and Parks. They were only given about a week to pull this together for this presentation. But the specifics around it would be, if we, at certain amenities, definitely the hill, maybe not the ice rinks, but we may have to have staff there monitoring usage. So we've got to figure out the specifics, but they're where we have the reservation system that we utilized over the summer at Prof Lake, and our new recreation registration software, which just launched yesterday. We have the ability to implement reservation systems where it's appropriate.
Okay, that'd be great. And so my question around rentals, you know, and to encourage safety, making sure all of the rentals are being wiped down, clean and sanitized. Are we able to use funding for some of those safety measures that we need to be putting in place for these rentals?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the funding, so there's two things. The Mayor Brown alluded to a potential funding program from the federal provincial government. We don't have any details on that as of yet. So the numbers that we will come back to council, and again, we have to refine these numbers and make sure that they're accurate, but the numbers we come back with council will include the cost, mostly the infrastructure cost. A lot of that cleaning and sanitization, we will, if necessary, to increase resources and sanitation and products, we'll put that in that number, but some of that will be part of our just sort of daily practices in this sort of new normal world that we're living in.
Okay, great. It'd be great if we could use some of that funding towards some of these safety measures that would really assist us in being able to carry out all of these initiatives in a safe way. I do support Councillor Bowman's recommendation around extending the hours. I think if that's a possibility at a certain time. I know some people like to go out and play pick-up hockey games or things like that on some of our rinks, and I'm hoping we can really consider having that as an option. Also, is there any ways to collaborate with the TRCA? Because I know in Brampton we have like Heart Lake Conservation as well as Clairville, and they have beautiful trails that could facilitate cross-country skiing and snowshoeing. And so I'm wondering if that's an option that we can use with the application for funding, being able to say we're collaborating with TRCA to run some of those programs there. And then also, you know, we have some of our rinks have those skate stands, and I think as we are encouraging young people to learn to skate, if we're not running lessons, can we see if we can get more of those skate stands for kids, or even, you know, maybe some younger adults that need to have balance while on ice rinks? Is it possible to get some of those skate stands through the funding as well? And then finally, broom ball. I don't think we have a broom ball league in Brampton, but I know some people do play broom ball, and I think that would be another great addition to some of these initiatives as well, if we haven't thought of that as well.
You know, through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, absolutely, we'll take all these suggestions into consideration. Just wanted to reiterate that these programs are really intended to be generic public use, get sort of most benefit for the most good. Some of these specific items are definitely items that we can work with community members, TRCA, in terms of developing sort of actual programs. But given the fact that this is in response to COVID and perhaps a retraction to an earlier stage, some of those activities are probably not going to be allowed, such as broom ball or sort of where they're in close proximity. So we will definitely look into that. And then the stands, definitely we can look into that. That's a bit of we can look into that issue. I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Great. Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Next, I have Councillor Willens.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Derek. I'm not going to speak on programming. I'm going to speak more to the outdoor amenities that you want to get going. Councillor Paletti is correct. There isn't really much in wards 2 and 6, but I won't speak to that. I'll speak to more of the challenges we have. Years ago, I used to work at the city, as you know, and we actually had a crew that went around. We had didn't have a Zamboni, but we had if it snowed, we had a snow clearing crew that went around ahead of time to the various outdoor rinks. And then we had a water truck, as Councillor Paletti suggested. and there was a crew on the water truck. The one guy drove around, the other guy went on the ice and flooded. And it was more to get it started. We did it with some of the rinks that were done by community members, one at Treleaven, I believe. There was one at Helen Wilson as well. There was a number of rinks east and west of the city, and there was 2 different crews, and they were dedicated crews when the weather permitted. When there was cold weather, we went out there and we worked midnights. So I know that some of the union staff might not be too happy about that, but we went out at midnights and we watered until the wee hours of the morning, and the rinks were in great shape. They were full-size boards, a lot of them. And then that sort of program sort of faded away under the direction of new people as they came in. But in light of that, is there a possibility, Derek, and I know that you have some information on this, the synthetic ice. Now, I'm not talking about it for the community rinks, but more for the ones that we own, like the ones at Flower City campus, and perhaps putting them on tennis courts such as it's Cassie Campbell. Some of the ones that we do have, the outdoor rinks, the bowl at Flower City campus. It's synthetic ice. It's really advanced over the last number of years, and it's just a film. It lasts, I think, 10 to 15 years. You bring it up in the summer, so the outdoor bowls would still be usable for the summer sports like ball hockey or lacrosse or tennis. And then you put this stuff down and bring it up in the spring. You don't have to water this stuff. It's all synthetic. All we have to do is worry about snow clearing, and you can use light equipment snow clearing on it, like a snowblower, ride-along snowblower or something like that. So that's sort of my two cents on that. So maybe Derek, and when you come back to the report on the different areas, I think maybe we can do something like you did with Parks did with the capital projects. When the funding is available from the feds, I guess we ask for capital projects to come up with some areas, and maybe we can do a list so that it's equally balanced. Because I know Loafers Lake would love something. I mean, Conestoga and Sandalwood, Council Palachi spoke about that rink, and we did water that one as well back in the old days. There's a number of committees or community members like Boreham Park do a fantastic job. They get the whole community involved, but some of these ones, like Treleaven Park does as well, maybe we can look at assisting these people with the water truck earlier on in the season. And I don't know why we don't put plastic down. I know people say that it's a risk because it melts, but seriously, the ice never gets thicker than 4 inches, so I don't think there's much of a risk there. But anyway, if you can look at all those, maybe with a further report comes forward, but I certainly think it should be distributed equally across the city, and maybe look at the crews if we're going to go to a natural ice. Now, I'm not talking about ones with Mount Pleasant or CHINGUACOUSY Park where there's the refrigeration. I'm talking about the ones that are in remote areas that have the full boards, like Flower City campus. Those are the ones that we can put the synthetic ice on. There's probably might only have to do one in each quadrant of the city, and that would probably be a nice place to get people outdoors and not necessarily do programming, just more for an open skate. Divide them if you have to for public skating and for hockey or winter sports on the other side. So that might be something to look at as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. And I was just going to say, I want us to look at these prices carefully. And for the recreational staff, when we're looking at the cost of these, as much as possible, look at ways to mitigate costs. When I saw the price list, $1.3 million for an outdoor artificial ice rink, I scratched my head a little bit because I have a friend who did one for $25,000. And so sometimes when it's government that embarks upon a project, the costs can escalate. And I know, given the fact this is going to be temporary, that this is when you're going to need to be agile and fast to set this all up. I would suggest we consult as many vendors as possible to look at what the costs are, because I'm sure there's lots of Brampton families that put together a pretty special rink with costs that are manageable for a family. And so I know these are smaller rinks, but even for bigger ones, I'm sure there's ways that we can get those costs down. And so if we could do research of the vendors that are doing these, I know there's a number of vendors that are doing these, and look at maybe in the next report we're going to get, or the next proposal for council, given all the feedback that you've been getting today, you could do a more exhaustive search of the cost, given the fact that the numbers we see on a family level are very different. And like I said, I've skated on an outdoor artificial rink that a friend had, and the costs were astronomically different. It doesn't need to be a permanent structure with concrete. There are temporary structures that are available, and I'd encourage you to look at those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Pertini, second time.
Sorry, that was an accident.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm offline. Thank you.
I have no further speakers, so I have a motion moved by Mayor Brown to receive the COVID-19 update on outdoor winter recreational amenities. Excuse me. Any opposed? That carries. So members of committee, we're now moving on to public delegations. Our next item is item 7.1, a housekeeping amendment to the user fee bylaw for animal services. I'll ask the clerk if there are any delegations at today's meeting regarding this matter.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are not.
Okay, seeing none, we'll then move on to the next item. We have a delegation, item 7.2, from Henry F. Verschuren, CD, the Government and Community Liaison, the Regimental Association of the Lawrence Scots, regarding a proposal for the City of Brampton Lawrence Scots Military Museum. Welcome, Henry. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Henry, we're just bringing up the presentation, but you're in the session now. You can unmute your microphone and please proceed.
Thank you. Welcome.
Go ahead, Henry.
And while we're waiting, if you need more time, Henry, I have a motion from Councillor Bowman to add more time. Any opposed? That carries. Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Excellent. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Committee of Council, for giving me this opportunity to speak to what we consider an important thing for the future that will celebrate our past. Can I have the next slide, please? So we want to talk about the current museum, the Regiment Museum of the Lawrence Scots Regiment, and it is at in a small house at 48 John Street, immediately behind the Brampton Armories. But it requires a new location to properly meet its function. The history of both the regiment and the city are so interconnected that one may gain a more complete understanding of the growth and development of Brampton through its display of distinguished military history, captured by artifacts, pictures, and the records of the Regiment Museum. Can I have the next slide, please? So the museum has grown over a number of years, and our collection has increased, and we now find ourselves in a position that our current premises are quite inadequate to the proper display of the history of this regiment and this community. Thus, we require a new and larger location close to the regimental headquarters, which is at 2 Chapel Street. Next slide, please. So here's our proposal to you today. It is proposed that the City of Brampton join together with the Lawrence Scots to form the City of Brampton Lawrence Scots Military Museum. Now, this program would be a partnership, a joint endeavor with the City of Brampton and the Lawrence Scots in partnership. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this project is to bring together the city and the Lawrence Scots in an effort to commemorate and recognize the tapestry of history in this community by making available to the public all the artifacts and pictures and documents that we have and that we will add to demonstrate the ongoing commitment of Bramptonians to this community. Can I have the next slide, please? The joint museum would also serve as an education center for youth. Currently, there are such as school groups, etc., and there'll be a classroom environment and an area for artifacts being displayed. And we have school groups. There are 5 cadet corps in Brampton. All of them are around just below 100 or over 100 in membership, and other youth groups such as Girl Guides, Scouts, etc. The museum will also provide resource material upon request for historians who want to research the regiments of Brampton and the military history, and to members of the public who may wish to search for history of ancestors of the members and families who served. Can I have the next slide, please? So, where do we put this? All right, so we've had conversations starting at the beginning of the year with city staff, and they confirmed that there's only one location in downtown core that would be suitable, and that is the upper floor and the unused portion of the lower floor of the Carnegie Library, which is located at the corner of Chapel Street and Queen, and that's immediately north of the regional headquarters of 2 Chapel. Can I have the next slide, please? So the Carnegie Library, as we know, was built in 1906 with a grant from the Carnegie Library Foundation, and it is a heritage building. I'm sure you also know that the regimental headquarters for the Lawrence Scots at 2 Chapel Street is actually owned by the city, and it was once, I think it was the first fire hall in Brampton, and the main armories at 12 Chapel Street are also heritage buildings. And so you've got 3 heritage buildings in a row there. Next slide, please. The Carnegie Library is currently the home of the Brampton Concert Band, who have the 2/3 of the lower floor, approximately, and this proposal in no way interferes with the operations of the Brampton Concert Band. Can I have the next slide, please? But it's important that they're there. The Brampton Concert Band was formed in 1884, and it is part of the ongoing and living history of Brampton. The Lawrence Scots Regiment, we trace our history to back before Confederation, and it's also part of the ongoing and living history of Brampton. And I want to emphasize ongoing. When the call came for the Canadian military to assist in COVID, well over 80 members of the Lawrence Scots dropped what they were doing, signed up, and served full time for the duration until the Canadian forces were stood down. It is therefore respectfully submitted that this heritage building be used exclusively as a site for Brampton's heritage, with the housing of the Brampton Concert Band, together with the City of Brampton, Lawrence Scots Military Museum, and that should become a heritage destination in this city. May I have the next slide, please? So the history of this proposal. This is not the first time that we've been discussing this. We discussed this with city staff in the latter part of 2016 during the last council term with the approval of the then mayor. And at that point in time, that the premises that we're looking at, the upper floor of Carnegie, had been vacant for a couple of years at that point. We reached an agreement with staff that had to be ratified by council. However, before we got to council, we were informed that the building was no longer available because it was required for municipal purposes. Please remember that phrase. It's coming back at you in the next couple of slides. May I have the next slide, please? Now, we know that since that time, remember when we talked about this in 2016-17, the place had been empty for a couple of years. It's still empty. The only time it was used was for a short period for the transition team for the mayor after the election and before he was sworn in. So at the beginning of 2020, a new proposal started to be discussed with a new museum committee that was representative of the community. It was decided that this time the project would be a joint one between the city and the Lawrence Scots. May I have the next slide, please? So in June 2020, city staff reported back to us that other than the Carnegie Library, there are no other locations in downtown Brampton for this project. They also stated that they would not support this project because the library may be required for municipal purposes in the next few years. There's that phrase again. Now, I want to emphasize something here. The staff, in saying that, we're looking after the Lawrence Scots interests. Okay? Because what was conveyed to us was, we don't want you spending tens of thousands of dollars designing display cabinets and stuff like that, only to have the building expropriated in a couple of years' time for other municipal purposes. Okay? We have heard, and that's the only objection we heard from staff. We've heard no other objections to the proposal other than it may be required in the next 2 years for other municipal purposes. I submit to you that if the city of Brampton is involved in this program, and it's a partnering program. That is a municipal purpose. May I have the next slide, please? So the interior design will be the responsibility of the Lawrence Scotts. Will not only provide the contents of the joint museum, but the display cases, etc. The picture you see there was our sister regiment in Bury in the UK, the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers. In the document, the 14-page document that you have that accompanies this, you'll see pictures of, there's more pictures in there, but they're of a museum in Bury. Can I have the next slide, please? The interior design and content will celebrate the diversity of Brampton and the diversity of the Lawrence Scotts. We are one of the most diverse regiments in Canada, and we're very proud of that. When designing the permanent displays, we will celebrate this diversity. There will be at least one display setting out the contributions from the South Asian community in Brampton. The diversity of the regiment is not a new thing. I was very honored to participate with Councillor Williams and the Mayor celebrating the current diversity of the regiment at the closing ceremonies of Black History Month this year. And but in doing so, we celebrated a veteran of the Lawrence Scotts who served in the First World War and the Second World War. So the diversity of the regiment is not a new thing, but it continues. We are also in negotiations which have progressed almost to completion with Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment. Their connection with our regiment is that Conn Smythe was a lieutenant colonel of the regiment, an honorary lieutenant colonel of the regiment, and they're also interested in displaying the military services of former Toronto Maple Leafs. Now, I say almost to completion. They're waiting for you to make a decision, and then I think we can actually complete those negotiations. Can I have the next slide, please? So, partnership responsibilities. Both the city and the Lawrence Scotts will have their own responsibilities, and I've set that out in the proposal document, which we have, and it's cut out in detail, but there's nothing exclusive about that. It can be added to or taken away. We need to talk about that. But it's based on a precedent that's nearby. In Barrie, Ontario, there is a military museum for the Great and Simcoe Foresters, and it's in partnership with Barrie, and the responsibilities, partner responsibilities, are almost identical to what we're proposing in the program that we're putting before you today. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, time is of the essence here. We hope to open the new joint museum in this time next year. Now, unless things change, the Lawrence Scotts will receive authorization for new regimental colors, which will include battle honors that are not on the current colors. So we're talking about battle honors that have been awarded a few years ago for the War of 1812, and there's 4 different battle honors on there. And so that will be added, and you get, if you look at the bottom, I think on page 12, you see of the proposal, you'll see what the current regimental colors look like. So next slide, please. When that happens, so about this time next year, there'll be a presentation of the colors parade, which is a very rare military ceremony, and will include a regimental reunion. His Royal Highness, the Duke of Kent, our Colonel-in-Chief, has expressed an interest in attending, but those of you who dealt with royal visits before will know that he can't confirm until a couple of months beforehand. But he's interested, he's aware of it. This would be an opportune time to open this museum in a joint ceremony with His Royal Highness the Duke of Kent and the Mayor, and Brampton Councillors, of course, there. However, if we're going to do this in time, then we need to move, and we need to move relatively quickly on this to make sure it's ready for the fall of 2021. Can I have the next slide, please? So in conclusion, I submit respectfully the proposal that you have. You will also find a letter from Air Commodore Batty, who is the national president of the Indian Air Force Association. He's a member of Branch 15 in Brampton, and he's well known in the South Asian community and the veterans community in Brampton. Now, for those of you who may not understand what an Air Commodore is, if you take that rank and translate it into Army terms, he's a brigadier general. And so he absolutely supports this program. We are looking for the establishment of the City of Brampton Lawrence Scotts Military Museum. located in the available and vacant space at Carnegie Library. And this will be a joint Brampton Heritage endeavor in a Brampton Heritage building. That concludes what I have to say to you today. If you have any questions, I'm here as always to answer them.
Thank you very much, Commander. I have no questions from members of committee. In this situation, we will be referring your request to staff. So do I have a mover for referring this item to staff? Someone just want to speak up? Okay, Councillor Bowman has moved to refer this delegation for staff reports. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you, Commander.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our next item is item 7.3. We have a delegation from Mr. Jadvinder Sodhi of the Homeowners Welfare Association. Mr. Sodhi, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and the members of the Council Committee. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity. Adil Mack is with me. Other members of the Homeowners Welfare Association and concerned residents are from their PCs and listening. We request to give us maybe a minute or so extra because Adil has to close the remarks on the funding on the Safe City. So going back to the delegation, Homeowners Welfare Association is known name for standing up the grassroots irrespective of your social, religious, political beliefs, differences. We stand together united for our own Brampton. So road and public safety is a key along with Adil's remarks. We would request separate meeting to initiate a new proposal to eliminate public concerns of road safety. I live on Mayfield Road. You know, everyday accidents, Highway 50, everyday accidents. The cameras has been put on the local streets, which could have been more, right? Which could have helped more, right? And another one is 4 angels lost life. Yaz Chaudhry's incident happened. Daylight robbery at gunpoint in Brampton East. Heavy traffic on Mayfield, we talked about that. And next one is you see a lady got gunshot by the police. And last week, I posted a video which has been seen by 30,000+ people, 560 shares. That means Brampton is really concerned. Our pages are active pages in the community. And same incident happened in Mayfield. There is another picture, 3 angels picture, the lady, and the next one is Suraj Deep. Daylight, 3 o'clock. He got just for the phone. That means Brampton has a problem. We understand justice system. Is everyone listening? Hello? Is the voice coming in?
Coming through loud and clear, yes. Continue.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to ensure that. So Brampton, this gentleman got lost. We appreciate Patrick's initiatives on asking to have these teenagers bring in the justice system. We appreciate those initiatives by Patrick Brown, our mayor, and the council. And same thing, some incidents I can list the name on July 24th, 27th, 28th, 31st, 4th August, 6th August, 13th again, 13th again, 14th, 21st, 1st September shooting, and again one lady got killed in the driveway. So many incidents. On top of it, so many incidents are not recorded. Police just send in a response back, hey, go to your insurance company. So those are not recorded. People don't understand what to do in this case. Robbery every day. We have delegated last year, year before, from last 2014, we are continuously almost every year delegating to the Peel region, to the city of Brampton on public safety. So we have been active and engaged with the community, and we have done so many town halls on safety and other public issues. It's a known group. We would like to have some requests, separate meeting with the team, so that way we can propose some of the good ideas which maybe will be helpful for the city and the region. And we will be delegating Peel Police Board. We will be delegating to the region of Peel, but 6 of the members in this sitting council represent at regional level and along with our mayor. And 3 mayors, Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon sits on the police board. So that means there is a fair amount of representation from our city, and also incidents happen in the city. I think it's a collaborative and collective responsibility of all of us residents and our politicians, either it's a federal, provincial, or municipal. It's a collaborative effort to improve our city. You have been designated, you have been elected to represent us. We expect very high from our elected representatives, and we are raising a flag with the provincials regularly and with the federals too. We're going to be meeting them individually on this safety concern because people in Brampton are completely not feeling safe. And another one is a police station. We understand that there is a limited of resources and everything else, but same time, and where I live, Brampton, Mayfield and Highway 50 is 19 or 20 kilometers from the police station in Bramley City Center. There's another one on Ontario. Next one opened up. We appreciate you open up in a downtown Brampton, but you see Brampton West, how far it gone up to Winston Churchill and Mayfield. How far is Highway 50 and Mayfield is east side. Then south is same thing. The city has been grown too fast, too far. It's a house of houses. So in order to provide the services, essential services, fire and the police presence, we understand that we can't have a police presence in every house and every place, but if they are more on the road, if their focus is on public safety, if we disengage the criminal groups, that will help the city to grow fast, and city council and even citizens are willing to support. If you call a meeting with the provincials or federal MPs and MPPs, we would like to be participate. We will support you, but you need to take initiative and please appreciate what the citizens are doing for the residents. Again, increase police presence to control criminal activities, police station in Brampton East West, reform new policies to assure public road safety, strict enforcement against criminals, public engagement in advisory board, and other reforms. We don't know who are on the police board advisory city. We understand that it's a political positions, and the committees are being given to friends, not kind of people who are engaged, who are working for it. That's fine, but we need to have more engaged. You can add more people on the board who are actively working for the community. So sport initiative of Safe Brampton, that's a new initiative we are taking on under the banner of Homeowners Welfare Association. And we appreciate on behalf of Jotwinder Sodhi, Sukhvinder Tillon, Sukhjot Naru, Harinder Chima, Sukhvinder Samra, and Adil Mack. Adil Mack is here. She will close the remarks on safety issues, please.
Hi there, thanks for listening to our presentation. And as you will see from this presentation, there are many points that we are concerned about within our city, many safety points. Contrary to the IC report, there is another entity that would like to bid on Brampton safety funds. This entity is the most senior to any other group that has been out there. As we just found out on Facebook that there are going to be funds bid on today for safety in our city. We are asking for our opportunity to present what Safe City Brampton can bring to our city. We are requesting to come back within 30 days to present our full presentation on how to make Brampton safe.
Thank you very much. And it's a collaborative effort, and we would like to work with the city, region of Peel, MPPs, MPs, because you are the policymakers. You are the one who's going to lead us. You're going to give us a direction. We will follow the footsteps with a collaborative, positive, engaged community. These are the few names of thousands of members in our groups.
Paul, you're muted.
Thank you for that. I have on my board Councillor Williams to speak.
Through the chair, I believe Councillor Singh is before me.
My apologies. Councillor Singh, you're up first.
I'm just, are we moving, I'm just confused. Are we moving a staff report or are we moving receipt?
As I understand it, Councillor Singh, the delegation has asked for an opportunity to engage with the city and to have their concerns listened to in more detail.
Okay, because my suggestion would be to I think the approach the team is using is good. I think with delegation and the police, I think that's a right approach. And maybe I suggest instead of a staff report with the chair's lead, with the safety advisory committee, that they also delegate there and maybe besides so that we can get into a more concrete discussion with other stakeholders as well. But I'll leave that off to Councillor Williams, and thank you for your delegation. My question, just in return, is when are your dates to delegate application and with the police services?
Sorry, because it was disconnected a little bit. Can you please repeat your question?
You said you had dates to delegate at police services and region?
Yes, the Police Services Board has responded back to us. They said we will not take a virtual presentation, but it will be read out by the staff member. That's what their protocol is in the past. And region, we have given them information and looking forward to, I think it's on 15th or so. And looking forward to your support because you are the champions of Brampton, our regional councillors, our mayor, and everyone. But together we want to make our city, our region safe for our children, for our seniors, because they are sitting at home without much, because when I'm working, I feel my children, my mom at home unsafe. How they gonna retract to if somebody break the door and come in? And gunpoint in just 5-6 doors away from my home, there was a gunpoint robbery last term, and we have delegated on that as well, along with so many issues has not been recorded.
Yeah.
And Harkiya, thank you very much. You're always supportive, and you represent me. The entire team we represent from different councillors, but thank you very much for your ongoing support.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a good approach. And yeah, my thing would be instead of just asking for a staff report, maybe we refer this to the Safety Advisory Committee with Councillor Williams and continue the discussion there, because the board discussion and you know, all stakeholders that are part of the committee from all wards should perhaps be a part of it. But I'll let Councillor Williams speak to what she wants to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Jarvinder and Adele, for coming forward and expressing your concerns. Community safety is a high priority for all of us on council, and so I will move receipt of your delegation and for you to come back to collaborate with staff and then also to present to the Community Safety Advisory Committee. I think the members there would be really interested in hearing some of your ideas and suggestions. And so at the next Community Safety Advisory Committee, when we have a confirmed date, it would be great to have you on the agenda for that.
And thank you very much, Councillor Williams, and for your ongoing support. And you have seen, even when we did the barbecue, you were present. I think Harkiya Singh was present. We always have a diverse and all community engagement together. That's what we believe in, because Brampton is a very diverse city, and we have to have every stakeholder, not only the politicians from the community, to be part of it. Together, we can make Brampton the best place, because we are lacking of the employment opportunities, transportation. We have so many gaps over the decades, which we understand the challenges on you champions are facing the challenges today, but together, I think we can reduce the gaps. When we highlight, please don't consider we are pointing out fingers at you people who represent us. We are pointing a finger on the gaps for an appropriate resolution by working together. It's a team effort.
Okay, thank you, Jadvinder. I have no further questions. Mr. Clerk, just for clarity, do we also have Adele Rochon to present?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe she did speak at the end of Jadvinder's remarks.
Very good. Okay, thank you. So I see no further questions. We have a motion from Councillor Williams as displayed on the screen. No questions. All in favor? Anyone against? That carries. Thank you, Mr. Sodi, and thank you, Ms. Rochon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have item 7.4, a delegation from Usha Srivasan, the Director of Ryerson Venture Zone, regarding today's launch of Ryerson Venture Zone in Brampton. In place of Usha, we have today John McRitchie, Ryerson Venture Zone, to present and delegate to Council. Welcome, John.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Usha is present today along with John, so you are both in the session and you can unmute your microphone to proceed, please.
Thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Your Worship, Mayor Brown, and members of Council for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is John McRitchie. I'm Assistant Vice President for Zone Learning and Strategic Initiatives at Ryerson University, and I oversee the 10 incubation zones at Ryerson, as well as a number of external projects, including the zone in Brampton that we launched earlier today. I am here with Usha Srinivasan, who's the Director for the Ryerson Venture Zone in Brampton. We do hope that you had the chance to join us earlier for the online launch this morning. We had over 160 attendees at the event, and we had over 60 at the end who stuck through to the last half hour of 2 hours of the event, where we had a great discussion with the panel of Brampton entrepreneurs that joined us this morning. So we are here today just to highlight the launch, and would be happy to take any questions on where we are. The Ryerson Venture Zone will be Brampton's incubator dedicated to building and growing early stage, high potential technology-enabled startups in Brampton. I'm going to turn the mic over now to Usha, who'll give you an overview and update. So thank you again very much for this opportunity.
Usha, you should be able to unmute your microphone to proceed.
Hi.
There you go.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you able to hear me better?
Yes, clearly.
Oh, awesome. Great. Just wanted to make sure that was working. Good morning again. Thank you so much, Your Worship, the Mayor, and the Council members for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about Ryerson Venture Zone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for addressing our audience this morning at the launch. As John mentioned, we had quite a big turnout for our early morning presentation and a lively conversation from entrepreneurs. I should also thank all the Council members. I took the past couple of months to introduce myself to most of you and spoke with you, and I appreciate your advice and guidance as I was building out this Ryerson Venture Zone. So thank you so much for taking the time to do that. So we just wanted to give you a little bit of a flavor of what are the focus areas for this incubator at Brampton. So the 4 areas of focus are innovation, talent, industry, and community. So when we talk about innovation, and I have been on the call since earlier this morning, since 11, and intently listening to all the different issues that you deal with as Council members, and the one that we just heard about, public safety. Some of the things that you deal with as Council members are things that we want to be able to solve for through startup innovation, whether it's through public safety measures, through smart city measures, et cetera. So the number one point is we want to attract, nurture, and grow and retain in Brampton high potential technology startups to drive the economic growth in the city of Brampton, and then make Brampton the innovation destination for in Canada. It is the fastest growing city in Canada, and we want to attract entrepreneurs to come to the city. So that's the first focus on innovation itself. And we had over, I would say, over 80 new entrepreneurs that joined the call today, and I'm very excited to be able to connect with them and see what their areas of interest are. Number 2 is the talent. Even in the launch today, we heard often from members that Brampton is full of amazing talent, whether it's entertainment, arts, technology, business, and the panel members that participated were representatives of that community who are talented, who have been able to build some of the amazing businesses from Brampton. And so we we understand that we
He
are
says I'm
going through
not-
some challenging times. Hello?
Yes, continue.
Sorry. We understand that, during this period of COVID, people are hurting. People might have lost jobs. People might have been thinking about changing careers. So we do want to focus on the talent in Brampton, help them learn entrepreneurial skills, help them upskill so that they can pivot to a different career if they choose to, or build a business, their choice. But at the end of the day, we're building up the pipeline of talent that would help the future businesses of Brampton, corporate and startups. So the second focus is definitely going to be on the talent in Brampton. The third is the industry. Brampton is rich with a number of industries that are prominent that I have learned so much about in the past 3 months that I have been in this role. Advanced manufacturing, food processing, logistics, transportation, and there may be more that I have not discovered yet. But today we launched our first industry challenge in the health and wellness space. And we look forward to welcoming startups who will be solving for some pressing problems in this area in health and wellness. So we'll be welcoming both early stage startups who have maybe thought of building something and haven't quite progressed further, and net new companies that want to solve for this. So, and by doing that, we're also adding value to the industry that's in the Brampton region. We've been able to partner with Dynacare. We've had amazing conversations with LMC Healthcare. We have other partners we've brought on board as St. Elizabeth's Health and AgeWell, and William Osler Health System. We are continuing to have a conversation with them. So these industry partners are important for us to continue to add value to this ecosystem. So that's the third way. And lastly, but not least, is the community itself. We are dedicated to building a very diverse and inclusive incubator space. There is no wrong door. We are going to be a partner that works hand in hand with the RINKS Center, who's moving from Mississauga, and the Brampton Entrepreneurship Center, and Sheridan Edge. And we are all have visibility into our programming. Wherever, whatever door that the entrepreneurs come from, we're going to make sure that they are supported and taken care of in Brampton. And we ensure that we are reaching to all the vulnerable communities so that they're aware of these opportunities and take advantage of them. And so marketing and exposure to what we're doing is critical, and I have been able to reach over 100 different contacts this past 3 months, and making sure all communities were aware of the launch today. And lastly, by connecting with that, both public sector and community, we will be able to build that peer network for the startups. Building a early stage, business is not easy, and they need all the support that they can get, whether it's financial or other supports from the community, whether it's testing the new product in the hospital system or understanding how regulations might affect how they bring products to market. So we will need the support of the city, for example. So in order to help our startups grow their business, we'll have to focus on that as well. So essentially, that's what I really wanted to do. We understood we had 5 minutes, and tried to stick to the 5 minutes that was given to us. So this is a short presentation, and I'm happy, and John are happy to take any questions if there's any.
Thank you very much, Usha. I can happily say that I was present this morning and was so excited to see you guys launching today, and continue to be inspired by all the work that you are doing and by the support that we have in the city of Brampton from President Lashemi and his confidence and excitement over continuing to expand Ryerson in Brampton.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have no questions from members of committee. May I have a mover for receipts of this delegation? Councillor Medeiros, I have a motion from Councillor Singh to receive the delegation. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next, members of committee, item 7.5, a delegation from Deborah Kusturin, Brampton resident, regarding excessive exterior lighting on residential property. Welcome, Deborah. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Deborah, you are in the session now, so you can unmute your microphone and please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Deborah Kusturin, and I've lived in the city of Brampton for almost 30 years. Our family has lived on Donwoods Court since August 2005, and we purchased our house as brand new from the developer. Our property backs onto a ravine, and there are homes being built on the other side of the ravine, which was once part of the Castlemore Golf Course. Next slide, please. Many new subdivisions have been built along Countryside Drive east of Airport Road, and I've noticed that recently many of the new homes in the area have a large number of pot lights installed in the soffits around the roof lines of these new homes. Next slide, please. In our own subdivision, there are many homeowners that are having the same type of lights installed on their homes as well. This has become a very popular trend. I'm quite surprised, however, at the amount of lighting that is being used on some of the homes within our subdivisions. Next slide, please. I can understand when a home is on a large property and is set back from the roadway that the need for additional exterior lighting may be necessary for visibility and security. However, in most of the subdivisions within Brampton, the homes are very close together on small parcels of land and very close to the roadway. Next slide, please. In some cases, the number of pot lights are quite excessive, with as many as 30 lights on one house. Not only is this disruptive to the neighborhood, it is environmentally irresponsible. This is not appropriate for security lighting either, as it creates dark spots where people can hide. I've heard many complaints about these lights from other people as well. Next slide, please. I contacted the bylaw enforcement department via email regarding the fact that one of my neighbors across the street was leaving their lights on all night. They have a large number of pot lights surrounding their home that are cold white light, and some are located in the roof peaks at angles that are directed right at my second floor bedroom windows. Next slide, please. They are far stronger than the city street light, which is located directly across the street from my house. In fact, one evening, I thought the street light was out because it was dark in my house, but when I checked, it was not the case. The neighbor had turned off their lights. Next slide, please. The bylaw department officer, Frank Gretsch, contacted me by email to indicate that he would speak to them about turning their lights off at a reasonable hour. It is completely at their discretion, however, because the city of Brampton has no bylaw in place to regulate lighting. Next slide, please. The bylaw officer suggested that I take my issue up with City Council because I told him I felt the city should have some type of regulation regarding this type of exterior lights. I've included our email correspondence for your reference. Next slide, please. The City of Brampton, as well as every other metropolitan city, relies on lighting engineers to determine a sufficient amount of road lighting that is necessary to make our roads safe. This is established based on the health, safety, and well-being of persons and the protection of persons and property. Next slide, please. On residential streets where the speed of traffic is not a major factor, it's common to have a more decorative type of streetlight fixture. This is done to create a desirable ambiance with pleasant yet efficient lighting. Next slide, please. Choosing proper equipment and carefully mounting and aiming it can make a significant difference. Also, cold white daylight will generally be harsher than a soft yellow light. Ineffective external lighting contributes to glare, light trespass, overlighting, sky glow, and how light pollution is often caused by the way the light is emitted from lighting equipment. Next slide, please. As an example, the City of Toronto developed a Toronto Green Standard in 2006 and is revised and updated every 4 years. They created a document called Best Practices for Effective Lighting, and I've attached a copy for your reference. I would also like to note that the City of Mississauga enacted and passed a nuisance lighting bylaw in 2012, which I have attached for your reference. It defines nuisance as no direct lighting or indirect lighting shall be used so that an unusual quantity or type of light creates a glare or light trespass upon the land of others, so as to be or to cause a nuisance to the public generally or to others residing and carrying on business or trade in the vicinity. Next slide, please. When all the world is trying to reduce our energy footprint, it does not make sense to have an unnecessary and extreme amount of lighting on residential homes. Therefore, all cities should be regulating or at least deterring residents from doing this by limiting the amount of exterior lights on their homes to safe, acceptable levels within appropriate guidelines. Next slide, please. I should also like to note that security lights would be far more efficient if operated from a motion detector so that they do not have to be left on all night. I sincerely hope the City of Brampton will investigate and determine the best way to address this issue, as I feel it will become more of a problem if there are no guidelines or restrictions placed on light installations in the future. Next slide, please. There should also be bylaws in place that address the issue of residents leaving lights on all night as well. Complaints from neighbors will take up valuable time by the bylaw enforcement department, who have no ability to rectify the situation at this time. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Deborah. And before I go to Councillor Pleshy, I just want to personally thank you for bringing this to Council's attention. It is something that makes you wonder and makes you think. And as someone who, at a certain point in my life, grew up in an area where lighting was very limited and you could see the dark sky above, but now also at the same time living and loving living in a big city. I miss the dark sky, but there is a limit, and I think that there is a balance that we can achieve. So with that in mind, to move to Councillor Pleshy, you're up first, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Vincente. I don't have much to say now after you said exactly what I was going to say.
Well, say it again.
I think that you're right, Councillor Vincente. There needs to be a balance, and that balance. We promote and we try to push as many people as they can to light up the front of their house to deter people from breaking in. And the Peel Regional Police will say it is one of the best deterrents. Speaking firsthand. Having somebody try and break into my mom's house just last week that didn't have sufficient amount of lighting. That was the first comment from Peel Regional Police. So the balance now then needs to be what is a good amount of lighting to deter people from trying to break in or vandalize somebody's home, but keeping in mind the well-being of their neighbors surrounding them. I happen to live beside somebody that has a lot of pot lights. Now it shuts off right at midnight, and I don't have many windows on that side of the house. But that being said, I can see how one light in a soffit directed not straight down, directed more so at a neighbor can be very annoying. Although cost effective for you if you don't have to turn your own lights on. But that being said, I think I wasn't interested in looking at a bylaw until you went into a little bit more of your delegation, and you've kind of turned me around to say I think we at least need to look into this, and hopefully we can provide some kind of balance. I had thought, LED lights were, lose their brightness over a certain amount of distance, but I'm kind of noticing that they don't really, and they're very directional. They don't expand, but if they're directed at not necessarily their own property or in the view of somebody else's property, then that can be fairly bright. So I would support. I see some speakers on the list. I was going to refer it back to staff. I will not refer it until everybody has spoken to this, or if anybody else would like to refer it before it comes back to me. I'm okay with that too, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, and I'm gonna echo similar points. I have noticed this issue, especially in wards 9 and 10, and there is that balance we have to strike, but I think we got to start looking into this because some of them are really, really bright. So I was gonna also refer back to staff, but just as long as staff is also mindful, this is, I don't want a huge regulatory framework. Like it should be efficient and it should be effective and it should make sense. It's logical for everybody to follow. But I do think it's time we look at it. But I'll let Councillor Pleshy refer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions, and thank you, Ms. Kusturin, for your delegation. I have a motion moved by Councillor Pleshy to receive the delegation and to refer the matter back to staff for reports on this. Any opposed? None. That carries. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Next, we have item 7.6, a delegation from Mr. Fazal Khan, the project manager of Neighborhood Watch Brampton. Welcome, Fazal. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Good afternoon. I am Fazal Khan, the program manager of Neighborhood Watch Brampton. Much has changed in our world since our last delegation 14 months ago. It is refreshing to see how well the city has responded to the pandemic. As we continue to be singled out for our infection rate, I hope you agree that we have much work ahead to create more channels of communication to ensure community safety. I'll take 4 minutes to walk you through a few slides from the past year and then get to our ask. Next slide, please. An important part of our program is providing young people with excellent work assignments. Over the past 2 summers, we've managed 47 internships. These are positions that we hire, manage, and compensate for. The federal government has invested over $200,000 in our students over the past 2 summers alone. They are a tremendous asset and resource to the program. Next slide, please. You might wonder why we engage in certain activities. What does a groundbreaking ceremony have to do with Neighborhood Watch Brampton? When we see a developer investing in an existing neighborhood, it's an indication that people care, that the city cares, and that progress is happening. It makes us all feel proud and good about where we live and how we feel our perception is reality. Next slide, please. We worked with Brampton First Foundation to help with the town hall shown here. The engagement opened our eyes to the need to support these initiatives rather than running our own. Residents who step up need as much support as they can get because their community work is very important. Grassroots initiatives are to neighborhoods what small businesses are to the economy. They are foundational. Next slide, please. Councillor Bowman's video on automated speed enforcement, as well as all of your videos on ASC, were very popular with residents. It's an excellent citywide initiative that we were happy to be invited to. The videos were unscripted and genuine. Residents loved that. Next slide, please. A big part of our pilot was to build capacity of neighborhood groups to function well. We had a pipeline of training programs scheduled across the city when the pandemic hit. While physical distancing limited our interactions, we fast-tracked implementing other engagement tools. Next slide, please. We tested a live daily morning update show in June and are still getting comments about if it will restart. The test went much better than we expected. It kept residents informed and engaged on neighborhood issues. Next slide, please. More recently, we joined 74-year-old Bill Godfrey on one of his litter-picking excursions in the Etobicoke Creek. We pulled out 2 bikes that day from the water. Bill's passion is infectious, and the activity is the most effective neighborhood building exercise we've ever seen. One of our 4th-year university interns said it was the most interesting thing she had done all summer. Next slide, please. Scooty ran a micro pilot in CHINGUACOUSY Park over the past 2 weekends. They asked us to come out, we accommodated, and then we helped get other residents to do the same. Other community groups and initiatives in Brampton, however, are generally operating in a silo, in a non-collaborative approach. We are working hard to change that. Next slide, please. Brampton Neighbors is a platform to help neighborhood and community groups build awareness and share best practices. The platform solves how to engage with neighbors before they experience crime. We've learned that neighborhood groups that start because of fear of crime, are difficult to sustain over the long term. Final slide, please. When Council voted to fund the Neighborhood Watch Brampton pilot, I left the meeting disappointed. The funding was absolutely very much appreciated. However, we had not received direction from Council on what happens immediately after the pilot. And so we could not make promises to residents or make long-term plans. This is how we have operated for 5 years, and it is a pitfall of the program. Residents now are once again on their own. I want to thank city staff, especially Resman Saeed and Chief Boyce, for guiding us through the past year. To the comm staff, especially Natalie, for keeping us in the loop on media opportunities. Special thanks to Michelle Sullivan for hooking us up with the Tamarack Institute, and Alan Norman for just always being around since we first approached Council in January 2017 to fund neighborhood signs. I understand that staff will be returning to Council with the report on our pilot soon. In the meantime, we continue to run the program at our cost. I'm asking Council to vote today on a motion that authorizes bridge funding to keep the program alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Fazal. My first speaker on the list I see is Councillor Fertini. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Fazal. I know you guys have done an amazing job. I just want to thank the staff because there's a lot of rumors out there. So I'd like to know, staff, how much money was actually given to Brampton Watch, Neighborhood Watch?
Through the chair, it's Bill Boyce to Councilor Fortini. Their council approved up to $150,000 to be provided to Neighborhood Watch Brampton, and we've provided the almost May 29th. We provided the majority of that $150,000 funding to Neighborhood Watch Brampton.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. There's a lot of rumors. We give them tons of money. You know, they're doing good work. So I understand there's going to be a report coming back soon. Is that correct, Chief?
Through the chair to Councilor Fortini, depending on the direction from council today, we can prepare a report and have it back as soon as the next committee of council meeting, which I believe is in 2 weeks on the 23rd.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking. So as soon as possible, because they've been doing things out of their pocket. They did a lot of things before. So we'll wait till 2 weeks from now. We'll look at the report and I'll make up my mind back in 2 weeks from now. Thank you so much, and thank you, Fazal.
Thank you, Councillor Fertini. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through the chair. So just to clarify, is Fortini moving a motion to refer back to staff?
Yes, it's going back to staff. It's coming back in 2 weeks from now, my understanding. So I'll wait for them.
Okay, well, I think just a couple comments, and Brampton, I think it is our council priority to have a healthy and safe community, and so I think it's really important that we invest in initiatives that support community safety, and I see how Neighborhood Watch has been done in other municipalities to engage residents and encourage them to feel connected and run initiatives amongst themselves to help the community feel safe and supported. And so, I think we have many organizations that do great work to engage our residents and many requests for funding to do so. And so I believe we should encourage all opportunities that come our way to receive funding. So that's why I think I would like to, at least strike out the wording of a referral motion back to staff and replace it with the following motion. And I can send this to Peter Fay. But whereas City of Brampton residents place a high value on community safety, and whereas the City of Brampton should deploy the best practices from around the country and around the world in order to increase security in our neighborhoods, and whereas a request for proposal will allow taxpayers to have a combination of access to best practices and value for money. Therefore, be it resolved that the purchasing department be directed to draft an RFP framework for the contracting of community safety services for the City of Brampton, and the draft specifications for the RFP be submitted to the Community Safety Advisory Committee for comment and review, and then to City Council for approval. And further, such draft specifications allow for a combination of services and rules which allow for the greatest number of organizations to participate in the competitive process. So I'm moving that motion in replace of a referral motion for this, so that we can use create a system for organizations to apply for funding. So I will send that to Peter Fay, the wording, and so we can have that up and available.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. I have two other speakers on my board, Councillor Pelletier and Councillor Santos. So I'll go to Councillor Pelletier and just let us know if you're speaking to the delegation or to the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's pretty confusing now because Councillor Williams, you can't replace a referral motion once the referral's been put on. Councillor Fortini, I think you put the referral on, but I just have a question of clarification for Councillor Fortini, because what he was alluding to was council has requested information. Once that information is comes back to staff, and then staff will analyze and bring that back to council. I believe that's where he was going with this. Is that correct, Councillor Fortini? I think the chief had maybe thought that you were asking for additional information, but it's still, this goes back to the original information that we had requested, correct?
You're absolutely right. That's why I said I'll wait 2 weeks, and since it's going there, we'll wait until he comes back with a report, and we can make a decision. And because I said also yes, because it's next committee, which is only 2 weeks down the road. You're right. So this
Point of order. To the chair, I moved a motion I striked out the referral motion back to staff and moved this motion with the wording that a RFP process be established.
Yes, understood. Thank you, Councillor. Might I suggest, in order just to be helpful, Councillor Williams, that as part of the referral back to staff, I think your idea is valid and worthy of consideration. But perhaps we can ask staff to come back to us with that possibility considered within their report. Would that be acceptable, Councillor?
Well, the report that the system for the RFP would have the request of Neighborhood Watch to go through this system. So I'm requesting that we have the system in place for an RFP for community safety initiatives, such as Neighborhood Watch, to go through. So to have staff go and spend time to do the report on Neighborhood Watch, I think Neighborhood Watch should do the report, provide staff with the information and the request for an RFP within the proposal that I put forward.
Thank you, Councillor. I feel that normally when we have a delegation, we look to staff for reports, and I think it would be very appropriate for staff to consider what you have said in your motion and report back to council within 2 weeks. Would, again, just in order to get this moving, would you consider that possibility? Because that could very well be something that staff may offer as an option.
Well, I'll let some other councillors speak, and then I'll get back to you on that request, because I think, having staff go and do a report on Neighborhood Watch, I think it's doing 2 reports when we could just have a system in place for organizations and initiatives to go through that system. So I would rather see a report being done in creating the framework needed to decide where funding would go when it's requested of us for community safety initiatives.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on then to the next speaker, and we'll see where this goes. Councillor Bertini.
No, Councillor
Yeah.
Vincente.
You still have the floor?
A point of order was raised.
Yes, you still have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, so now going back to what I was saying, council made a decision when we entered this pilot project. We requested some information. We requested after the information was received that within a short period of time, staff would analyze that information, come back to council with a go forward, best practices, and that could include an RFP, and it could include everything that council wants to make our community safer. It could include continuing with this project. So that's where Councillor Fortini was going, and I think that's the right thing to do. Adding anything to that motion that was passed a year ago, I think it changes the process in what we ultimately want. What we ultimately want is we want to know how this pilot project went. And I understand that there's a bigger ask here, but with respect to COVID and with respect to the taxpayer, I think that what we need to do is take that into account, all considerations. Staff have their direction from council last year, and I don't think that we should change that process. So I ask that Councillor Williams remove her motion and wait until staff come back with the original request to council so that we can have all of the information in front of us before we make a go forward decision. That's a direct question to Councillor Williams, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you. Through the chair, I understand what Councillor Pleshy is getting to. I do recall after we moved the motion to provide them with the funding, actually, I don't recall if there was a decision made to have them come back and report to us on the effectiveness of the program. If that was done during the time we moved to provide them with the funding, yes, it is absolutely necessary that they come back and give us an outline on the effectiveness of the program. I was provided a report yesterday, I believe myself and Councillor Santos, with a report, but and I think maybe it would be helpful if that report was shared prior to this council to all councillors so that everybody can see the information in the outlined report. However, what I'm thinking is we have staff come back with information on the neighborhood watch for council to consider, but in that, then maybe combine the two, I guess, and in that, in the spirit of being collaborative, have them come back with the actual process for an RFP before any decisions are made for any bridge funding or any further funding going forward for Neighborhood Watch. It should be a competitive process.
So, so Councillor Williams, I don't disagree with you. I just, I want to be clear, we didn't ask Neighborhood Watch to come back. What we did, we asked Neighborhood Watch to provide all of the information, to put their best foot forward, the data, the metrics, the outcomes to staff, so that staff would be able to analyze that, work collaboratively with, and I'm getting from Fazal's delegation that they have been working, everything has been working really, really well. So at that time, staff is to then take that information, write the report, come back, and RFP, since you've now put it out there, can definitely, I would assume, and I don't want to assume, maybe Rasmeen or Bill can comment, but I would think that an RFP may be one of those one of those items that staff would bring forward for us to consider, especially hearing the conversation now today.
So is it possible to do two-part, that the Brampton Focus delegation refer back to staff for report, and that an RFP process be created?
Councillor Williams, are you requesting that the motion be amended to include your portion?
Yes.
So I will, Councillor Pleshy, are you finished?
I think that we're direct with that added item. We're directing staff to do something prior to staff actually, and I don't like doing this. I like staff to have the direction that we provided, and we provided this almost a year ago to say, this is what we want, come back. Now we're changing it when I don't necessarily think it really needs to be changed at this point. We want to move this along, yes, but an RFP process is an RFP process. We do them all the time.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. If you're done, I'll then move to Councillor Fortini to ask if he would accept the amendment or if he wishes to leave it as is.
No, Councillor Pleshy is absolutely right. We supported this. So if we paid this money, we should look at the report in 2 weeks from now and see what staff's saying. When to do an RFP now, we could do it in 2 weeks down the road. It's not a question. I want to send it back to staff. I want to know. So two councillors, Councillor Williams received the report. I didn't receive nothing. So I want to see what they've done. I'm not saying they did a bad job or a good job, but if we paid the money and 2 weeks from now, when we get the report, that's when I can make up my mind. So I want to send it back to staff. I'm not going to take an amendment. And then if that's the case, we can look at it then and maybe put a motion for an RFP. But until then, I see the report. I want to send it back to staff and come back like we agreed last year.
Very
we
good.
paid the money already.
Very good. So it's clear you will not accept the amendments. So now I'll move on to my next speaker. I want to keep this conversation moving. I have Councillor Santos. Councillor?
Through you, Chair, and I do recall this motion from last year. I do recall specifically asking for KPIs and milestones and hitting specific targets. I do remember the report that was brought forward after, and I know that staff have been clear in terms of what those KPIs are, key performance indicators and milestones and targets are. And I think that I do agree with Councillor Fortini and Pleshy that a process was set last year. There are cries right now from the public to asking for accountability and how the money was spent and all this stuff. And although Councillor Williams and I, Councillor Williams as chair of Safety Advisory Committee, myself as chair of Community Services, received a report that was forwarded by staff from Neighborhood Watch Brampton, staff have not necessarily gone through it. And it's our due diligence to make sure that the money that was given for the pilot program was the KPIs and milestones were hit. And so I think it's absolutely irresponsible not to report back to the public in terms of how that pilot project did. And I think in terms of the RFP process, Councillor Pleshy is also correct in that I don't know if it's necessary to have a motion for an RFP process, because we do RFPs all the time. I think staff could just create an RFP if they wanted to provide this service. So in any case, I do really want to see a report come back to see how the pilot did based on the key performance indicators. And once that report comes back, if it is that it did great and needs some improvement, then let's move that. Or if we need to go to an RFP, then fine, let's do that. But I think we need to be responsible and show the taxpayers through the report and follow through with the process that Councillor Pleshy has also indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, I have Councillor Fortini once more.
Yeah, thank you. It's okay. I think Councillor Santos addressed my concerns, and she's right. We get a lot of comments from the residents, so it's nice for them to see what they've done. So that's why I wanted to not accept the RFP. Wait for 2 weeks for the report. I didn't see no report. So Councillor Charmaine and Councillor Santos did see it, and I want to see the report, what they're bringing back. So I like to keep my referral the way it is, going back to staff.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, I have Councillor Williams.
Sorry, I started talking and I was on mute. I'm going to, for my question, my comment, and let Councillor Bowman speak before me.
Very good. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think we're just running around in circles here. To me, this is pretty simple. We ran a pilot program. We need to see the results of the pilot program. The results need to be evaluated to determine if the pilot program worked. Then we need to determine whether we move forward with a pilot program. I think what Councillor Williams was looking for, not so much an RFP, but an absolute framework for the deliverables on an RFP. And I think that's where the confusion may lay, and I may be wrong. But I do think that we just need to go ahead, get the report in, view the report, and if it's determined that this is something we want to move forward with, at that time, that's when we decide on the actual framework moving forward for what we want to see in a program. So I support getting the report back. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Back to you, Councillor Williams, as requested.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to clarify, I think it's absolutely important that we get a follow-up from Neighborhood Watch and to ensure that we even have the audit to know where money was spent, how it was spent. I just think that at the same time, within the process of requesting for funding, applying for funding, and then doing the follow-up, we need to have that framework, and we don't have that for a community safety initiatives. We have that for other programs and other funding pots, but not for community safety. So my motion is to gain that framework. As Councillor Bowman did mention, that is exactly what this motion is supposed to do. So that's why I do think, yes, we have the report come back to council for Neighborhood Watch, but I would like to see my motion, and clerk can clarify the procedure, see this motion go forward today so that we can ensure that we have a framework for when it is time for us to review the report, and we can just follow through and say they will engage in the outlined for RFP process that is created, blah, blah, blah. So I would, if the clerk can clarify procedurally how this motion can be properly placed and moved.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. And yes, I was going to ask the clerk procedurally, what is it that we must do to move forward here?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So normally, as occurred, that there was an option to accept it as a friendly amendment to the referral motion moved by Councillor Fortini. That hasn't been accepted. However, a member is within their right to move an amendment to a referral. So Councillor Williams can move an amendment, and it could be an amendment such that that the report requested back also address the merits of the following option, and then the motion, as Councillor Williams has put forward, could be addressed in that report back. That would be voted on first as an amendment to the referral. If it carries, it would be included in the referral motion as amended. If it loses, then the vote for committee would just be on the normal referral to staff.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, but Peter, I didn't accept the amendment. It could still be added?
Ms. Councillor Fortini, so as the clerk has explained, we will need to, in order to maintain with procedure, we will vote on the motion to amend, and if that carries or does not carry, then we move forward to the original motion. But before we get to that point, I'd like permission to speak.
You got it. You could speak.
Thank you. I just also want to, first of all, I want to express my thanks and appreciation to Neighborhood Watch for the work that you have been doing. I know that whenever in our wards we have residents expressing great concern about community safety, it's usually found to be very helpful when we can, in addition to a lot of the other advice that we provide, for example, seeking a SEPDET audit or safeguarding their home in different ways. I find it very valuable to be able to refer them to what I think is all around North America, the kind of gold standard of community safety organizing, which is Neighborhood Watch. And so when we refer folks to consider implementing Neighborhood Watch and state all the reasons why it could be helpful to them, they become very excited about the possibilities and the opportunities that can give for them to arm themselves and to have safer communities. I think that the motion put forward by Councillor Fortini to refer this back to staff is the correct one. And I just think, for the record, I just want to state that I'm looking in that report for, as Councillor Santos mentioned, the key metrics and indications of how successful this pilot was. But I also would like to ask staff if you'll be providing us with an overview or an accounting of how the money was spent, because I think that that's important for that to be part of such a report. And I don't think that needs to be worded in the motion, but is that something that staff is considering?
Through the chair to Councillor Vicente, yes, we'll look at the program outcomes, metrics, and allocation of funding for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, Fazil, to you and your team, thank you very much for all the work that you do to make Brampton a better place. So I'll now move on to my next speaker, and I have here a note from Councillor Williams that we would like a recorded vote on both. Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Councillor Vicente, I just want to say a few things. I think we've heard loud and clear from council that we want more details, and obviously the more transparency, the better. And so I know there's competing motions here, but I think what everyone's saying is we just want staff to collect all the details so that we can verify that every taxpayer dollar we get value for. And as we ensure this transparency, I don't want to send the wrong message that this is critical of Neighborhood Watch. I'm glad that we've got members of our community that are taking public safety seriously, that are looking at ways to communicate in the digital age. And so I think that needs to be clear and not lost on folks. This is not criticism at Neighborhood Watch. I look at how they amplified the city message when it came to the automated speed enforcement devices. Frankly, they've been able to get views on some of their videos well beyond any other online platform. When we had the COVID press conference where we brought in the bylaws fines initially, they had a video that had over 1 million views. And so, they've certainly shown creativity and how to puncture through a busy audience, and getting a message out is difficult. Media is more diversified than it ever has been before. I think Neighborhood Watch has been a helpful partner as we try to communicate to the city. There's always going to be challenges and headaches in a first year in a pilot project, but I think this is the start of how we start building safe city initiatives. And don't forget, we spend less on safe city than other communities at a time when the public is saying they want more initiatives that embrace public safety. And so what I take out of this is that no one's saying no to more public safety initiatives. We're just trying to do so in a manner that is transparent and that has all the details. And I understand members of council want more details on how this program was run. And I too would welcome the public having as much information as possible. So look forward to the next stages when it comes to enhancing neighborhood grassroots public safety in the city of Brampton, where as many people that want to contribute can.
Thank you, Mayor. And I see another request, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask kindly to the chair and to the clerk. If I recall, for delegations, the norm has always been to either receive or to refer back to staff, correct?
Mr. Clerk, can you clarify?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct, but a referral motion can include conditions.
Okay, okay. So, you know, I will support the referral, and looking at the number of delegation, I think, you know, sticking to those rules will help us flow a little bit better.
Thank you. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not 100% I'd like a little bit more clarity, and I just wanted to double check that I realize there's an amendment. We will vote on that amendment first. If the amendment doesn't go forward, then we will revert back to the original request by Councillor Fortini. And I'm not clear on the message that is in that referral. From my understanding and what I'm hearing over everybody, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for saying that, because we hate things like this to kind of muddy the waters with something that is really very important, and Neighborhood Watch Brampton being that. But on page 6 from the report, with the original motion, we're asking for that information to come back to council. We're referring this delegation to council, but we're asking staff to go back to the original proposal that was on page 6 of the report to report back. Is that correct, Councillor Fortini?
Yes, I want it to come back in 2 weeks. We read it, and then we can make up our mind then. You know, we paid for something. I think the residents and ourselves have to see what they've done. We can't just go out and say no. So 2 weeks is not going to hurt. And you're absolutely right. We did this last year. We did the pilot project. Let's see what they've done. Simple.
Okay. But I know you want it in 2 weeks, and we would all like it in 2 weeks, but you're not putting a timeline in here, because from my understanding, staff are still, staff and Neighborhood Watch still have to meet. There has to be further discussion. So we don't want to say, yeah, I have to come back in this time, when if it's not staff, that if it's not because they're not ready because of something else, it's not their fault. So we're not putting a timeline. Chief, are you clear now on can you just give me a yes or no if you're clear on what I've said about the request on the original motion?
Yeah, through the chair to Council Pleshy, yes, that's clear, and we can work to have this back in 2 weeks, and it will most likely just be a walk-on though report, just given the time considerations for council's awareness.
Okay, and if anything happens to come up, we've all heard you, Chief, and it's coming back in 2 weeks. But if something does come up, there's no timeline in here.
Okay, thank you, Council Pleshy.
Thank you, Council Pleshy. It's through the chair, and you're right. The only reason I said in 2 weeks, because that's what I heard. But if it's going to take 4 weeks, that'll be fine too.
As long as it's not our fault that it's like us, as in the city of Brampton. Yes,
absolutely.
I agree. Okay, great.
Thank you so much for the help.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, councillors, and thank you, Chief. We like timely reports. So seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, I turn over this to you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to members of committee, the first recorded vote is on the amendment proposed from Councillor Williams, shown in red on the screen. All in favor? I will be calling your names, starting with Councillor Santos.
No.
Councillor Willens.
No.
I'm sorry, that was a no? Councillor
Yes,
Paleshi.
sorry, that was a no, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
No.
Councillor Bowman.
No.
Councillor Medeiros.
No.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
No.
Councillor Singh.
No.
Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon. I'll come back to you. Chair Vasante.
No.
Mayor Brown.
No.
Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon, I'm going to turn on your microphone. Councillor Dillon, can you indicate your vote? Councillor Dillon? I'm going to record Councillor Dillon as being absent. Mr. Chair, the motion does not carry, 1 to 10. The next, so the amendment to the referral does not carry. Excuse me, 1 to 9 with 1 absence. The next motion recorded.
Clarification?
Mr. Clerk, I see Councillor Dillon in.
Oh,
he's having technical difficulties, but I hear him saying he is against.
Okay, thank you. So that recorded vote will be 1 in favor, 10 against. It does not carry. The next recorded vote would be on the referral motion to, 1, receive the delegation, and 2, the refer the matter back to staff for consideration and a future report back to Committee of Council. All in favor? Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon, I'll look for your indication in the chat function. Chair Vasante?
Yes.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon is voting no. So, Mr. Chair, that motion carries 10 to 1.
Councillor Dillon has changed his vote.
My apologies, Councillor Dillon has changed his vote. He's voting yes, so that motion carries unanimously 11 to 0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, Mr. Khan, for your delegation. So we'll now move on to item 7.7, a delegation from Mr. Sunil Sharma, the Managing Director of the Founder Institutes, and Daniel Yeboah, the General Manager of Alurka Health Corporation, regarding the Founder Institute program funding. I'd also like to, at this time, bring forward Staff Report 8.21 so that we can consider both together. And I understand that this delegation will require more time, so ask for Council's indulgence to provide additional time.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, Your Worship. Can I be heard?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. So thank you all. My name is Sunil Sharma. I'm the Managing Director of Techstars, which is the world's largest investment fund. It's based in Boulder, Colorado, and we've invested in 3,000 companies worldwide. And I just run the Techstars here in Toronto. So basically brought the investment fund to Canada, where I run the investment program here. I'm also the co-host of the Collision Conference and the Web Summit. And it was actually at the Web Summit in Lisbon where I had some fantastic conversations with Your Worship Patrick Brown, Mayor Patrick Brown, and a delegation he led from Brampton to the world's largest technology gathering, a gathering of more than 75,000 people. And it struck me that Mayor Brown was the only Canadian mayor who took it upon himself to take a delegation of startups to Lisbon, knowing full well that we are bringing that very conference here to Canada immediately afterwards with Collision. So that was a very astute decision, I think, and it really brought Brampton onto the global stage of innovation. And it's something that I've felt for a long time when we hear about the Waterloo-Toronto Tech Corridor, which is well-known technology corridor across Canada, but also across the world. I live in Peel region. I'm on the bottom of here, Ontario. I spend a lot of time here in Mississauga and in Brampton. And it's always struck me that the conversation seems to miss the opportunity that Brampton has to, really become top of mind in innovation. When you think that the population of these cities is in fact quite a bit larger than the Waterloo region, and also more densely packed with immigrants, a younger population, very entrepreneurial, and now with the arrival of Ryerson and other innovation programs, I'm quite excited about the potential that the city of Brampton has to become top of mind for entrepreneurs from around the world, who at this very moment are often thinking about moving to Canada with their companies. Canada has risen to the forefront of a country where people from around the world aspire to move to live in, and want to come with their entrepreneurial passion and with their startup. So there is an opportunity here where we can do that, and it's through this platform called Founder Institute, which I'd like to quickly move through a few slides and also introduce at least one colleague who's on this call, who's dialed in and has been listening to us all the way from Palo Alto, California, and has probably learned more about Brampton politics than he would ever have thought he'd have the opportunity to listen to. But it's just been great. We've been messaging back and forth through it all, and I think he's got a good appreciation. So if we could move forward one slide. I'll start by saying that what is the Founder Institute? It's the world's largest startup accelerator program. It operates in more than 200 cities. It has thousands of companies, and it engages thousands of mentors. And it creates up to 1,000 companies per year. So I've been running this program here in the GTA, let's say, for the last 6 years and 16 cohorts. And it turns out that the entrepreneurial passion of people living between Toronto and, let's say, Waterloo is not only impressive on, to us who see the innovation and are aware of this innovation corridor, but it's in fact impressive globally. And we've created the largest Founder Institute network in the world. And it's just happened organically. It's just been by engaging the network in a very sensible way. And it's happened by tapping into entrepreneurs who come from incredibly diverse backgrounds. I'll tell you that 90% of the founders who have gone through this program locally are minorities. They're either minorities or immigrants to Canada. And a third are women. They're women from all types of backgrounds and ethnicities. And in the recent class, a quarter of the class that graduated are Black founders. And one of them is going to join in a minute. He's just getting off an investor call, and he's from Brampton. And his name is Daniel Yaboa, and he has a health tech company, a digital health company, and he just raised $500,000 from private investors, all while doing this program. So I wanted Daniel to come in just to give a real life example, and he had to hop off to do his investor call, but he's WhatsApping us that he's about to join in. I'll let him join in a minute. But I'm going to turn over to my colleague Ryan Micheletti, who is the global director of Founder Institute, who's in Palo Alto. Ryan, can you just confirm that you've been able to dial in, that you're on the call?
Yes, I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So Ryan, why don't I turn it to you, and you can fire through a few slides, and then we'll bring in Daniel, and we'll just close this off with an ask of City Council to really bring this innovation platform to Brampton and really add value to the Brampton Innovation District and activate the tremendous number of entrepreneurs who are already there and who we will bring to Brampton from all over the world.
That sounds great, and thanks for the introduction, Sunil. Council members, it's a pleasure to meet you virtually. I'm out here in Palo Alto, California, and never would I have thought that I'd be speaking with you today, but I'm excited for several reasons. The main reason is I actually came from a city just like Brampton. It's called Redwood City out here in California. And it's very similar, with right in the tech corridor between Silicon Valley and San Francisco. And they, fortunately in the 90s, and we saw this a lot, they invested a lot in the tech ecosystem. And as a result, they're, one of the major hubs, probably the major hub between Silicon Valley and San Francisco. And they're home to, numerous large tech companies now that are employing thousands and thousands of people. And so the reason I bring that up is we have a really unprecedented opportunity here. Just to give you a quick introduction on myself, my name is Ryan Micheletti, and I'm head of global operations for the Founder Institute. I've been building startup ecosystems in 200 cities across the world over the last 6 years. And I've been working with Sunil on the Toronto tech ecosystem over the last 6 years as well. And one of the things that I'm seeing globally is that the opportunity between the Toronto Waterloo corridor, and that, I would include Brampton in that, is probably one of the strongest startup ecosystems in the world. And it reminds me of kind of what was happening, in the early 2000s and late 90s out here in the Bay Area. And I think with the proper positioning, in the years to come, Brampton can be a central node of that tech corridor. And so, as Sunil mentioned, Founder Institute, just quick high level, we've operated programs in over 200 cities. At the end of this year, we'll have created over 5,000 portfolio companies, and we'll have about 17,000 mentors. We're actually pretty close to that number right now. I bring that up and for a couple reasons. One is to show you the global presence, but two, we've done this with minimal budget. Founder Institute is a very, very unique beast where we don't really accept outside funding for the program. And what we'd like to kind of present with you today, and we've spoken with the Director of Economic Development about this, is creating a cybersecurity vertical in the Brampton area. So whoever's controlling slides, if you want to go to the next one. So just to give you a quick background, FI grads have built companies worth 20 billion plus. Udemy is a classic example. There's thousands of examples that you might not have heard of. One of the companies I work with is called Ceres Robotics. They're building the lunar rover for the moon mission in a couple years, and have that contract with NASA. So, hundreds of companies across Canada and thousands across the world are building the technologies of the future and creating jobs and economic opportunities at an unprecedented scale. Next slide. I'll go through this pretty quickly because I know we're limited on time. We have the world's largest mentor pool, approaching 17,000 mentors. These mentors are invested in the company's success through a unique model that we've created that's very unique to Founder Institute called the Equity Collective. And I want to take 1 minute just to kind of outline what this is. So the founders, when they incorporate their companies in the program, they join what's called the Equity Collective, which is where every company contributes essentially a stock option that allows Founder Institute to buy shares in that company in the future. And what we do, which is really unique, is we literally give 75% of those proceeds from the stock options back to the local startup ecosystem. So the mentors in the program all have equity in the companies that get created. The directors who lead the program get equity in the companies that are created, and the founders themselves have equity in the companies that get created in the program. So, fast forward 10 years down the line, if there's a $1 billion exit, whatever the proceeds that Founder Institute receives, we literally give 75% of it back to that local ecosystem, keeping only 25% centrally for running the program. And so what this does is this helps build ecosystems around the world, not only creating brand new companies that didn't exist before in the front end, but when there's an exit 10 years down the line, there's the opportunity to create an ecosystem of angel investors and people who are able to invest and support and mentor startup companies in the future. And so through this model, we've been able to create a virtuous upward spiral that allows the creation of innovation on a global scale at an unprecedented rate. Next slide. So these are some of our partners. We can skip to the next slide. Just to kind of give you an idea how we differentiate, I saw Ryerson was on here and they're doing a great job. Our core program is focused on pre-seed. And what that means is we can take an employee, someone who has zero startup experience, but maybe they have some professional experience in cybersecurity or technology, whatever their background is, and we can turn them into an entrepreneur. And what that does is that essentially seeds the ecosystem with brand new companies. And so the very, very earliest stage, we call it idea stage. That's someone with an idea that wants to validate their company before going and actually quitting their day job and pursuing entrepreneurship for full time. Someone who's kind of like a middle of the road candidate in our program has an MVP already. That stands for minimum viable product. That's a company that's already built a product that's in the market. And then kind of later stage would be a founder that has a team, maybe they're full-time already, they're incorporated, and they're really looking to tap into Founder Institute to scale. And one thing that I think is extremely important that I want to get across here is the core program is run locally. right? So Sunil's been running this program in Toronto. In fact, this last cohort that we just ran, we actually already included Brampton as a partner because this was pre-approved by the Director of Economic Development, but now we have to present to you as well to support the program. And it was the largest in Founder Institute history. We had 89 founders join the program, and we had over 40, I think it was 43 alumni or founders graduate the program, which is actually a pretty high graduation rate because the program's very hard. So just by, Sunil's part-time, like maybe 8 to 10 hours of work a week, support from the mentors and other partners in the ecosystem, we were able to create 40 new companies in the tech corridor. And we can do that 2 to 3 times a year. And so what we want to do is we want to include Brampton in that and be able to create more companies like Daniel, who may or may not be on the line right now, to seed the ecosystem in Brampton. But when they're done with this core program, they then get free post-program support from our HQ here in Silicon Valley. So we have a bunch of free programs for our alumni that help them raise money, build products, get access to tier 1 VC firms out here in Silicon Valley. And we're basically here to help support them for the rest of their life. So what we have is not only a very aligned startup ecosystem between the tech corridor of Waterloo, Toronto, and now Brampton, but also a super highway of resources and connections to the Silicon Valley HQ, as well as the Silicon Valley program that I lead out here in the Bay Area. And so we did something very unique with this last program where we actually mirrored the Toronto program and the Silicon Valley program. So founders from both tech ecosystems were working together. They were listening to mentor talks from Phil Libin, who's the CEO of Evernote, from Lance Cottrell, who's a prominent angel investor out here. And so our goal is to really align the startup ecosystem to build brand new companies that will make a positive impact in humanity, as well as provide a lot of great economic opportunity locally. So go to the next slide, please. So this is the tech corridor. We kind of mentioned this already. These stats actually are old. We've created about 275 companies now across 17 semesters, and we're about to launch our next program in Waterloo, and we're going to do that again in Toronto, again with literally zero outside funding. We don't require money to operate the program. Next slide. So here's just some key metrics on our grads. We can keep going. Next slide. Here's a list of some of our mentors globally in Toronto. Next slide. So what we propose is creating a cybersecurity vertical in Brampton. So what this means is we'll essentially create, what we call a fellowship, or it's a scholarship to the program, where we'll give founders free access from Brampton to join the program. We'll create several bonus sessions around cybersecurity. We'll work with local partners like Ryerson, because a lot of the companies that come out of our program then go into other programs like Techstars, and Sunil can talk a little bit about that, as well as programs like Ryerson or even Rogers' cybersecurity program. We've got office hours that we've created between Silicon Valley and Toronto to help local founders. And our goal is to really increase the number of cybersecurity mentors, founders, and companies in the local region. You can go to the next slide. So our sponsorship request is $30,000 Canadian each year for 3 years. And this is going to go to not only promote Brampton as a leader in the tech ecosystem, not only in the tech corridor of Waterloo and Toronto, but also globally. Founder Institute does not have another cybersecurity vertical. And one thing that we've discussed is actually having some of our alumni who have already graduated the program in various cities work with the local government and ecosystem to potentially move their companies to Brampton. And so, you'll probably get this slide as a addendum later on, or maybe you've seen it already. So I won't go through all the details here to save you time. But the ultimate goal is to create, and help build the Brampton startup ecosystem with this focus on cybersecurity. Next slide. So you can go back. This is just sort of the last end. So Sunil, I think you said Daniel might be on here. I don't know if we want to turn it over to Daniel so he could just kind of give his quick 2 minutes.
Yeah, he said 10 seconds. So and if he joins, great. Just great. For me, it's just it's powerful to see a founder. You know, we had quite a few entrepreneurs who come from Brampton. We had Mayor Brown actually open the last Founder Institute session. We've already been, you know, performing and behaving as though we are partners. We will be partners no matter what. I'm very passionate about the whole idea of including all of the components of the tech corridor, and particularly where you have diversity, greater depth of diverse entrepreneurs. I think that's going to lead to you know, just stronger outcomes. And so Daniel being a Black founder from Brampton, who's the strongest one out of the 89 that just started. I wouldn't say that publicly, but he knows it. It's been an incredible ride. He issued his press release a few days ago where he announced a big partnership with McKesson in the healthcare space. It's quite fascinating to see. So he'll probably join in a second, but we're way over time. I just wanted to, you know, introduce the idea to you, and I think working together, we can create a lot of visibility for the city globally, and that's going to lead to to us attracting entrepreneurs and talent from around the world. They can use the startup visa or other sort of fast track immigration programs, global skills visa, to come here. And when they come to Canada, I think, you know, they should have a look at Brampton as their destination of choice. I'll turn it back to the chair, perhaps.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. And members of committee, we also have before us a report from Devin Rempal. And I have the mayor up first, Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. I just want to say to Sunil and his group, the work they're doing, I find really exciting in the sense that these are the jobs of the future. And I know Sunil's got a reputation where he's been a tech job magnet, where he creates jobs. And the reputation you've built in the tech world, and we've heard about it, whether it's at Web Summit or other tech conferences, is one that's very impressive. And by virtue of our innovation district, obviously, this is something that we're very keen on. And I even noticed when we were looking at some of the growing tech sector in Africa, guess who was there? Guess who had the contacts? Guess who was cultivating the relationships? It was Sunil Sharma. I love what you're talking about, and looking forward to how Brampton can be supportive in creating that ecosystem and environment, and know that we're all in.
Thank you, Your Worship, Mayor Brown. Daniel's on this. Can he just say hello to you all? I think it's been his. He couldn't get over the idea that he could present to city council. If he could just say hi.
Of course.
No, for sure.
Daniel.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Sunil, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council. I'd like to say it's really exciting to be, number one, a resident of Brampton, and to hear about all the wonderful initiatives that are being designed to inspire and create new opportunities for startups. And one of the things I'm really excited about is the Brampton Innovation Zone. So our company, Alrica Health, we focus on behavioral health for diabetes, and we were a part of the FI, the Founders Institute program this summer, and we recently graduate. And so one of the things I would say about the Founders Institute is that they were instrumental in connecting us with mentors locally and mentors in Silicon Valley. And we recently just closed a seed round of $500,000. And we're really excited to be in the company of global companies such as Livongo, Omada Health, that have a shared vision of the same moonshot of tackling chronic conditions. So it's certainly an honor and a privilege to be invited to a session like this, and it's exciting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, gentlemen. And Mayor Brown, are you moving receipts of the delegation and this report and its recommendations?
Happy to do so.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I see no further questions from members of committee. I just want to say thank you both, and thank you also to our staff in economic development for all the work that you're doing in attracting innovation leaders like this to our city. It's been a good day for innovation here in the city of Brampton.
It has been. If the cameras were on, you'd see me sitting in my home wearing my Brampton Proud T-shirt, which I will say was hand delivered to me by Mayor Brown's office during the closing ceremonies of Collision. So we could sort of promote the brand to the world, and those are the kind of hacks that I think we can think of to get the city to be top of mind to many others. And with that, I think the future looks very bright. So thank you all.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, members of committee, you have Mayor Brown's motion to approve the report and receipt of this delegation. Is anyone against? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Members of committee, we're now moving forward to item, we've dealt with item 8.2.1. So we now have a delegation 7.8, a delegation from Rabbi Michael Shekel, Congregation Har Tikva, regarding the adoption of International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's working definition of anti-Semitism. Rabbi Shekel could no longer attend today's meeting, so in her place, we have Jason Grossman, Senior Manager, Public Affairs, Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone can everyone hear me?
Perfectly, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Your Worship and members of Council, thank you for taking the time to hear from our community today. My name is Jason Grossman, and I'm the Senior Manager of Public Affairs at the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, CHA. CHA represents more than 150,000 Jewish community members from across Canada through our local Jewish Federation partners. In the Greater Toronto Area, we work with the UJA Federation of Greater Toronto. I also would like to acknowledge Rabbi Michael Shekel, Senior Rabbi at Congregation Har Tikva of Brampton, who helped us bring this motion forward today. I know Rabbi Shekel would have liked to join you today in person. However, I know she wrote a piece of written correspondence, which I hope you will have some time to review. All Canadians should be deeply concerned about the alarming rise in anti-Semitism in Peel Region, in Ontario, and in Canada. History has shown that what starts with Jews never ends with Jews. Taking a stand against anti-Semitism insulates all Canadians from the threat of hate. Statistics Canada reports show a significant rise in hate crimes across Canada, with the Jewish community consistently being the most frequently targeted members of hate, with a 63% increase from 2016 to 2018 numbers. This translates into an anti-Semitic hate crime occurring on average once every 24 hours somewhere in Canada. This obviously has a severe impact to the Jewish way of life in Canada. A 2018 Environics Institute study revealed that close to 4 in 10 Jewish Canadians reported downplaying their Jewish identity in public, and our young Jewish Canadians are twice as likely to have experienced discrimination because of their Jewish identity. When we look at last year's 2019 Peel Region police hate crime data, we see similar trends. 38 of the 97 reported hate crimes in Peel Region, religion either played a primary motivator or was some type of combination of motivators, with the Muslim and Jewish communities both ranking in top of victimized groups in Peel Region. So now is the time to act, and we thank Mayor Brown and council members for stepping up to the plate to review the IRA motion in front of you today. The first step in effectively combating anti-Semitism is to identify it. One of the world's oldest forms of hate, which consistently is evolving and manifests in many forms. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IRA, was established in 1998 and today consists of 34 member countries, each of whom recognizes that the international coordination to fight anti-Semitism is needed. In 2016, IRA member states, including Canada, adopted by consensus a working definition of anti-Semitism grounded in decades of collaborative research by global experts on anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial. The working definition, with its illustrative examples, addresses a large range of contemporary activities and rhetoric that amount to anti-Semitism. This includes making demonizing, dehumanizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews, holding Jews as a collective responsible for the wrongdoings of a single Jewish person, and denying the Jewish people the right to self-determination, and denying the scope and the fact of the Holocaust. Today, the IHRA definition serves as a vital tool in fighting anti-Semitism. The IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism has been endorsed by over 20 national governments, including Canada, the European Union, as well as the UN's Secretary General and Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion and Belief. The definition has also been adopted by various other governments and non-governmental organizations around the world. Canada is home to one of the largest Jewish communities in the world, and is a global leader in fighting against hatred and discrimination in all its forms, including anti-Semitism. In 2019, the Government of Canada formally integrated the IHRA definition into its anti-racism strategy. In Ontario, there is currently a bill before Provincial Parliament, Bill 168, which passed second reading before COVID, and we hope will be ratified during this next session. Thank you very much for hearing from our community, and I would be happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Santos up on the board. Councillor.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, Jason, thank you for bringing this forward and for delegating to council today. I know that we have a motion to adopt the definition that you are suggesting, and I would say to you that this council, this mayor, this council, our city, we are staunchly opposed to all forms of hate. And I think in our process of being good allies, that process involves learning and doing better and getting better in terms of the language that we use and how we define things. And so we really appreciate you bringing this forward. I definitely support it 100%. I'm sure that all of my colleagues will as well. And I would also ask for a recorded vote in order to further emphasize our support for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, are you moving this motion?
I'm happy to move it. If we could note that everyone seconded it. And just to say, I think it's pretty straightforward. That we have shown that we're proud of our mosaic, and regardless of one's faith, birthplace, the color of their skin, that we're building a community that shows love to everyone. And when one community faces hate, we all face hate. And I think this motion is consistent with the other motions we've passed that really speak to the pride and commitment of our mosaic. So happy to support this and glad that it's been put forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and members of committee. Seeing no further requests to speak, we have a motion moved by the mayor and seconded by all members of council that the delegation from Jason Grossman, the Senior Manager of Public Affairs, Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, to the Committee of Council of September 9th regarding the adoption of International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's working definition of anti-Semitism be received, and that the following motion be adopted: that the City of Brampton adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's working definition of anti-Semitism and illustrative examples as adopted at the HRRA plenary on May 28, 2016 as follows. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish and or their property, toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. We have a request for a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk, please proceed.
Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi? Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon, if you're having technical difficulties, can you just use the chat, please, to indicate your vote? Chair Vasante?
Yes.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
And Mr. Clerk, I see a message from Councillor Dillon that he is saying yes.
Thank you. So that motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you, members of committee, and thank you, Jason, for your delegation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members of committee, next we have item 7.8, a delegation from Kevin Montgomery, Brampton resident, regarding micromobility and the broader transportation paradigm. Welcome, Kevin. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Pardon me while I just get my video sorted out. Okay, excellent. And I see my slide deck. That's great. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Committee of Council. This delegation is regarding micromobility, is intended to be complementary to a report regarding an e-scooter pilot that will be coming later to Council. Next slide, please. I want to preamble my presentation by acknowledging a map that was recently presented to Council by an e-scooter business startup. That map was originally created by me. So 2 years ago, I made a map to propose a multimodal sustainable transportation policy and pedestrian safety zones for a Brampton mayoral candidate's re-election. An edited version of my cycle catchment zone map was presented recently with attribution to Council. Next slide, please. The map looks something like this, and it highlighted a cycle catchment area around Brampton Transit's Zoom terminals, illustrating the potential coverage of a multimodal bicycle-supported transit system. Next slide, please. I believe that the city-making math that was presented to Council regarding the potential for micromobility transit connectivity is sound. But since creating this map, I've also learned that measuring commute trips alone for assessing a broader and complete transportation paradigm, particularly one that will convince people to explore non-automobile trips, is a fallacy. Next slide, please. People are complex and intersectional. Our transportation needs extend beyond connecting to transit and commuting to work. Next slide, please. So this slide presents a non-exhaustive list of examples from the UN that are available from an article called Why Public Transport Needs to Work for Women Too. While the article pertains to public transit, the sentiments extend into the public realm of micromobility and indeed across several intersectional issues. Also, particularly with respect to the sensitivity to the intersection of identities and social, cultural, racial, economic, and family issues, safety of women and girls, and a recognition that one's gender affects their experience of the city, and actual safety versus perceived safety. And finally, something that often goes unmentioned, recognition for the context of use. For example, women and caretakers often combine multiple stops and destinations, like picking up groceries, getting kids from daycare, etc., all within a single longer trip as a result of their responsibilities. Next slide, please. The current public perception seems to think that the car is the answer to everything, and I believe that this council knows that that is not true. We need to stop thinking homogeneously that we need a one-size-fits-all solution, and rather to start thinking heterogeneously with meaningful options for different trip purposes and contexts. Automobiles will still play a part in this, but they must be the last resort when all else fails. Council will soon be contemplating e-scooters, and that's fine. And we need to think bigger and quickly. Next slide, please. We need to make the dignity, comfort, convenience, and safety afforded to people in private automobiles available in the public realm to everyone using active transportation and their electric counterparts, which combined we call micromobility. Next slide, please. Finally, I would be remiss if I didn't at least mention that from experience, bicycles are capable of handling most trip purposes, even when raising a family in cold weather. My kids, who have since grown up since this photo, are walking and cycling to school this year. Please make it easier for them, and indeed all kids, to get to school safely and conveniently without a car. Make cars the last resort. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you, Kevin. I have Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for your delegation and for bringing this up. Your delegation is timely. I know there are a few reports coming up. The Transportation Master Plan is being updated. We're doing stuff with Williams Parkway. There are things going on with active transportation and obviously e-scooter work as well. I was pleased to see paint on North Park Drive to indicate cyclists. I was pleased to see cycle lanes painted on Vauden, and it's still a little bit of an uphill battle in terms of changing that mentality and perception around driving versus biking. And now we are introducing other micro-mobility options as well. And so I think one of the things that's important is the education piece. Like, how are we, whether that's local grassroots organizations or city staff, to make sure it's incorporated in our transportation master plan, and when we're rolling out active transportation, how are we educating drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians, and even e-scooter users how to safely operate and where they can actually ride around or ride around in the city of Brampton. And I'll also add transit users in there. And then also my second question, and this one is more for staff. Right now, if you are on the Etobicoke Creek Trail, there are signs that say no motorized vehicles allowed on the trail. Now, I know for a fact that a lot of people don't follow that anyway, and I see a lot of e-scooters, I see a lot of mopeds on the trail. Will staff be considering these new micro-mobility e-scooter, e-bike options, and will that essentially change what those signs say and the usage on the trails? So I guess the first question is to Kevin, and with respect to the education piece, but then the first and second question also for staff. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. And I agree, education is very important. And I think really the answer to that lies somewhere in a collaborative approach with the province. I don't presume to know what that looks like just yet, but I think given that the rules and expectations are set by the province, and particularly when those rules and expectations change fairly quickly, or could stand to change fairly quickly as micromobility comes online, it's going to be important that there be a process in place, I think, to communicate those changes to drivers. In fact, maybe at the point of sticker registration renewal might be the opportune time to do that, just a simple pamphlet or something saying, here are changes that you need to know about. And maybe another process for people contemplating purchasing whether it be electric like the e-scooters or e-bikes, whatever the case may be, having some means of communicating to them, these are the expectations that we have, or that you need to understand when you purchase this product, something like that.
Thanks, Kevin. And if there's anyone on the staff team to comment.
Hi, Councillor Santos. It's Jane Holmes, Public Works. I don't see anybody from Active Transportation on the call, but I know we work very closely with them in regards to their active transportation plan and their consideration of alternate forms of transportation. So as that gets developed, we'll work with them to make sure that any signage along pathways, as you've mentioned, or along roadways or multi-use pathways get considered in their plan as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Santos. Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. I see no more speakers, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the delegation and refer it back to staff for reports back to us. Any opposed? None, and so that carries. So members of committee, we are now at the end of our delegations, and thank you, Kevin. We're at the end of our delegations, so we can move on to economic development and culture section. We don't have too much here already. So item 8.2.1 was already addressed. So that takes us to councillor question period. Any members of committee have any questions with regards to economic development today? I have councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. I don't know if Derek Boyce is still here or he's left. I wanted to ask him another question, if it's possible. If he's gone, I'll take it offline.
Perhaps, councillor, if you just ask your question, and if Derek is here, he can answer, but perhaps other staff may be able to take a shot at it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry? So I was going back to the ice rink, and so what I realized in Jacuzzi Park, we have the ice rink and it's frozen by, by the water pumps on the
Point of
ground.
order, Peter?
So, sorry?
Go ahead.
Oh, I see.
Should this not be under community services? We're at economic development, are we not?
It's question period, Councillor Wallens.
Oh, this was the first opportunity, Councillor Willens, since we began the meeting for councillors to ask a question. So I'll allow the question.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
So I realize that this is question period, but this is question period for ECDEV. The question belongs where in community services. I know we dealt with the item. So I think Councillor Williams is right, but I will respect the chair's verdict.
No, I think that that's perfectly acceptable, Councillor. You are not wrong. And so therefore, Councillor Fortini, would you be able to wait until service to ask the question?
That's okay. I'll deal directly. I figured it's question period that was allowed to ask a question, but you know what, I could ask offline. That's fine.
Very good. Okay. Councillor Bowman, I see you on my board.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, a question for economic development and culture. And that is, I was going to ask this during the mayor's COVID update, but with what's going on right now, has there been any consideration to any type of Santa Claus parade this year?
So, Councillor, I think based on the manner in which we addressed Councillor Fortini's question, would I be able to ask you to direct that question to staff offline?
I guess so, but I'm just wondering, has any thought at all been given to what we're going to be doing, or if we're going to be doing anything? And if it has, Councillor, I'm happy to take it offline with them.
There have been conversations, yes, but I can't provide specific details.
Okay. We can take it offline. I'll chat with you later.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. So seeing no further questions, public question period, item 8.6. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public that we have
Through you,
received?
Mr. Chair, we do not for this section.
Very good. Okay, thank you. So we will now pass the chair over to Councillor Singh, or if committee chooses, we can move to have a break, perhaps for 10-15 minutes, if committee desires.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go for 20 minutes and come back at 3:10.
Yes, it would be helpful. Thank you.
I'm happy to move if anyone oppose. That carries. Thank you.
So members of committee, we are in recess. Just one moment while we confirm the live stream is starting. And the audio is on and live stream, so please go ahead, Chair Singh.
All right, we're starting the corporate services section. I believe Councillor Paleshi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to request that we vary the order we bring forward the community services section prior to your section. Mr. Chair, we do have the fire master plan that I'd like to have before us. I understand that we have the chief and some of the fire that are listening, and I know that they would like to get that out of the way and go on to their day. So that's my request, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm good with that. Do any members have any objections to vary the order? Hearing none, that carries. I'll pass it on to Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, members of committee. The next specific item for community services is 11.1.1, a presentation from Chief Boyce regarding the BFBS 2021-2025 Fire Master Plan. And after receiving the presentation, we have the related staff report 11.2.2. We can bring forward and deal with it at the same time. Welcome, Chief Boyce.
Good afternoon through the chair. Thank you very much. So members of the committee, I'm pleased to present. You will see here in one moment, we'll just have the presentation brought up. Can everyone see that? I just want to confirm that you can see the presentation. Peter, could you bring up the presentation, please?
So I've given the presenter control to George.
Oh,
and it should be
I think
coming up
something's
momentarily.
happening.
Peter, do I need to bring it up on my end? Is that correct?
There's no presentation on the screen at this point. I believe, George, the presenter control is on your computer.
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, my apologies. I'm just trying to figure out how to bring it up. Oh, I found it. My apologies. It'll take 30 seconds.
In the meantime, I know that Chief Boyce and team have briefed members of council on the Fire Master Plan already, and so I believe this presentation is a shortened version.
That is correct. Thank you, Chair Santos. So I believe we have it up now, and this is our 2021 to 2025 Fire Master Plan. And you've all heard from our Division Chief of Administrative Services, George Sajanic. He'll be joining me today. This is our first Fire Master Plan since 2009, and really it's going to set out our strategic guidance to ensure that we provide the most efficient and effective fire and emergency service delivery to all those that live, work, study, in play in Brampton. And you're going to see that this Fire Master Plan provides comprehensive recommendations to allow Brampton Fire to really maintain our position as a progressive public safety leader. And I'd like to note the significant work that many of our chief officers on the department and our staff have undertaken to bring this plan really to fruition. So it's really been a team effort. And, and just on a side note before we get started, I'm really proud beyond COVID and during COVID especially of our department and our team and how they serve the city each and every day, 24/7, 365. So if you look at our Fire Master Plan, it's guided by three overarching themes, and those being safe, successful, and sustainable. And really, resident, visitor, and business safety, it's a top priority for us in Brampton Fire, and it aligns with the term of council priority of Brampton being a healthy and safe city. And to achieve this, we are leveraging the three lines of defense model that places a strong focus on public education and community outreach, coupled with fire prevention. And when those two lines of defense fail, we have highly trained emergency responders that respond to the scene to mitigate the emergency. To be successful, our goal is to provide exceptional customer service by embracing diversity, equity, inclusion to support Brampton as a mosaic. And we're going to leverage technological innovation and empower our staff to ensure that we are a well-run city department. And finally, sustainability, it's essential through both a fiscal and environmental lens. And you'll see that we have 9 areas of focus with 32 recommendations that provide a comprehensive approach to fire service delivery that I'll say is not found in many fire service master plans, but really is necessary to ensure that we deliver the highest quality services to our growing community.
As highlighted on this slide, we kicked the project off back in January of 2019 and have hit a number of milestones since that time. The master plan was slightly delayed because of COVID, but we're excited to be here today to present to a committee of council.
So this fire master plan was informed by a number of elements coupled with an in-depth analysis, and we wanted to ensure strategic alignment corporately, and that had linkages to the term of council priorities, the 2040 vision, our 2019 community risk assessment, plus we also looked at other city departmental strategic plans. And on top of that, we looked at all relevant legislation and bylaws, our recent core service reviews that were completed by KPMG and Ernst & Young, plus environmental scans of other fire service master plans and census data. And lastly, but very important, we recognize the criticality of resident and staff engagement. I'm proud to say that we had over 200 of our staff that had the opportunity to review and comment on the creation of this fire master plan. And I've said to all our staff, this is really our plan. It's not just the fire chief's plan. It takes our whole department moving forward to achieve these 32 recommendations.
We strongly believe that it's critical to have a comprehensive engagement strategy to follow in order to put together a quality master plan. This resulted in connecting with over 2,000 residents through a variety of ways, and approximately half of our department through workshops, as the chief alluded to. In addition, we engaged 8 departments throughout the city to leverage their knowledge and expertise on a variety of issues outlined in this master plan. As part of any forward-looking plan, it's critical to have a pulse on historical service levels and project future needs. As you can see on this slide, our call volume has steadily increased over many years until 2019, where a change was made by the Central Ambulance Communications Center, whereby fire is no longer tiered to lower risk chest pain calls. Throughout the extraordinary growth that has happened in the city, the department is proud to be able to maintain an overall response time of around 450 seconds, the 90th percentile, for the first arriving truck on scene at emergencies, of which a majority of these calls continue to be medical calls. Lastly, our fire prevention division continues to see an increasing workload year over year in line with the growth of the city.
So if we move to our first recommendation, it focuses on emergency response, and it outlines how we're going to situate future fire stations to meet our emergency response time goals. And this is one of the few recommendations you'll see that has an outlook beyond the 5-year horizon. We really focused on a 5-year plan, noting that so many things with respect to technology and so forth change. So we wanted to have a concrete plan for 5 years, but there are a few elements such as future station locations that go out beyond 5 years. And so as the city grows, we've identified the need for 3 additional fire stations to meet our response time goals for the first arriving apparatus on scene, and the ability to get the required number of resources on scene for a multi-apparatus call for something like a fire or a motor vehicle collision. And if you look at priority 1 on the chart, you'll note the addition of Station 14, which has already been previously approved by council with the firefighters hired and the construction funding, and that is scheduled to be operational in 2022. The 3 new fire stations that we have projected here are Station 215, 216, and 217, and all 3 of these are going to require a fully staffed pumper apparatus. In the northeast part of the city, at approximately Countryside and Goreway, Station 215 is projected to be operational in 2025. You can see the black dot on your screen on that small map there in the northeast section. If you look to the left of the screen in what is Heritage Heights area, you'll see 2 black dots. Those are Station 216 in the south and 217 in the north, with 216 projected to be located at approximately Mississauga Road and Williams Parkway and operational in 2025, along with the north part of Heritage Heights at Station 217, which we're projecting a station in 2032 at approximately Heritage Road where Sandalwood would intersect. And I'll say that these new stations and staffing, they're going to support us in responding to the majority of the city within our 240-second travel time response goal for initial apparatus, and ultimately provide us with optimal emergency response coverage throughout Brampton.
In order to further solidify our emergency response force capabilities, we also plan to ensure our stations continue to be well maintained, implement a cost-effective strategy to address the recent reliability issues that we've been having with some of our older apparatus caused by frame rail separation, secure an optimal location for our JFCC to move to by 2027 when Peel Regional Police moves out of their current 22 Division facility, and lastly, improve the health and safety of our firefighters by continuing to research and implement the best tools, equipment, and tactics for our team to utilize.
As I mentioned earlier, the importance of public education and fire prevention, it cannot be understated in today's fire service, and it's illustrated in recommendations 6, 7, 8, and 9. And reducing the likelihood magnitude of fires and emergencies is really the key to making our city safer. And one of the main recommendations that we have in this plan centers on a routine inspection program with annual inspections at 4 types of occupancies listed in the chart here under recommendation 6. Those being care and treatment facilities, residential high-rise buildings, residential low-rise, and industrial occupancies over 100,000 square feet. And our goal is to have 14 fire prevention officers with 2 supervisors inspect these buildings regularly to build a culture of compliance. And this recommendation is supported by our fire underwriter survey and our 2019 community risk assessment. And as we go forward with our annual inspection program, our goal is to move from what we call the routine inspection annualized program to a data-driven program using predictive modeling, which George will touch on in a little bit here. Coupled with this, in terms of public education, we're going to be using our frontline firefighters to conduct door-to-door residential fire safety checks all across the city. The data collected is going to ensure that homes have working smoke and carbon monoxide alarms and people know what to do in the event of a fire. And we know that if properties are compliant with fire safety legislation and have working smoke alarms, it will ultimately lead to saving lives. We're also going to make sure we stay abreast of the latest social media platforms to improve our community outreach and our engagement, things like Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok, to make sure we can connect with all people in our community. And we're going to look at partnering with post-secondary institutions from Brampton U to Algoma to Ryerson to Sheridan to help disseminate fire safety information, again, connect with the community, and also with private sector entities. And one example that we've just started now is with personal support workers. Teaching them how to do home fire safety checks so that they can teach those people that they're serving some of our most vulnerable population, not only what to do in the event of a fire, but they can check and ensure they have fire life safety devices such as smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors to help keep them safe.
COVID has made it even more evident that emergencies impact our vulnerable population the most. Therefore, BMO plans to enhance its public education efforts to better prepare our vulnerable populations for emergencies. In addition, BMO plans to continue pursuing opportunities to assist with public education in flood risk mitigation projects with organizations like conservation authorities in the area, as certain parts of Brampton are subject to elevated flood risks.
So we know that community safety, and we talk about this at council a lot, it's a very broad and complex topic. And our city role here is to raise awareness and advocate and stimulate action for a healthy and safe community. And we do that through collaboration and capacity building among service providers and really engaging with stakeholders. So we have 3 recommendations here under community safety, and one of them focuses on the continued involvement and alignment with the region's community safety and well-being plan that's projected to be at regional council in the coming months. And you heard from Resmeen earlier as well. She continues to represent the city on this endeavor. We also want to raise awareness of community resources and support to build our community resources GeoHub webpage that was developed during COVID and through the tremendous work done by the 4 task forces that the mayor started and some of the work done by strategic communications. And we're also going to leverage the city's new engagement platform, support the work of the Community Safety Advisory Committee, and continue to advocate for upper-level government funding in areas such as mental health and addictions, domestic violence, human trafficking, guns and gangs violence, and pedestrian safety. Atypical in many fire master plans is a section on diversity, equity, inclusion, and this really highlights the importance we are placing on diversity, equity, inclusion. We have 4 recommendations that encompass approximately 40 different initiatives we're undertaking. These recommendations will also be in addition to the council-endorsed 2019 Workplace Diversity and Inclusion Strategy that we're closely connected to. And I want to be very clear that our goal on the fire department is to be more reflective of the community we serve. We understand that there's significant work to do and it's going to take time, but as fire chief, you do have my commitment that diversity and inclusion will be and remain a top priority for Brampton Fire. The initiatives that we're looking at undertaking focus on diversifying our workforce by retaining and attracting top talent from underrepresented communities and people with diverse professional backgrounds. And one of the things that we started back in 2019 was the Chiefs Engagement Panel, and we're going to leverage the incredible talent and expertise of 32 different individuals that we have on that committee to help improve our recruitment and also our fire safety outreach. And lastly, we're also looking at more internal training and community engagement to strongly promote equity inclusion internally.
In order to be a well-run city, we strongly believe that leveraging new and emerging technology is critical to helping us get there. The most exciting opportunity we see in this area is leveraging artificial intelligence and machine learning technology to predict fire incidents based on the unique characteristics of every occupancy in the city. Pittsburgh Fire recently partnered with Carnegie Mellon University and was able to accurately detect over half of the fire incidents that occurred in a 6-month period for commercial and industrial occupancies. We plan to explore implementing a similar program here in partnership with a local post-secondary institution to help us develop our very own predictive modeling program to focus proactive inspections and public education activities. There are also a number of other technology initiatives we plan to implement in our other divisions, including leveraging the private Peel Regional Public Safety LTE data network, implementing Next Generation 911 within the original CAD upgrade project budget to provide residents with the ability to send picture, video, and text messages, and enhancing our online service request platforms to make it easier for the public to access our services digitally.
Under the Empowered Workforce section, we have 5 specific recommendations, and undoubtedly we have an incredible group of over 550 dedicated staff in Brampton Fire, and ensuring that they're healthy, well, and given the opportunity to train and develop is imperative. If we look at our wellness program, it's been essential to ensure that staff are mentally and physically able to overcome the demands and challenges they face on a regular basis. And one example that we have is the mitigation of occupational exposures that can lead to firefighters getting cancer at a much higher rate than the general public. And by enhancing our annual health assessment program, it's going to help assist with the early detection of cancers and cardiac conditions that can ultimately kill our firefighters. And we started a program late last year, and I've already been able to help a number of firefighters detect and treat cancers that they found at the earliest stages. And as I'll say too, beyond being considered the right thing to do, this also aligns with the recommendation found in the Ernst & Young Core Service Review to help enhance wellness initiatives to reduce future WSIB costs. And finally, leadership development, mentorship, and the achievement of industry best practice training standards, coupled with flexible training options, will assist in the career development of our staff and ultimately lead to improved service delivery.
Good governance is the foundation of effective public sector organizations to ensure resources are used in the best interest of the public and the decisions made are based on sound principles. Therefore, we plan to review and update our BFVS and emergency plan bylaws, enhance our data quality assurance program to become more of a data-driven organization, continue to review our many SOGs and policies, utilize the concepts of Lean and Six Sigma to improve efficiencies across the department, and annually review our community risk assessment as required by legislation.
Our last recommendation, your recommendation 32, and by no means the least important, looks at environmental sustainability and the investment in green technology. And we at Brampton Fire recognize that we do have a role to play in Brampton becoming a green city, and we need to contribute to the community energy and emissions reduction plan. So to do this, we plan to investigate green fleet options for emergency response vehicles, and there's some new technology just coming out now that looks at electric fire trucks that we will look into. We're going to work on greening our non-emergency fleet. We're also going to implement a car sharing program to reduce the overall size of our non-emergency fleet. And finally, with respect to our stations and our buildings, we're looking at innovative and sustainable approaches in the construction of these buildings by leveraging things like LEED, Fitwell, net zero, and passive house designs. So that concludes our 32 recommendations, and I wanted to highlight the Fire Master Plan's financial implications. And when we developed this plan, I really wanted to be transparent with Council and provide some estimated costing of what the plan entails, and to note that all items here are subject to annual budget approval. And I do believe this is a fiscally responsible plan, and it does meet the public safety needs and circumstances of the City of Brampton. So in looking at some of the costs, if you looked at the right side of the balance sheet, you'll notice the majority of the 28 million, approximately 27 million, is for the construction and design of 3 new fire stations, Station 215, 16, and 17, along with the 10-year future state of good repair capital upkeep of our current fire stations. And if you look on the left side, or the operating side of the balance sheet here, you'll see that the majority of the 11 million is for staffing to support opening those 3 future fire stations of 15, 16, and 17, along with the enhanced fire prevention and routine inspection program that we discussed implementing. And I look forward to bringing these to budget each year in their respective years, but hope that this helps you to understand the scope and the magnitude of the plan. So in terms, sorry, almost
Sorry, I thought you were
finished.
done.
Close. Just in terms of next steps, what we're looking for today is a council endorsement of this master plan. We will build our implementation plan over the coming months, submit any budget requests through the budget process, and take the next 5 years and beyond to achieve the initiatives we've outlined here. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time, and I will turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you so much, Chief Boyes. And George, I should have waited for that question, comments, or concerns slide. I apologize for interrupting. I do have a couple of questions and comments. Councillor Pileski, followed by Councillor Willett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. Chief, just on the wellness initiative for our Brampton Fire and Emergency Services personnel, I think that's an important program. I'm glad to see that that we're going to be up and running it. I want all firefighters to know that this is a good thing for them. I want them to be able to. I want all of them to be able to go through this program and to ensure that they're safe and their future is safe as much as it can be. It's not the old boys club anymore where you suck it up, you rub some dirt in it. This is a different world. So I want everybody to ensure. I want us to do everything we can do to promote it and to ensure that they know that we really want them to utilize this.
Thank you, Councillor Pileski. And I will say too, it's been received so tremendously, and so many firefighters have reached out after they've went through this program and thanking the corporation. And it's been highly supportive by the Brampton Professional Firefighters Association. And I'll tell you, as fire chief, I get to hear a lot of the confidential stories of people bringing forward when they've found cancer or other life, altering conditions. And to see a program that we put on, the only one that I know of to this degree in Canada for sure. It is really rewarding, and ultimately that thanks goes to our senior leadership team and council for supporting us and going forward with these initiatives. So thank you.
Good. And early detection is definitely something that helps. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about, I've talked to you about it in the past. I think I've talked to other chiefs as well. Just with relation to the future and innovative ideas on changing our fleet and making adjustments where they need to be making. You talk a little bit about here into changing to electric or looking at electric, and then we talk about the corrosion of pipes underneath and what that does to our fleet. Sorry, I've always been a big promoter of dependable, mainly because they're in Brampton. But as long as we have, a good working relationship, if it's dependable, where it's financially beneficial for the city of Brampton, and them being a Brampton-based company, then that's why I push them. I don't know of any other company, and that's why I use their names. So I hope that those communications are going on, and we're constantly looking at and working with these types of companies that can change our fleet for the future for the better.
Through the chair, thank you very much, Councillor Pileski. And yes, Dependable has been successful in some of our open procurement for a number of our past pumper trucks and fire trucks. So yes, we definitely have a positive working relationship with them.
Very good. Thanks, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor Paleshi and Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thank you, Chief Boyce. Excellent presentation, and thank you, George, as well for all your work on it. As always, the Rapid Fire has done an excellent job presenting to council. And Chief, just one comment in regards to the sustainability and environmental issues. You're already halfway there with the gardens you guys did this year with our backyard garden program. And just as a reminder, you and I have to figure out which one's going to win the contest that we talked about for their best garden. But anyway, keep up the good work, guys, and thanks very much for an excellent report.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Willens. I'd be happy to select the best of the 8 that are out there.
Thank you so much, Councillor Willens, and thank you as Chair of Community Services. We all got a briefing beforehand, and I have to say that our Brampton Fire team, I know, Chief, you have an incredible team behind you as well, putting this incredibly thorough master plan together, again, just further emphasize how Brampton Fire are leaders when it comes to Brampton Fire and Emergency Services. So thank you very much. I see no further comments. I have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to receive the presentation as well as the report. Anyone opposed, please say in the chat box. Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. I see none. That motion carries. The next item of the agenda was already dealt with during the COVID-19 update 11.1.2. But I know that we had a question from Councillor Fortini to Commissioner Derek Boyce. Councillor Fortini, did you want to ask your question now?
If he's here, yes, or else I could do it offline.
Okay, well, it's your choice, whatever you want to do.
Okay,
You have an opportunity.
I'll ask the question. So I know we were talking about ice rinks. So in Jacuzzi Park, we got the ice rink there, and I noticed last year the ice wasn't freezing. So if you actually go in the boiler room, the BTU, did they fix the pipe going from the main road into the boiling room? There was not enough supplies of gas?
I Councillor, through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Fortini, this is Derek speaking. I do remember that issue, and I will confirm, but I believe that it was fixed. I believe that the gas company came out and did increase the size so that there was a increased flow.
They increased the pipe, or they increased what do you call it, the gas meter as more of a pump to push more gas on the BTU?
I will double check, and I'll send you a quick note, but I want to say off of memory that I thought they increased the pipe, but I could be wrong. I'll double check and send you a note, though.
Okay, thank you, because they cannot have the ice running to freeze the pipes and the heaters. There's not enough BTU to manage both, so one or the other. If it's cold, that's fine. If it's a little bit warm, the heaters do not work, because then they cannot freeze the ice. So thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. The next item is 11.2.1, a staff report regarding housekeeping amendment to user fee bylaws regarding animal services fees. Mr. Clerk, just for clarification, did we already deal with this earlier during presentation or during delegations under our item 7. What was it? Anyway.
7.1 was possible delegations. It was just to hear if anybody wished to speak,
Okay.
but
So
we have not dealt with it yet, so we should.
Perfect. So do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? If so, please let us know in the speakers list. There are no questions. I have a motion by Councillor Vicente to approve the report recommendations. Anyone opposed to the motion, please say so in the chat box. Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. I see no objections. That motion carries. Next item of the agenda is 11.4.1, correspondence from Alison O'Leary, Assistant Deputy Minister, Program Operations Branch, Infrastructure Canada. Do any members have any questions or comments related to this matter? Councillor Vicente. Go ahead, Councillor Vicente. Councillor Vicente? Okay, in the meantime, Councillor Singh also has a question. Councillor Singh, if you could go ahead first, and then maybe Councillor Vicente after.
Sure, I had a question. for, I guess it would be Alex. I noticed in the correspondence, the minister's representative is saying that we need to go through the province first. Is she saying that we need to go to the province first for the transit facility, or for the transit facility being electrified? Well,
That's a question for staff.
Yes, sorry, through the chair. Sorry, I was trying to get my microphone on here and I couldn't. The actual reference that the federal government has made in terms of going through the provinces for the electrification of the third facility, again, through the federal government that potentially may have interest in looking at some data that we might be providing them, they would still need provincial support on these initiatives. And I believe that's maybe the reference that was made there. In terms of the third facility construction through the ISIP funding, that's just gone through a provincial application process that goes through an approval process, and then it's elevated to the federal government for the final approval process, and that's in the works that we're in the midst of now. I hope that clarifies.
What I'm hearing is if the province doesn't approve the or doesn't support the electrification, then it's highly likely the federal government will. That's what I was getting from the letter, but I just wanted to get your interpretation.
Yeah, I think through the chair, I believe Councillor Singh that there's always room for discussions. I don't think anybody shut the door on that electrification. I just think that there's more data that staff is working on and providing both the federal government, and hopefully that'll be trickled down to the provincial government as well. But I believe that there's still interest there. I don't think any flames were put out, and clearly, though, we have to go through that process. I hope that answers, but nobody shut the door yet. I think we just need to work on this a little bit more carefully with appropriate data.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. And Councillor Vicente, let's give you a second try here. No, can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. Okay, thanks, Councillor Vicente. So we have a motion from Councillor Singh to receive the correspondence from Allison O'Leary. Anyone opposed? Please say so in the chat box, otherwise your vote will count in the affirmative. I see no objections. That motion carries. The next item of the agenda is public question period. Mr. Clerk, were there any questions from the public?
There are none, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And so now I believe we are going to move the chair over to the Chair of Corporate Services, Councillor Singh.
All right, thank you, Councillor Santos. 9.2.1 and 9.3.1 were dealt in consent. Moving on, 9.3.2 was part of the delegation of 7.8. So moving on to 9.3.3, start times for City Council and Committee of Council meetings, requested by Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Pleshy?
Can I just interrupt? I had a question. Did we skip councillor question period for section 11?
Yeah.
I think I did that by accident. I apologize, Councillor Bowman.
Yeah, no problem. I just had a quick question.
Okay, so we'll stop at 9.3.3 and let Councillor Bowman ask his question.
And it's just a very quick question. Either Chief Boyes or Paul Morrison, did you guys get calls on Saturday or Sunday or even Monday night for fireworks? Because I had a lot of calls about fireworks in this neighborhood, and I don't think Labor Day is one of our fireworks days, if I'm not mistaken. We only have 4 of them. Did anybody else have issues with fireworks?
Councillor Bowman, can you hear me? It's Paul Morrison.
I can, Paul.
Sir, over the weekend, September 5th to the 8th, we had 10 reports of fireworks in the city of Brampton as compared to 4 last year at this time. And just for your own knowledge, we're at 124 total for the year and 212 in total for last year.
Okay, and were there any permits taken out for fireworks?
No, sir.
Okay, so I guess we must not be doing a good enough job. Perhaps we need to up the communications on when fireworks are allowed in the city of Brampton. I mean, I was getting calls and I was saying, well, you know, they're not allowed, but that didn't stop them from going off 3 nights in a row. So I don't know if Jason's online or how we can approach this to get the communications out that Labor Day is not a recognized day for fireworks in the city.
So Councillor Bowman, Paul Morrison again. I can tell you we work closely with Jason's area and specifically SUDA. We were talking recently and we put out some information on fireworks. We're dealing with fire prevention right now. Andrew Von Holt is meeting with our team and we're putting out some more training on the fireworks for Diwali. So we do have a campaign towards education and unfortunately we weren't able to enforce the ones on the weekend, but we will continue to do that if necessary.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair, for going back.
I apologize for missing that. Thanks, Councillor Bowman, for understanding. Councillor Singh, back to you.
Yep, thank you. And I see Councillor Williams also said she got complaints about fireworks as well. Moving on to 9.3.3, a discussion item from Councillor Pleshy. Start times for city council and committee of council meetings. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, now that school is back in, the start time for 11 o'clock because of COVID, but in particular over the summer, I think worked for everybody. But school session, schools are back in, and I think that I've talked to a few counselors. It's difficult for us to start a meeting at 11. Anytime we start a meeting at 11, you can almost guarantee that it's going to go beyond the time that that we have to if you have to pick up your children from school. So I'm requesting that we go back to the 9:30 start times. I also know, and members will know that, you know, it's rare that we're even done by 3 o'clock or whenever you have to pick up your child from school. Even if we do start at 9:30, there's just more likelihood that we will finish at prior to. So that being said, I'd like to, if I have to put a motion on, I'll put a motion on the floor. I'm asking that all members support us going back to the 9:30 start times.
Okay, City Clerk, do you require a motion or will you take it under advisement?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it would be helpful if there is a motion. We've only changed the meetings for September. So today's meeting, the 16th, the 23rd, and the 30th to 11 o'clock. And right now, all other meetings are scheduled to start at 9:30 in accordance with the procedure bylaw. So if it is the will of committee to go back to a 9:30 start time, and there's a motion and a vote, then we will abide by that.
So Councillor Pleshy, are you okay with that, or do you want the remaining meetings in September also to 9:30?
No, I think kids go to school in September, so I would like the remaining meetings in September to start at 9:30.
Okay, so I guess we'll have a motion. Is that okay, Councillor Pleshy?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So for meetings to return to 9:30 a.m.
Okay.
Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative.
Mr. Chair, you have some speakers.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Okay. Councillor Vicente. Councillor Vicente. Okay, Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Obviously, we want to accommodate counselors with young children in school. And so whatever works best for council. Right now, we have the time confirmed with CP24 to do the press conferences, and we can see if we can have them move that up to 8 a.m. or later in the day, but probably the earlier time. So for those council members that participate in CP24, you just have to find some childcare arrangements when it's your spot on the rotation. And who knows how long that's going to last. But happy to be flexible and accommodate any members of council. Obviously, we want a time that works best for everyone.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vicente. I see back on, Councillor Vicente. Okay, Councillor Plushy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you know, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate the amount of time that Brampton is getting on me more now than ever before. And I know our residents really they enjoy seeing you and seeing councillors and Dr. Lowe and whatever guests. I know you had Carmen Spat on there today. That was fantastic. And I also like seeing that and participating in it. And so maybe there's an opportunity where you could have that conversation with CP24 and, if possible, maybe move it to a different day. Like if a Tuesday would work better, but I'm glad that you're open to making those changes. It's as you know, and it's difficult for a single father of three, so it's hard to find or accommodate. If meetings do go past, I make necessary arrangement, but it's difficult, and I know that in speaking to some of the staff, it's mutually difficult for them as well. So, thank you for that, and hope that CP24 can accommodate you and members of council in the city of Brampton.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, just very quickly, and I thank you for everyone involved, especially Councillor Palachi, for raising this. I had raised this just in an email before, and I think unfortunately, you're in that conundrum. At the end of the day, we look forward to the mayor's updates, and we love the fact that City of Brampton is getting that direct coverage. But at the end of the day, these are our children, and especially when we're talking about supporting work-life balance, supporting childcare, and supporting those. This is one of those things I do think that takes importance. So I thank you, Councillor Palachi, and I thank you, the mayor, for showing willingness and openness to support us, and I thank everyone involved.
All right, thank you. I don't see any more questions. We do have a motion by Councillor Palachi. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Please let us know in the chat box. Seeing none, there are no objections, so the motion carries. Moving on to 9.3.4, discussion item at the request of Councillor Williams regarding the one-time donation to women's shelters located in the city of Brampton. Councillor Williams.
Hi, thank you, through the chair. In the beginning of August, we as a council unanimously agreed to suspend the salary of one of our colleagues. So I'm asking my colleagues to support the request of staff to report back on the feasibility of donating the salary to a women's shelter or organization that provides counseling and therapy to women healing from or dealing with gender-based violence in Brampton. It just seems like the right thing to do at this time because of the impact of COVID. It's impacted many women and experiencing gender-based violence. And so that amount of approximately $25,000 would go a long way to helping some of the organizations that do that hard work. I understand we don't know if this is possible, which is why I'm requesting a report back to council on the feasibility. So I know my motion is up on the board, but it says, whereas the Brampton City Council adopted the recommendation of the Integrity Commissioner to suspend the remuneration of one of its members of council for a period of 90 days, whereas such suspension means that the council member will not receive pay or benefits from the city of Brampton equal to approximately $25,000 in the fiscal year of 2020. And whereas it has been widely reported that COVID-19 has seen a significant increase in the occurrence of domestic violence and increase in the demand for shelters serving victims
Sound
of
check.
domestic violence. Therefore, be it resolved that committee request the CAO to report at the first scheduled council in October a review on the feasibility of reallocating the unused 90-day salary and benefits to be distributed as a one-time grant to a women's shelter or organization that provides that supports women who've experienced gender-based violence, and that such report be included but not be exclusive to a mechanism for allocating amounts on a prorated basis based on the number of beds each shelter provides or the amount of women they support.
Okay, thank you. And do any members have any questions? Okay, Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, through you, Chair. So I found out, this is the first time I'm reading this motion, as the other woman on council who has been advocating against gender-based violence and working with various organizations at the region, but also here at the City of Brampton, passing a lot of motions unanimously supported by council. But I only have seen this motion now. And I first heard about a motion possibly coming forward last week in a press release. And I really have to say that I found it really inappropriate. And that's coming from the other woman of council who's been advocating against gender-based violence. And the reason why it's inappropriate is because although I'm very confident and I think we did the right thing in terms of adopting the Integrity Commissioner's report, that decision that we made also triggered a number of different litigations as well as the judicial review. And so to be naming counselors in press releases without even talking to staff or talking to colleagues really was very inappropriate. And it also kind of puts counselors, our team, into a corner because, you know, if we don't support this, it makes it look as if we don't support women's shelters. And that is absolutely, completely false. And I'm more than happy to talk to media about all the things that we as a City of Brampton are doing to support women's issues and women's empowerment and trying to end violence against women. So, you know, I think that at the end of the day, sending a press release announcing that you're going to be passing a motion and naming counselors during a litigation is irresponsible in terms of then saying you're going to suggesting that we should donate that salary because we don't necessarily know whether that money is going to exist later on. I think that donations also from the city are not an accountable measure of giving out money, taxpayers' money, because there's no measurability to it. I do believe that going through a granting program would be far more effective, far more substantial, and far more sustainable in terms of supporting women's groups and organizations in Brampton. But in speaking with Councillor Medeiros, who is the Chair of Human Services at the region, he himself, as well as Councillor Fortini, have been working hard at the region in terms of supporting women's groups and organizations. And I know that Councillor Medeiros has a long list from the region in terms of the different programs that are supported there as well. And so while a press release last week kind of caught all of us off guard, I am sure it got a lot of media play for the councillor that issued it. But at the end of the day, you know, I talked to different leaders in the community, leaders like Orlando Bowen, who's a friend of mine. And he always says to me, you know, when there are challenging situations and there's a lot of controversy, you always have to rise above and do things in a better way that doesn't keep things down. And I think the better approach to this would be, quite frankly, given all of the things that are happening around this issue right now, is to refer this motion, at the very least, refer this motion to a future council meeting after the judicial review decision has been made. I don't even think staff should be looking at this while we don't even know for sure what that decision is going to be. So I'm going to suggest that we refer this to a future council meeting until the judicial review process is over and we know with certainty what that decision is. In addition to that, I would also like to ask information from staff, specifically about the granting programs we have in the City of Brampton that could support women's groups and organizations, and if there are any gaps to levels of support for women's empowerment and women's groups, then I think at that point, once we have the information, we could start talking about a proper granting program to support women's empowerment and women's groups. And that's how we elevate the conversation out of the very difficult decision that we made in August. So that's what I have to say. That's my motion that's on the floor in terms of the referral. One thing that I do want to add is next week I will be making an announcement related to Interim Place. Interim Place has an annual walk every year in September. It's the annual walk, Steps to End Violence Against Women. I was the only councillor who participated in last year, and I'm encouraging all of my council colleagues to make a donation and also to participate in that virtual walk. And that, again, is the more appropriate way to deal with this. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Rowena Santos. You're absolutely right. You know, I hate when we start playing politics on people's weakness. There is a traditional review. We did get an email from our staff, our solicitor, that we should not be talking about these things, and the media release went out, which should not have gone out. That's a regional. This is a city. We don't know what's going to happen, and at the end of the day, if the traditional review all goes in favor of one person, we have to come back and apologize and reimburse the payment. And I don't want to see this money coming out of somewhere else. But Charmaine, thank you for bringing it forward. You know, I always said, you know, you want to touch regional stuff, put your name on the ballot and run, and we can help all the regional people you want. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Vicente.
Now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams, I have to hand it to you for always bringing stuff forward that I guess it appears it's designed in order to benefit you politically. I think it's
point of privilege. That comment, I find that comment quite attacking. To say that motions that I put forward are done for personal gain. This motion is to help women in need in Brampton, not for personal gain. So I would ask that you would, retract that comment. Thank you.
I will try to. I will do my best, Councillor, to phrase my comments differently.
Thank you.
I think that any attempt to reallocate funds, first of all, to staff, when council follows an integrity commission report recommendations and makes a choice to follow them, and those funds are taken away, that remuneration is removed from the member of council. What happens to those funds? Can we get an answer on that?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
At the end of the day, any savings for the entire corporation or deficit is borne by the GRS, our General Rate Stabilization Reserve. So effectively, if we were to save this money at the end of the year, it would go to that reserve. Likely, though, we're going to be in a deficit given COVID. So it's unlikely that it's likely that we'll actually have to draw from the reserve.
Okay, so for all intents and purposes, the money is not sitting in an account to be used freely by members of council. That would be correct. It would require for us to draw upon reserves.
That is correct.
So the money's not there. So this, let's be very clear that this is a taxpayer. This is an allocation of funds drawn upon the good credits of the taxpayer of Brampton. And I'll stop there and not try to characterize it as I did before. I can't, but going back to where, or the intention of this motion, I can't think of any women's group that would want to say that we received X amount of dollars thanks to the city of Brampton because so-and-so events happened somewhere, and well, look, we got this, windfall. And I just can't see any women's group wanting to benefit financially in that way. This is not our money. It's not for us to allocate as we wish. It was the result of a penalty which we levied against a member of council following the recommendations of the Integrity Commission report. And like I said, I can't support something like this, and particularly to Councillor Santos's point, something that was announced on social media. This is what is being done, and whatever. I didn't read the press release, but the fact that it was done even in advance of council's consideration of this, for me, makes this in so many ways something that I just cannot possibly support. And I think that we did our job back in August when we addressed the Integrity Commissioner's report, and we moved a number of motions to deal with it. It's done. And I think that to continue to bring this back up respectfully, Councillor Williams, is not something that I would do. I'll put it that way. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to remind members of committee that we are in a referral debate now because a referral motion has been placed. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, but members can still speak?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they can speak to the referral, the merits of the referral.
Yeah, so I would advise that everybody please keep your comments to the referral. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I speak to the referral, before you get up and go away, sorry.
No, I just turned the light on. Who called this?
I had thought that I thought I had heard the wording that this was drafted in the motion, that this was essentially being referred to staff to report back. So it's a motion that is, the referral's in the motion to go back to staff, and now we're referring the referral of the motion?
I think the difference is now the referral will be to following the judicial review. Whereas the other one, staff would begin right away.
Yeah, go ahead.
To the clerk, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. The substantive motion from Councillor Williams is to report back in October, and the referral from Councillor Santos is conditional on the judicial review being resolved.
Okay, so, and I guess what I assumed was that the original motion would go to staff. Staff would then come back and say, pros and cons, here they are. One of those issues would be the judicial review, and then we as council would say, assuming all members would say, yep, you're right, wait till the review is done, wait till whatever else that's out there is done before we go ahead and implement. Speaking to the implementation and the referral, I think it was unanimous that this council decided to take our increase and take that away from all members of council and put it towards a charity or a not-for-profit of their choosing. So it's not out of line of something that this council has done before. With respect to a press release going out prior to you actually achieving something, so essentially a press release going out to say you're going to do something, it's not something that I would do. I don't have comments on other members and the way they do things, and I don't think that any member of council should comment on the way members do something that they're fully allowed to do. So I guess I'm a little bit disappointed in that. We all try and represent our residents to the best of our ability and try and work together to, move the city forward and do some great things. We all have different opinions, and I think we should be respecting those different opinions. I don't see
I don't see anything in this motion that we couldn't send to staff and have staff come back to talk to us about and tell us what are some of the issues, and if waiting for that judicial review is one of them, and I think that we could do that. So if the referral is essentially going to refer it back to after the judicial review, I assume that staff would be coming back to us anyways to say that's probably what you should do. I don't know if staff would care to talk about that now in open session. I know there was a question. I don't know who answered that. But is Diana Seuss on the line? No, Diana Seuss?
Yes, Councillor Paletti?
Oh, thank you, Diana.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Want me to repeat
So,
the question?
please
Yep.
do.
Okay, so Diana, have you seen the motion that's before members?
I see it on the screen here.
Okay, so I guess the question, there's this motion that was being sent to staff for them to comment and come back. And then Councillor Santos has now put a referral to actually wait until after the judicial review. Do you agree that?
Understand? Yeah.
Would you agree
Correct.
that if we're doing anything like this, it should be after the judicial review? Would that be your recommendation? Anna?
I don't think that this is a legal issue. I think this is a matter that is, at the discretion of council. What I can tell you is that the judicial review application challenges not only the remedies that were imposed, but also the underlying basis for the imposition of those remedies. So, and the reason I say that is the 90-day suspension of pay isn't a remedial measure. It is one of the measures that's permitted under the Municipal Act. So I don't know that measure in and of itself is really being challenged. That is a legal remedy that is available under the Municipal Act. But in addition to the remedial measures that were imposed that are being challenged, there is an underlying challenge to the IC report and the jurisdiction of the IC. If successful on that issue, the imposition of any penalty, whether under the Municipal Act or otherwise, could be overturned. So, on that basis, there may be a reason to wait until the outcome of the judicial review application, but I think it's something that council should decide.
Okay, two more quick questions then, and I appreciate that answer. With us doing anything moving forward on this particular topic in the IC report, during the judicial review, would anything that council does now on a go forward, could that reflect or could that be used in the reviewing of that process? This is my first question.
I would say the answer to that is yes. My recommendations would be that you no longer deal with this matter until after the proceedings are completed. It is within your discretion to do it, but as has previously been noted, my recommendations are that this matter be left to be dealt with by the courts at this point in time.
During that judicial review.
Yes.
Okay, and then my second question, same question, but more related to a recent lawsuit that was announced. Two-part question: does this or will this have any substance on that? And when will we be getting, as council, when will we be getting a briefing on that?
So, Councillor Paleshi, I would recommend that any conversations about that, any pending litigation like that be discussed more specifically in closed session. And I expect that you will be getting a report in the near term on that.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, Diana. Given our solicitor's comments, I would, I support this going forward to come back after the judicial review. I think that's the proper process. I hope that, members realize that we all have our difference of opinion, and as long as members are staying within the rules and the code of conduct that we have all signed off on, we respect each other's comments and ability to work for the residents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. I think Councillor Sandal, I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. You want to give clarity on number 2 part of the motion?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. To the second part, and so this is why I'm bringing up the granting opportunities, because while the referral is being, or while there's a referral to the judicial until the judicial review decision is made, there are things that we can do. We can look at the granting opportunities and programs that exist here at the city and see where there are gaps, and how we can, as a city, support women's support groups and empowerment initiatives completely separate from the matter that we dealt with in August.
All right, thank you. I would just advise, I'm gonna keep moving forward, but just want to advise 2 things to my colleagues. First, we are talking about the referral motion, so please, I know there was some leniency earlier, but please keep your comments to the referral motion, and please also take the solicitor's advice when you make comments. I think she was quite clear. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're absolutely right. A question to our legal, Diane. We all received an email going back a while back. We're not supposed to be talking about this at all. It was confidential because it could affect judicial review. Am I correct?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So yes, Councillor Fortini, I can confirm that you did receive an email from me. It was privileged, confidential, but my recommendation remains that that all councillors, yes, and my recommendation remains that there be no discussion regarding this matter publicly.
Public. So Councillor Charmaine doing the press release and everything breaks the rule of conduct. Is that what we're saying?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah. So doing a press conference.
I'm not saying that, Councillor Fortini. I'm just, I'm.
Well, I'm glad. Okay, we got that clear, and I'm glad what Councillor Paleshi said. We all decided to put our raise into different charities or a group. Maybe we could all put our raise into different charities, and maybe this could be one of them. I'm going to be asking for a report in December where every councillor put their money of the raise for the charity, and I already did, and I will add some more money into the shelter if I have to. And I hope Charmaine Williams will do the same out of her pocket. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bowman speaking to the referral.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. It's very difficult to speak to the referral or anything else at this point. I think that, and I'm trying to avoid anything legal here that's not going to get us in trouble. I agree that nothing should be done until after a judicial review. I really would have preferred, before we started all the comments back and forth, that we had gone into closed session, because I believe Diana gave some legal advice without us going into closed session that had an impact on this whole issue. So I believe that at this point, based on what Diana said and not saying anything else about anything, I believe that this needs to wait until we clear some other stuff up. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Madero speaking to the referral.
Yeah, speaking to the referral, I guess I have an issue with the referral and even the motion per se. Being that, essentially when we talk about monies that we want to provide a women's shelter, and Councillor Santos did rightfully cite the fact that, as the Chair of Human Services, I got a quick update on what we provide women's shelter here in Brampton. It's around $695,000. And if we want to be effective and be active in supporting women's shelters, as other members have said, being that we are in a two-tier system, that is done at the region. So if this council wants to put a motion saying that we feel that the city of Brampton needs more support for women's shelters, that's one thing. And that's the intent. If that's the intent to support women's shelters, then it's done at the region. We don't do that here. And essentially, for us to be transferring money from the city of Brampton to, for example, a women's shelter, we fund it through the region. And as far as I know, the Brampton taxpayer funds both the region and the city. So essentially, we're just taking Peter to pay Paul, where essentially, if we want to be effective, then, I think the proper sort of, I would invite my two colleagues to both of them walk down or take back their motions. And we just, as a council, can put a motion to support more funding and support for women's shelters in the city of Brampton and send that as correspondence to the region to be considered. But that's just a suggestion. I just think this whole tying it to an action of an investigation, it just undermines what the purpose is. And I want to believe that my colleague's original purpose was to support women's shelters. And I'll leave that as that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Williams speaking to the referral.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a question regarding the process. Do we vote on the referral motions first, and because it's an amendment, correct, to the current motion, or do we?
Yeah, because you're not, and clerk, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but because you're probably not accepting it, that would be voted on first.
Okay, great, thank you. I just wanted to add that, I was reached out by Councillor Jenna Sudd from Ottawa, who shared that she did the same thing in Ottawa, and it was supported. And almost, I think, 80,000 of a councillor's salary went towards supporting women's organizations. And I thought, it was just an excellent affirmation to know that this is a good thing to do. And at the end of the day, it's just about helping the women who are in need. And so, if this was an opportunity to be able to provide that support, and the motion was just a question on the feasibility and to look to staff to come back and let us know if that was possible. But we did get the answers from Diana, and thank you, Diana, for that today. And but I guess we'll go forward and vote on these motions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I thank you, Councillor Williams, for those comments. It's always important to support women's shelters, especially women in Brampton. I've been working on something that maybe I could go offline and talk to Councillor Santos about. Just with respect to that number 2, what I'm not kind of liking right now, what I'm not feeling good about is attaching that number 2 to this. Now that we've had the debate that we have had, I think that maybe there's something else that we can do. Listening to Councillor Medeiros and really maybe putting our heads together and through advocation and through other opportunities, we can put something together and bring that forward at a future council meeting to make this a positive and good news story. So if that's a possibility, then maybe we can take number 2 out. would ask Councillor Santos. I think Councillor Santos is the author of number 2. So that's a question direct to Councillor Santos.
I'm gonna let Councillor Vicente respond, and I'll let her. I think she's open to changing it, and I'll give her the final.
Sorry, Councillor Singh, I still have the floor, and that
sorry,
was just it was a direct question, and then I could follow up once I receive an answer to that.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Paleshi. Yeah, I totally agree with you. After getting the solicitor information and response as well, those should be 2 separate motions that I would move forward. So number 2 would be completely separate from number 1. And as I mentioned in my comments when I was talking about number 2, the intention is that it is separate. At the end of the day, this council and our team supports women's groups and organizations regardless of what happened in the past. And it's something that we should be doing better at anyway. So it has nothing to do even with the IC report.
Okay, so Councillor Santos, I'm asking you to withdraw and number 2 altogether, and if we could maybe put our heads together, work with Councillor Medeiros and put something else together to bring forward at a future council meeting?
I'd be fine with that, but I would like to see information come back on our current granting initiatives that we have right now in Brampton to see whether or not we do have, if we are supporting women's groups, or if any of our granting programs allow support for women's groups and women's empowerment initiatives.
Okay,
and Councillor Medeiros' point about stuff being done at the region, I agree with you.
For sure.
But I think that we should still be doing more in Brampton.
For sure. Okay, so you're going to take number 2. It's no longer going to be a number 2. It's going to be a separate motion altogether to get that information, and then we'll build off of that information.
Yes, exactly.
Ultimately. Okay, Fantastic. Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Vicente?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am happy to see cooler heads prevailing, and thank you to the city solicitor for providing really some clarity that now is not the time for us to be doing any more on this, and there are other ways that we can support women's issues and women in the city of Brampton and at the region of Peel. And I think that is the benefit of having a discussion like this. Motions get put forward, but once you begin to have a thorough discussion, one can realize that there is a better way forward. So I appreciate the discussion that's happened here, and I'm glad that we are now moving in what I think is a better direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Santos, there was some confusion. I know you got asked a question. I said I'd give you a final word. Do you have anything you want to add, or I'm gonna ask for the vote?
Nope, I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll vote on the referral motion first. It's on the screen in front of us with Councillor moved by Councillor Santos, with the original motion being put forward by Councillor Williams. Are any members opposed to this motion? If you are, write it in the chat box. Okay, I don't see anybody opposed, so the motion carries. Okay, Councillor Williams made it. So we have 1 opposed. And Councillor, we have 1 more motion coming up by Councillor Santos. And recorded vote was requested on this. So that staff be requested to report on potential granting opportunities for women support groups and empowerment initiatives.
Point of clarification, I thought we were voting, through the chair, I thought we were voting on just the referral first. Isn't that correct? Just the referral, the judicial review?
Yep, that's what we voted on.
Oh, okay, then I am in favor. Sorry, I am in favor.
Okay.
Thanks, sorry.
Okay, no problem. So, yeah, it carried unanimously. And the next motion will be a recorded vote, so I'll let the clerk handle that.
Members of council, please indicate how you vote. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Willens. I believe Councillor Willens had to leave. I don't see him on the screen. Councillor Paleshi,
Yes.
Councillor Bowman,
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros,
Yes.
Councillor Williams,
Yes.
Councillor Fortini,
Yes.
Councillor Singh,
Yes.
Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon? I'll come back to you. Councillor Vicente?
Mr. Clerk, I am not sure what we're actually voting on here. I'm not sure if it's clear.
The recorded vote's been requested on the motion moved by Councillor Santos, which is 2 lines, which is on the screen and highlighted.
But the prior motion is, from following the discussion that we had, it was a motion that I believe that we had heard clearly from the city solicitor that is something that we should not be doing. Is that not correct?
Through you.
No, that was about the other.
I don't think we're clear here on what it is that we're voting on, in which order.
Okay, we just voted on earlier the referral motion, which carried, and now we're voting on the 2 lines right here that I just read out.
The chair is correct.
I think, Mr. Clerk, we need to read out these motions because, like I said, if we could scroll back, you'll see that this is what is in the motion that was voted on before is precisely what we had decided that we were not going to do. Is that not true?
No, the legal gave, Dionysus gave her advice, but that motion was still on the floor. So that's why we voted on that referral motion.
So the motion that's on the screen is what we voted on?
No, yeah, it was referred. Yes, this one.
See, I keep seeing it scrolling, and I'm not sure if it's clear what it is that we're actually voting on.
We're voting on the 2 lines I just read out. That staff requested.
But that's, yeah.
Okay. So this was originally one motion, but Councillor Santos and Councillor Pleshy asked for it to be separated. So there was a 1 and a 2. This is a 2.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So if we go back to the motion that's just above the one highlighted in yellow, can we read that out? And what was it that we just decided to do?
Refer it.
And did the city solicitor not say that we should not be doing anything now?
She said it should wait until after the judicial review.
And thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Pleshy asked a very direct question. Does doing this reflect on the legal matters that are before the city and before the judicial review? And the city solicitor's response was, yes, it would.
But we've already voted on it.
Yeah, we already voted on it.
I realize that, but I don't think it was clear to me, at least, what we were voting on. And
so would you
can we
like
have some clarity?
Sorry, can I maybe be of some assistance? I think that perhaps, Peter, the issue may be that resolution number 1 says the following motion to be referred to a future council meeting following the resolution of the related judicial review. And then I think the confusion may be in the fourth paragraph down. Therefore, be it resolved that committee requests the CAO to report at the first scheduled council meeting in October 2020, which obviously the judicial review would not have been completed. Maybe that's where the confusion is coming from for
Thank you. And
Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mrs. So through you, Chair. I want to make sure that we as a council just realize that if we were following the city solicitor's advice, we should not be doing that, what's on the screen right now.
But Councillor Vicente, we didn't vote on that. We referred the motion. So there's no risk. We didn't vote on it. If we had voted on it, then it would be, I understand your point, but we just referred a motion to have staff report back.
Correct. And in doing so, we are in conflict with the advice that we all just said that we would follow.
So do you wish to change your vote, Councillor Vicente? Is that what I'm hearing?
I just want every member of council to see that we just supported essentially what we were discussing not even 20 minutes ago, something that we should not do.
Okay.
And you know what? We didn't go in camera, so we don't have, and it's fine because even in August, we discussed all of our legal issues out in the open, and that's transparent and open and fine. So, but here we are, and we're looking at a city that is facing a number of legal actions. And this is still not resolved. And we are predetermining here through that motion what we might intend to do following a resolution. And I'll stop there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, members of committee, the committee has taken a vote on the paragraph that's above that is not highlighted. It is a referral of everything that is indented. So there is no substantive action being taken. It's been referred to council pending the outcome of the judicial review. That motion has carried. It was not a recorded vote. We are now on the highlighted motion. We were in the middle of a recorded vote.
The highlighted portion is not in dispute.
Yeah, I will.
And we are, through you, Mr. Chair, we are in the middle of a recorded vote on the highlighted portion. I would prefer we start the recorded vote again on the highlighted portion, just to make sure I'm clear on all the members' intentions.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
So we are voting only on the highlighted portion, which is a motion moved by Councillor Santos. All in favor, and we'll start with Councillor Vicente.
Yes.
Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Willens is absent. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Chair Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon is absent. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously 10-0.
Okay, and the next item, thank you, Peter, for all your guidance, and Diana Seuss. The next item, 9.3.5, is a discussion item at the request of Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to pull up.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, my apologies.
Okay.
The first added item was from Councillor Fortini on Airbnb, 9.3.5.
Apologies, Councillor Paleshi.
No problem.
Councillor Fortini. Councillor Fortini, discussion item on Airbnb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Peter. So going back last term, I was working with staff on this Airbnb. We put it on a hold because Airbnb took Toronto to the OMB. They lost. So we were supposed to follow the same directions as Toronto. You cannot rent your house less than 26 days to avoid all these group parties every weekend, different families, and people cannot enjoy their backyards. So last summer we had a lot of meetings with Peel Police and some of our bylaw staff in certain areas and people complaining they cannot enjoy their backyards when people are having parties every day, every weekend, Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays. Plus they take out garbage on a Sunday night and the garbage doesn't come by until the middle of the week and everything gets ripped up and it becomes a disaster. So I thought this was supposed to be taken care of already. Now, because of the COVID-19, I guess, it's been very quiet this summer, but I want to get this resolved because I don't want people, when this gets over next year, hoping we're back to normal, people are going to be facing the same problem. So I thought staff was supposed to bring this report back a while back, that the same as Toronto, we cannot rent the house less than 26 days. That way we could go as a bylaw and we could actually go after the resident, not renting it to one family, renting it. And you look at the shortage of homes and rent it. Why would anybody rent it to a family when I could rent it to a different family every weekend for $2,000? So at the end of the month, I'm making $8,000 compared to a regular family getting $2,500. So I'd like to know the staff, when is this coming forward? It's been sitting there for 8 months now. Hello?
Can staff respond to Councillor Fortini's request for the Airbnb report to come forward?
Councillor Singh, while staff is looking for an answer, I'm happy just to echo what
Sorry,
Councillor
Mayor Brown. Yep, go ahead.
While we're waiting for staff, I just want to echo, this is something I get a lot of complaints about as well. And other municipalities have short-term bylaws when it comes to Airbnb, and I think we should really look at that here because a few of the parties that Paul Moore had to lay tickets this summer with Airbnb, including some that had people listed. So we need to get some parameters around this.
Through the chair, Bob Bierke, Director of Policy Planning here. Just to let everyone know that there is a report that's been being drafted. It'll be coming forward shortly, probably in the next planning committee or early October. So that there have been a lot of internal discussions that I think, as Councillor Fortini has indicated, to largely follow the City of Toronto approach. So it is something that we've been working on, and it will be before you very soon.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Yeah, because this is way overdue now. It's 3 years. I started this last term and I stopped and carried on. You guys, I know did a lot of work. I've been asking for this because I'm worried now because people are starting to have parties. It's going to get cold and they're going to start having parties again. And I don't want to hear all these residents. And last year we spent a lot of time with police and bylaw going to these areas. And it's not nice when I sit in my backyard with a pool, grandkids, and I can't enjoy my backyard because neighbors having a party every different weekend. There's different families. So thank you so much, and I'll wait for the report.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fortini. And we will move on to 9.3.6, which is a discussion item by Councillor Pelletier on the, I think, a salary administration policy. That's what I have in my note.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. On the salary administration policy, the 2018 semi-annual review, which is Council's Council Resolution CW 378-2018. The salary administration policy, the 4.1.0 at Council's request, to be provided semi-annually to Council. I'm requesting that staff go back, look at that policy, and bring forward another review as of today, September the 9th, 2020. Staff have any comments?
This would go to either CAO David Barrick or Commissioner Michael or HR. Sorry.
Well, it came out of Human Resources and the Office of the CAO.
Okay.
But
So
it was.
I guess you're asking for another. You're saying semi-annual? It says on there, or?
It's a 2018 semi-annual review. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're probably long overdue.
So I'm looking for another review to be conducted, brought forward to Council.
Okay.
As of this date.
Okay.
Chair Singh, David here on that. So yeah, it's completely within the purview of Council. So if you'd like, we can present it at the Governance Committee or back to this Corporate Services Committee for consideration.
Government doesn't have all members, but then the minutes would go. Where do minutes go, Peter? Right to Council after Government, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they do.
I think you should come to Corporate Services. I think.
I agree. I don't want to step on any toes. That's for the Government Committee. So I'm at the will of committee where they would want this to come back to.
Okay. I would like it to come here. You want to put it in the form of a motion, Councillor?
Sure. Yep. We can do that. And you're right, Councillor, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to have that motion moved and it brought back to your committee here.
Yeah. And what's the report called, so the staff can get the exact wording? Sorry.
Yep, so it's the semi-annual review, the salary administration policy.
Okay.
And then if they can reference council resolution CW 378.
Okay.
CW 378-2018.
Okay. I'll dig that up too. Thank you for your work.
No problem. Thank you.
You want to confirm the wording, counselor salary administration policy? Is that what it is? Counselor Pleshy?
Or the report is salary administration policy.
Yeah.
And then the you have the council resolution, and then the last review was the 2018 semi-annual review.
Okay. I don't think, yeah, so I take out the word counselor. I don't think it's about the counselor.
Oh, no, it's not counselor salary. No, administrative.
Yeah.
Administration as a whole.
Okay. Just quickly, I think the S missing on salary, and we're good. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Pleshy.
Yes.
Seeing no other questions, are any members opposed to this motion? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Our next item is 9.5, Councillor question period for this section of the agenda. Do any members have any questions regarding the corporate services section? Seeing and hearing none, I'll move on to a public question period. To the clerk, is there any questions from the public?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I will move the agenda onto Public Works and Engineering section, chaired by Councillor Vicente. Councillor Vicente.
Councillor Vicente, your microphone is muted on your phone. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we don't have too many items here in our works agenda. Item 10.2.1 was considered in consent, as was 10.2.2. So that brings us to item 10.2.3, a staff report regarding U-turn restrictions, Sandalwood Parkway East and Torbram Road, wards 2 and 7. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Seeing none, can I have a mover for this item?
I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Fortini. Any opposed? That then carries. Next, we have item 10.2.4, a staff report regarding bylaw 93-93 with an administrative update. Are there any questions with respect to this report? Seeing none. Oh, Mayor Brown.
I believe that was from the last item, or previous item.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no questions, I'd like to request a recorded vote on this item.
Recorded vote's been requested on item 10.2.4. Staff recommendations as shown on the screen. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Willens is absent. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman,
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros. That was a yes. Councillor Williams.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini. Councillor Fortini.
I said yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh. Councillor Singh. I'll come back to you. Councillor Dillon is absent. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll take that as a yes. The motion carries unanimously 9-0 with 2 absences.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now we move on to new business, item 10.3.1, a discussion item from Councillor Medeiros regarding head wall replacements on Lynx Lane, Champion Court, and Classic Drive, Ward 4.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Vicente. So members of council, I think many of us have experienced requests with crumbling head walls by residents in terms of replacement. And I know that sometimes the issue regarding liability, whose responsibility is it? And sometimes I think the issue finds when we assume a subdivision, at times some of the work that is done by the builder or by the city and regarding the head walls, and sometimes I guess the quality of the work isn't there, and years later, based on decisions or based on previous decisions that we sort of have to face in this current council, and this area is no exception. I've dealt with a really passionate group of residents who've been advocating for fair treatment and proper support from the city when it comes to head wall replacement. And I know Mike Parks is on the call because some of the councillors might not be aware or might not understand what head wall replacements are. I myself have educated myself through this whole process. I'll let Mike Parks provide some context, and then I'll speak to what the specific sort of request is. Mike Parks, are you on the call?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So in this particular subdivision, it was built, I think, in the late 90s, and they actually the design at the time was a rural cross section, and so means there's no curbs or sidewalks, but an open ditch. And as a result of that open ditch, driveways require a culvert to allow water to pass under the driveway, and as part of the head walls on either side of the driveways that encompass the driveway and allow that culvert to run underneath the driveway. So in this particular case, now, some 20 years later, we've found that some of these head walls have deteriorated and in some instances created some drainage and safety concerns. And so we've got a bit of a in-house program to replace.
And thank you very much, Mike. Just for members of council, so what I'm asking today is a report back by staff. Essentially, the issue regarding, staff have been very accommodating in trying to repair 2 or 3, and Mike, please, how many have we repaired to date in the area?
Over the last year, there was about a half dozen or so, and this year we've replaced 1. We're working on 1 now, and we've got an additional 3 to 5 to do before the construction season's out.
Thank you, Mike. And where the issue, members of council, I think, and why I'm coming here today, is that it seems, again, as we've replaced 1 several residents have come forward, understandably, requesting that theirs be also fixed. So now it's turned into sort of a larger number than obviously what the department or what the department has budgeted for. I know there's a petition that I believe, I'm not sure, City Clerk, you've received by the residents.
That is correct. It's published with the agenda.
Okay, and essentially requesting that there be a consideration in terms of replacing, I guess, all the head walls in that area as required and as needed after inspection by our staff. And I did believe staff did go do an audit in terms of how many homes they visited, how many they think they have to replace. But because we're talking about a larger number, I know this is more of a discussion at budget. So essentially, what I'm requesting today from the residents, I mean from my members and from yourselves, is that support a motion that staff prepare a report on essentially how many more and what the cost would be. And then we can consider that a budget, because that would be a budget add-on, and we can deliberate at that time in a more fulsome way. So essentially, Peter, the motion would be that staff report back at budget to the cost of replacing all the head walls in this specific area as assigned in the petition. I believe Champion, Links Lane, and the other road as mentioned.
Thank you, Councilor Medeiros. May I ask a question?
Yep, please do.
Do you want staff to, is this restricted just to the area here in question, or would you like to see the report come back on what these costs might be citywide? Because there are other parts of the city where this type of infrastructure is in place.
Yeah, and I understand that, and that's something that, and why I wanted to bring it to council, because I understand as much as we're dealing specifically with this situation, I know from speaking to other councillors that they probably have pockets in their wards that they would want sort of that same type of service. So staff, certainly bring back what a sort of a citywide investment would be in terms of doing that type of sort of replacement. I think one of the challenges that we might have is just if they would have time to prepare an audit and ensure, inspect, I guess, all those required areas and where we would have to do this type of work. And I'm not sure if they would have the capacity. Mike, if you're on the call, maybe you can speak to if staff could, if by budget deliberations that staff would have an idea of what that would look citywide.
Through the chair, that's a difficult one to answer right now, because I really haven't looked at that from a citywide perspective, really focused in this particular area. I mean, I think if we could work it such that it allows us to deal with Links Lane, Champion, and Classic Drive, and at least give some sort of citywide synopsis or rough estimate as far as what we might be looking at, that might be helpful.
Okay, yeah, I'll leave it up to staff. But going back to you, I know Councillor Vicente, you have the floor, but I'm fine with whatever my colleagues would like, and I'm amendable to that. So I'll take that as a friendly amendment if you want to direct staff also to look at it citywide.
Yeah, just my thought is that, and I know you've been dealing with this issue now for quite a few number of months. This type of infrastructure does occur in many other places of the city. And if we agree to replace one when it fails or when it deteriorates, I think that may also necessitate a kind of ongoing commitment for us to maintain all of them, seeing as these are, I think in most cases, on the city side.
Yeah, and that's something I hope that, I know from the legal terms, the assumption is responsibility of the resident. But again, when they're assuming, obviously when there's a subdivision assumption, you expect the work to be up to a certain standard and the quality of the work. And unfortunately, in this area, and specifically, we're talking about an area which they pay their fair share of property taxes. To some, it's quite high, and certainly I know that they've collectively are working and advocating for this, and certainly I think that they merit this type of attention, and that's not taking away that there might be other areas in the city that merit that same attention. And I think that in the staff report, I'd be also open. Certainly, a staff report would come back with, I guess, all the legal impacts and all responsibility and what that financial envelope would be. And this way, we can have a fulsome discussion at budget time.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Speaking to the motion, Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you. On the board?
Oh, I have Councillor Pleshy on the board right now. I can take you next.
Okay. Well, I see
Councillor
the board.
Pleshy, the floor is yours.
Go ahead, Councillor Pleshy.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Councillor Medeiros, for bringing this forward. I do know of a couple in the areas that Councillor Willens and I represent, and I'm sure if I take a drive, I can probably find a few more. That being said, I hope that staff come back with certain levels of what may need to be replaced, and we can look at that. Councillor Vincente, you had made the comment about these being on the city property. I believe that's incorrect. I believe that they're all on the property side, and that's why it's their responsibility. I know of a few in a certain area, Manorgate, out in Ward 6, at west of McLaughlin. No, it's east. Sorry, Ward 2. Some of the walls that were put up there were actually put up in an incorrect space, but that's something else. I just know of some of the head walls in Snellgrove in the north end that they're really deteriorating. And when I asked the question a few years ago, I'm just glad to see Councillor Medeiros has used Link Lane, Champion Court, and Classic Drive to springboard this into some kind of action, because it's difficult for residents, to purchase a house. They have this head wall. The homeowner that purchases the property, and I say it all the time, we almost need a special license here in Brampton for real estate agents, because they don't tend to pass on the information to the next homeowner and to the next, and then it gets lost. So thank you, Councillor Medeiros, for putting this forward. I support this. I support an audit that'll come back in the future, and look forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mike Parks, I think most Councillor Pleshy could be right, and I'm not saying he isn't. I think the water main with shut off is a property line, and most of those water mains are so many feet in. So some of those, I know, like in my area, Fitzpatrick, they're city. So when we do these new roads, like Fitzpatrick was asphalted 2 years ago or 3 years ago, those pipes under there are all clogged up and the walls are all falling. Why don't we put it inside when they do the roads? We also replace at the same time.
Councillor Fortini, it's Jane Holmes, Public Works. So are you talking about like a resurfacing?
Well, we did Fitzpatrick in Ward 8, I remember 2 years ago, and some of those walls were all falling down. And not only the walls, it's the pipes underneath, they're clogged up and the water does not drain. So when we do the roads, why don't we replace the pipes and do the new walls at the same time? Just like we're doing curbs and boulevards now on the new road we're doing now.
Well, I'd have to look at Fitzpatrick to be sure. I mean, I think when we were talking earlier about, whether they were on public property or whether they were on private property, there may have been some confusion there. But usually, as you know, when we go onto a road to do resurfacing, we usually like to be one and done. But I can take a look at Fitzpatrick in particular just to figure out what happened there.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is maybe like where Councillor Pelessi's area, maybe they are private. I know the property line is the shallow valve. And if we go Fitzpatrick, the shallow valve from that curb or where the ditch is or where the wall's in is like 10 feet in. So really from the water main out, it's our property. So when we do the roads, maybe we could look at also replacing those at the same time citywide. This way, you know, we incorporate part of the road construction.
Okay, well, I'll look at
Thank you.
that, Councillor.
Okay, seeing no more questions, members of the committee, you have the motion in front of you.
Yeah, and Councillor Vicente, I'm more than happy, as Councillor Bowman is also the area representative, that we both move that motion.
Very good. So noted by the clerk. All in favor, any against? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, that carries. Our next item is item 10.4.1, correspondence from Todd Letts, the CEO of the Brampton Board of Trade, dated for July 31st, 2020, regarding the Downtown Brampton Flood Protection Environmental Assessment. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding this matter? Seeing none, I have a question for staff with regards to this within the correspondence. The Board of Trade is looking for council to allocate immediate funding to complete a detailed plan for this project. Can staff please let committee know how close we are to being able to move to that step?
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that to further a discussion that's related to this topic, that discussion should be had in camera.
Councillor Pleshy, thank you. You would like us to go on camera to discuss this item?
I don't, but if you're asking that question in a public setting, I think that any answers to your question needs to be provided in camera, and there's additional information that would go along with that.
Okay, I'll entertain this because I am not sure what about this project might be in camera item, but perhaps I do know what you're referring to, but we advocated for this at AMO.
Yep,
and
100%.
So this is, this is something that we are working on in the public realm already.
And I think that, you know, we may have, there may be answers to your question, not specifically this question, but I think that if we give, I know that there's something pending. Diana might be able to talk about it. Something that's coming to council. I don't know when it is, but I think maybe at that time we could ask those questions.
I would be amenable to that, Diana. So City Solicitor Seuss, is this information that may be coming or could come next week that we could then discuss in relation to this correspondence?
Through the chair, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not very familiar with the issues that may give rise to closed session on this matter. But if it's something that that there's a feeling may need to be dealt with in closed session, then my recommendation would be that you do defer this matter and we can have a
more wholesome discussion.
Have a conversation about that and if needs be, then, and if it qualifies for closed session, then we can bring that that report forward for you.
So maybe Councillor Vincente, if I might suggest, might we refer this to council next week?
Yep.
And that way, I don't know how much Diana is been involved with TRCA, or maybe it's somebody else that's not on the call right now. So I think that would maybe be the best option for that.
That sounds very reasonable. And do we need a motion to that effect?
I'm happy to refer to council.
Okay, so we have a motion of referral of this correspondence to the next council meeting, and perhaps Councillor Pleshy, you could connect with the city solicitor. in preparation of that so that they can be ready to discuss.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I see no other questions on this. Are there any questions? Seeing none. All in favor, any opposed? There's none, so that carries. Our next item is item 10.5, Councillor question period. Do any members have questions? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and I don't want to make this meeting any longer than we have to, but I have a couple of questions about when we assume subdivisions. And it goes very closely, I guess, with Councillor Medeiros, what he's talking about with the walls. Is Rick still on the line, Rick Kennard? I just wondered, do we issue building permits or do we issue permits for second units in lots or homes that have been bought, but we have not assumed the subdivision yet?
Councillor Bowman, and this is Rick. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Wonderful. So the answer to that question is yes. As soon as the ownership changes hands from the builder to the homeowner, they are permitted to apply for a second unit. And there is nothing, in the Building Code Act that would withhold us from issuing that permit. In fact, we'd be obligated to issue it. So the straight answer, I assume through you, Mr. Chair, is yes, we issue permits for second units in unassumed subdivisions.
Okay, so that leads, thanks, Rick. That leads to my second question. And I've sent pictures actually to Councillor Willans because I was out in the furthest reaches of Councillor Medeiros as in mine's wards. And right across the street is a brand new subdivision that is not assumed yet. And if you Google one of the houses from a year ago, the facade, the front of the properties looks great. It's a nice looking subdivision, but as of today, somebody has cut the front window out and put a door in for a second unit. And to me, that takes away from what planning approved as what we see from the road and part of the facade of the entire development there. So you look along the entire development, you've got, their townhouses, and you've got, nice entrance, and then you've got nice entrance and another door cut into where the window should be. How can we, as a city, tell the builders how we want the development to look and feel, and we say to them, I want this treatment, I want that treatment, I want different bricks, I want a bigger window, and then allow them to put that in and destroy the entire facade before we even assume the subdivision? I don't understand that. And Rick, that's not for you. I mean, as you said, you have no choice, but is there anything that would prevent or that would enable us to tell the builders to put into something into their contracts or whatever with their homeowners that until the subdivision is assumed, that the builder is on the hook for anything, and if the subdivision changes, the look changes, that we don't necessarily need to assume that subdivision with the changes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is Rick again.
Yep.
I can certainly discuss any options with my planning colleagues. You are right. I mean, the builders are subject to architectural control guidelines, and of course, the subdivision control architect has to sign off on the elevations of those drawings before we issue the permit for the original construction of the dwelling. So perhaps there is an opportunity that prior to assumption, there might be some control over it. It may only be delaying the inevitable, that once the subdivision is assumed, the homeowners will proceed to do that work anyway. But I'll certainly initiate that discussion with my colleagues, and I can bring the information back to you.
Yeah, because I mean, you look at this and it looks honestly, it looks like a joke. It looks like somebody's playing a joke and took out the window and put in another door. And it's not even a nice door. It's like a garage style door, a rear entrance garage door. So, I don't know if anybody else is seeing this when they're out there. But you know what? We're losing control here, and we need to be doing something about this. And whether it's putting, when a developer is selling properties, whether they have to have a clause that says you can't touch this until this area is assumed. You're right, Rick. That might be slowing down the inevitable. But at that point, we may be able to look at it and say, no, you can't put a door here. You've got to put it here. And that might be within our realm to control that as well. But I wanted to bring this up because I thought, this is just ridiculous that, we're approving what looks like and the building department or the planning department is approving facades. And before we even assume them, they're changed. And not to anything we approved, but yet we still take over the subdivision. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I think it's something we need to take a serious look at. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I see no further. Oh, I do see further questions. Councillor Paleshi, are you on the board? No, you're not. Okay. So then we'll move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, were there any questions submitted by members of the public with respect to any part of this section of today's agenda?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So that concludes the public works section, and I believe we have no items in the closed session agenda today. Is that correct?
That is correct. We are on item 12, which is the
today,
referred
so
matters
therefore,
list.
Do any members of committee have questions?
Did we lose Councillor Vicente?
He still is on the session, but his microphone does not look like it's active right now. We may have lost him. So Councillor Santos, would you like to chair the rest of the meeting?
Happy to do it. No items in closed session. I don't believe we had any questions regarding the referred matters list, item number 12. So now adjournment. Thank you, members of council, for all of your feedback and staff for your work today. The Community Council is now adjourned to meet on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020 at 11 a.m. or at the call of the chair. That motion to adjourn is moved by Councillor Singh. I see no opposition. That motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. Be well, be safe, practice physical distancing. Have a great night.